Oh.
Hey everybody, it's Josh Feuerstein here. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
How many hours have we been live today? Jesus, this has been interesting.
Let's see. I picked a. Did you see my visual for this stream?
Yep.
The Coneheads. That's sort of.
Yes, I did.
I started last night while I was listening to your.
Yes, I did, Flacco.
While I was listening to your thing, Snake, I decided to call them Pinheads because I kept listening to. How did you handle Tony for 5 fucking hours? What?
Well, he quit. He just suddenly quit at like 2 hours in, so I didn't get to some of the stuff that I wanted to. It was like
about Tony?
yeah. It was it was like not even structured at all. Like I expected to go in and like have a backstage, like okay, this is how it's gonna go. But no, John just started it, and then he started playing the videos. I had no idea what he was gonna do, and he skipped over some of the parts that I wanted to get to, but
Right.
and then just moved on.
Let's see here. I'm trying to follow live shocker. You know, and the name, you know, apparently in email you didn't even agree, or you said nothing about refuting James Tour, right?
Yeah, and Tony just kept repeating, so you're going to refute James Tour. Let's see if you can do it. And I guess, and that's what he told
The funny thing is,
John.
James Tour is not a biochemist. It's not a molecular biologist. It's not an evolutionary biologist.
Yeah.
And it's not an origins of life researcher. Has published no works as far as I'm concerned on origins of life, is not involved with the field, nor is he cited on the field. Yet they act like his opinion is the be-all, end-all. And the other thing is James Tour, and if anybody wants, I can give the quote again I did earlier today, is not, by his own admission, an intelligent design proponent. And by his own admission, science can't prove it.
Yeah,
well, he says that he's sympathetic to ID, though. I think he's still sort of leans ID.
I think the reason he's saying that is because if you were Christ in a university, the last thing you want to do is say some shit like that and potentially get yourself fired from one of the a university like Rice University.
And Tony told me he's been emailing him and telling him, and James was telling him all this stuff like, oh yeah, I definitely am a creationist and definitely agree with you. So let's see if he doxes James Tour.
Let's see. So one of the things that I run into I just run into recently was this thing where he was talking. I guess this one here, Tour admits. Okay, so this one right here, I thought was interesting. I'm going to play it at 0.75 because I actually want to hear everything Tour says.
We may come down to a matter of semantics in our discussion. I don't disagree with that. Let me just say also up front, the reason I have never supported intelligent design, although I'm sympathetic to the argument, is the first line on my website under the Evolution Creative page. I don't support intelligent design because I have no tool to measure it. I have not a tool to measure that something has been intelligently designed. So I hold my colleagues to the same.
So do you agree with that?
I may have told myself. That's why I don't support, because I have not a tool to measure it. I'm not against it. I just have not a tool to measure it. Secondly, I've never said that this cannot happen by a naturalistic explanation. In fact, I've gone on to say is I have no idea what we're going to discover in 50 years, 100 years, 300 years from now. If 150 years ago you asked somebody where is information stored in the cell, they would have said, I have no idea. It must be God. No, well, we understand that the information is stored in the cell and the DNA. So we learn things with time, and that's what I'm saying. As of now, there's many things that we just don't understand. So to project as if we understand them, and to project as if we
Okay, so and then you went on to ask Tony if he, like, do you agree with James Tour? And then he went on to his email thing or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you want me to show you the emails?
I'm confused exactly what Tour's point is, though. Like, so this point of like, oh, if we don't understand everything about a field, we shouldn't talk about it at all.
Well, no, his point is that he thinks that all of the scientists associated with it are talking about how we've got the answers, and his position is, well, no, we don't. But the funny thing is the professionals would say, yeah, you're right, we don't. I don't know why you think we ever said that we did, because we don't.
Yeah.
I think
it's fair to criticize, but it's mostly a media problem.
That's what it is.
I'm interested in like what papers, and I don't mean like, you know, from like Science Press or Medium.com or Science Direct or many of those articles. I'm curious, like, what actual abio papers he's read, like what his source material is for his claim that, like, abiogenesis has been solved. Because I've seen sources that report on science claim that, but usually I haven't seen overly many, if any at all, papers claim that, like the actual research claim that the problem has been solved.
Right.
Usually the research is very open about, like, what the problem is that's being addressed, like the future directions of research and open problems that are still, to be addressed by, more research by their team or other teams in the future that have a similar research interest.
And I was trying to point out that, like, the more we figure out that we don't know about the problem, that's actually making progress, since we identify the problems that we have to focus on. Yes. And of course, he's just like, nope, that you're just pushing the goal backwards.
Yeah, and I thought the way you handled Tony and Maddox last night, I thought was absolutely expert. I mean, you did.
I didn't know that any of this was going on last night because Speed never fucking messages any of us to let us know that any of this shit is going on. Like, I am, out of everybody in our group, I'm like the one that's not really in the group. Like, I never know what the fuck is going on. Like, the email chain they were having with like 50-something odd people that you were in, Snake. I wasn't in that until yesterday. It's been going on since like the 23rd.
Yeah, I just got into it yesterday.
Yeah, and Otangelo is still spitballing the same fucking claims, which I can't say I'm surprised by, but...
Yeah. Who would say they're surprised by it? It's fucking Otangelo.
Anyway, now everybody's in the email chain. I think even the dead people that voted for Trump are in that email chain.
There we go.
Yeah. I think most of the people are dead, though, in that email chain. Okay, so...
maybe at least brain dead, yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to allude to that, but I wasn't going to say it. But okay.
Most of what I bookmarked a lot of stuff, like with Tony being a real asshole, because God, he was an asshole. No.
And that's Tony for you. He's a New Yorker, so
I mean, what is wrong with that guy?
The thing is, that was his best behavior I've seen yet.
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, he was gentle with you compared to what I got from him.
Yeah.
But, so I characterize the Anthony Maurice James Tour relationship as Tony is a guy that wants to own a pit bull, and James Tour is his pit bull, and he's got him on a leash, sort of, and he can pop up a James Tour clip to bite anybody. So. And it's just kind of
I've interacted with him before, and I've been a little bit harsh with him. It's just that you can't let him push you around.
Well, you can't be anything but harsh with that asshole. I mean, I won't talk to him. I won't be on a stream. If he pops in, I pop out. I will never talk to the man again in my life. I have no interest in that kind of crap.
He's asked me like 3 or 4 times to debate him. I said yes every time, and a debate has still yet to occur.
Oh, yeah, this was like 6 months in the making. He chickened out the first time. And then I kept having to ask him, like, so when do you want to set up the debate? And he would shoot back, like, you've got nothing. You're a clown boy. And I was just like, so when do you want to set it up? You're not answering the question.
He's got nothing.
Yeah, I remember when I was first interacting, like, with fucking Smokey, like, one of the things Anthony did, same thing. Like, oh, debate me. Blah, 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 blah. And I told him, I'm like, sure, I'll debate you. Although... the one condition I have, right, is that, like, at least a month or so, like at least a month to 6 weeks before, we have to send each other, like, the scientific, like, whatever sources or slides that are being used with that debate. Because if this is going to be a productive interaction or a productive exchange, I want to see, like, what your arguments are, like what research your arguments are being based upon. So that come time, like, during the debate, like, there's no reason, like, a straw man the other person.
I bet he's never read a paper.
But they actually believe they're at war, so they would never, like, honestly try and come together and, like, figure it out.
Yeah,
of course.
And the thing is, like, you can ask Tony about, like, certain things where it's like, well, what about this paper that, clearly proposes that, a solution for, like, for various issues, like, for instance, the homochirality problem. okay, well, there's several mechanisms that have been proposed that, produce symmetry breaking.
Yeah.
Produce, one form of the molecule predominantly over the other just by simple means of, the solution being cooled and then, crushed. Be that by, like emulsification, you can imagine.
I'd like to say something that alludes to the point that Snake made about these guys. They don't really give a shit about actually having a discussion with you. There are now 2 people in this group. You know John Maddox, obviously. He was the second one. The first one, SFBmod or Joel. We call him Joel. You're welcome, guys. I don't know. He was in this stream. I can't remember if you were still in it or if you had left. So Joel acts like he's this like big hotshot scientist, physicist, fucking plasma physicist, rocket scientist. What was it? Inorganic chemist.
Organic chemist.
Organic
physicist.
He literally has no degrees in any fields of physical sciences. So Speed originally set up a discussion on this channel for me and him to have on just like physics and stuff. And for the last at least 3, maybe 4 months now, he has fervently refused to have any sort of discussion with. I'm not even asking for a debate, just a discussion on physics, and he's fervently refused. A couple weeks ago, and you can ask Erica Gutsa-Gibbon this because she was in the stream, John Maddox refuses to have a debate or a discussion with me on physics as well. Because these guys, that's why they don't come on this channel. That's why they don't come on any other channels besides their own, because they don't care about having an open and honest discussion about complex topics. They only care about using what little terminology they learned 2 or 3 days ago to browbeat their opponent and thinking that they're going to win, when anytime that one of their interlocutors obviously knows more than them, they'll mute them, they'll kick them, and then refuse to interact with them on any neutral platform whatsoever.
So Tony left right after the Lee Cronin thing, eh? So it looks like.
Yeah, they said there was 5 minutes left that they wanted to cover. So I was like, okay, let's just do that, and then I'll go back to the parts that I wanted to do that he skipped over. And then Tony just left. So I was like, great.
Yeah. And then they went over that first video, which, we've all been over too many times.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the one that I've seen that video before, the one that he does, you're talking about the one that he does with the Discovery Institute.
Yeah.
Talks about like a reaction and stuff like that.
Who did this video with the Discovery Institute? Tour?
Okay. Tour. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, I've seen that video before, and his major point is like in stressing over like, oh, we don't know. And it's like,
yeah.
I don't disagree with you, right? Like, there's some questions in the field concerning this.
Well, there was an interest.
But as a PhD, don't you think like some of your energy should be spent towards, like, and especially given your experience in organic chemistry, like that you should recommend like potential experiments that these researchers should do, or how their methodologies could be refined to, support the claims they want to make, right? Like, shouldn't that be like what you're trying to do if you're like actually going against the field and not just like, spouting these claims?
So go ahead. Somebody going to say something? A part that I thought was interesting was this, and it's kind of telling. James Tour is something I've been slowly unwinding and picking at. But
information. That's what he said in the last. And I will confess, I'm not an aficionado informatics. That I am not. You had Perry Marshall on there. He is.
Okay, Perry Marshall is a marketing consultant, and he's also a Christian component of continuationism, which I've never heard of, and evolutionary creation. So Perry Marshall is not an informatist or an information specialist, but it's interesting that Tour thinks he is. I thought that was Tour is when he talks about Jesus and his experience with Jesus, you realize that the man is gone. I mean, he's gone in the head. I mean, when it comes to having a discussion about abiogenesis, this is not the man that you're gonna have an intelligent discussion with.
I mean, it's just even before that though, it's like bizarre. He's like, "Oh, when I was a Jew, we never learned about the Torah," and I was like, "Sorry, what? Yeah. How do you grow up in a Jewish household and not understand like what the Torah is? Like, that's a very large aspect like of Judaism."
Yeah.
Like, it outlines like the laws that Jews are supposed to follow, at least traditional Jews. And it's like, what do you mean you're not familiar with this? Like, you claim to have like really strict like Jewish parents growing up. It's like certain things don't line up. Like, if everything you're saying is true or correct.
Are you saying it's like praise? I know quantum mechanics, but I don't know what Brock-Ket notation is.
Oh God.
I kind of I don't know. I don't trust Tor. I don't trust Perry Marshall. I don't trust any of them.
I think what Tor has to say is valuable, but it becomes a question of like, okay, look, people like Jack Shostak and like other origin of life researchers understand organic chemistry as well, right? This guy isn't the only person like who's done work like in synthetic chemistry and stuff like that. And it kind of becomes a question of like, okay, if what Tor is saying is so valid, right? Why don't you have more Tor sympathizers from the actual origin of life community? Why is it that Tor seems to be the only person who's like pushing against this field this ambitiously, right? Because it's not like other people don't have the requisite knowledge to understand it.
And everything he is contributing is basically, you can figure that out just by reading the Wikipedia page on abiogenesis. Like, it's not figured out yet.
5 minutes is all you need, and that is his contribution. Yeah. And he admits that he knows nothing about it. And
he also claims to know nothing about, he openly admits. He's like, oh yeah, I don't understand evolution either, but it's, but basically it's false.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what? Like, why are you commenting on a field that you admitted you know nothing about?
I would imagine argument from incredulity. I don't know it or understand it, therefore it must be wrong.
No, but I mean, like, especially in an academic position, it's like if I decided to talk about geophysics one day and just make up my own theories about it, it's like, why would you, like, what incentive is there for you to go after, like, the origin of life community?
Eternal reward, heaven.
Apparently.
I mean, that's the incentive.
But the thing is, it's a non-essential to his faith, right? Like, God created stuff. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's one thing to try and read the literature when you're like a layman in that subject, and it's another thing to try and overturn that literature if you're a layman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll give it more in the sense that, like, look, people who actually read the technical literature and understand the stuff, hats off to you. I mean, I have a BA in chemistry, and holy hell, like, I understand, like, chemistry to a fair extent, but some of the stuff these people are doing make me, like, have to reopen textbooks and, like, recall, like, a certain type of reaction or a certain type of process. It's like, yeah, the stuff is complicated, even for people that are well read in the field. Because imagine it. You can imagine it's not just reading a Wikipedia article, right? Like, there's actual, like, experimental design principles that go into these types of experiments, and, like, it's complicated. And like that you can read being a 5-year-old and expect to come away with much from it.
So who put this paper up, Snake?
That was John, I think. Yeah.
I would
imagine. Read through that.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
The only thing I want is somebody to ask John what Shannon's theory of information is.
I just want somebody to ask John how many of the papers that are in his folder has he actually read.
Well, that's not a good question because he could lie. He could lie about that. When you put him on the spot with, like, give me what Shannon's information theory is, he's got to know that, like, right then and there, or he's going to completely fucking butcher it.
Well, what he really,
like, oh well, I've read all of them.
What he really should know is why Shannon information theory has nothing to contribute to biology, because it doesn't really. It doesn't matter.
Most of information theory doesn't.
The easiest way you can tell that Maddox, the easiest way you can tell that Maddox hasn't read something is he'll make a claim, like he made a claim several months ago in terms of, oh well, the origin of the genetic code can't be solved, and he cited a paper that in the discussion literally gave an explanation as towards how the genetic code could have evolved.
Literally.
There's, stimulated that process to occur.
Yeah, I would say Maddox does it more than any other creationist, where the argument that he's making is literally debunked in the paper that he cites.
Literally. Have you read the papers Otangelo cites?
Himself?
No, not his blog. Like when he cites actual papers, like literally none of them concur with what he says. Not one.
Okay. But the thing is, like, every creationist does that because creationists, the majority of them, at least the ones we deal with, don't actually familiarize themselves with the technical literature. They familiarize themselves with specialized quotes about, what they think the paper says.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that's exclusive to the low tier YouTube creationist dudes either, though, because I had a live stream with Dr. Dan where we went over an essay written by Robert Carter, and it literally read like an SFT live stream or something. It was not very advanced argumentation.
The thing is, creationism at its core relies on people to be dishonest, right? And to not represent data in an honest fashion.
Frauds, falsehoods, fallacies.
I mean, that's literally why, we have countless examples of creationists, quote mining things from, evolutionary biologists who've done, work in the past decades. And it turns out when you read when you read something like, oh, everything I learned about evolution was wrong, like that particular quote, it refers to a very specific theory in evolution regarding something about how some taxon, had evolved or diversified from.
Yeah, there's one quote mine that Sal Cordova really enjoys using, and it's from Richard Lewontin, and he's basically criticizing the definition of fitness that Darwin used compared to the modern definition of fitness. And I just think it's really funny because the version of fitness that Lewontin is criticizing is very similar to Sal's proposed definition, because they're trying to change the definition essentially, where it's basically the fittest for an environment and not reproductive success. That's what Lewontin is criticizing, and that's the exact argument that Sal is making, but he's essentially just providing Lewontin.
It's just, there's certain things where you hear arguments from creationists and it seems like they're wrong by principle, right? Where Angelo, I think he responded to somebody and said something like, "Oh, well, the only thing we can be concerned about is parallax because we can't know, we can't accurately know color and certain other shit." It's even from my field, that's not correct, right? There's theories about absorption and fluorescence in terms of color. Certain molecules will absorb, certain photons of light and re-emit those photons at the same wavelength or at different wavelengths. There's actually ways you can test to see if color is a thing. It's why are you arguing this in the first place? This is a really stupid argument. I don't see what the point is. We've known about color since, and even before, electromagnetism.
My only response to that is color is phenomenological.
I mean, it's about as real as anything gets. I mean, it's a property that we observe, as humans.
Well, yeah, we observe the wavelength, but the wavelength that we call red doesn't actually look like that. That's just how the brain interprets it. But that's a whole other philosophical discussion.
Oh, we are going to have to argue about that one, Leo.
Well, okay. I mean, we can argue about it, but I'm going to stick with the consensus of people who know more than me. Color is phenomenological.
Well, we can argue about it, but I'm right. So we'll explain that to you later. Of course I am. Anyway, what did John have to say about that paper?
Well, you skimmed all past it, so we didn't watch it. So I don't know why you're asking when you could have played the video.
Right at the beginning. Do you remember what he said about the paper? Did you want to get into it at all?
He pretty much just read the titles and then moved on.
No, like Praise does?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I want to see what he does with it because this paper is pretty dense.
That'll be interesting. Have you read this paper before, Steve?
What does it always start out with? Yeah.
But no, hold on. Have you read this paper before, Speed? I'm assuming you
No,
probably
I've never seen it before, but it's a wonderful paper.
Well, then how would you know it's wonderful if you've never seen it before?
I've been looking at it for five minutes now.
Oh, okay.
That is my initial thought on it. It's a wonderful paper, but it's dense as hell. See what he says.
No.
Okay, so real quick.
He's an information specialist.
So, for those of us who have ever looked into anything regarding information theory, a lot of this stuff will make a lot of sense.
Hold
you guys
on.
recognizing this stuff?
Foreskin?
So far, it looks like a matrix equation.
Oh my god!
What's the name of the paper?
It's
You
the
just flashed it above. Art of DNA, 16 years of DNA coding theory. Okay.
okay.
Okay,
So
hold
then you get down into the mapping, right?
I don't know what a matrix is.
Let's see. Okay, so now we're getting into the mapping, right?
What?
I'm gonna say foreskin for immutable.
Yeah, fucking say foreskin if you want to stop.
Well, we've done pause for like 3 months now. Get the fuck over it.
I just start talking and don't stop talking until the video's paused.
Does Doyle know what a matrix actually is?
No.
Like
No,
this.
let's be honest. No, he doesn't.
That was Joel, right? That said it was a matrix because he saw a table.
Yeah, it's like
He saw a table and he said it was a matrix.
If I asked, not just Joel, but any of them in there, mainly John and Joel, but we're talking about Joel here. If I asked him what a conjugate transpose of a square matrix is, he wouldn't know what the fuck I just asked him.
Yeah. Okay, so this
You know what
paper
you can do that'll
overview.
really fuck with him? Next time you see Joel, ask him what the identity element of a 2x2 matrix is.
Oh man, that would actually be a fun one. Just to hear him try to give an answer to it.
I think a really great show would be having John Maddox come on and just leaving him alone and letting him explain this paper to us, because this paper is kind of cool. It's basically an overview of information theory in the last 50 years, because that's when it all started. In about, I think they have, I think he has a chart of actually all the people that contributed, and I'm trying to find it here. I actually printed this paper out. I think it was started in 94, but no, it actually started in about 1960. So
is this about us using DNA to create designed computational?
No,
things?
it's basically all the different ways that we've looked at biology or looked at information theory and DNA. Like for instance, if you have something called a Hamming distance, which is, if you have one DNA code and then you have a second DNA code, well, how many steps are in between it? And it's called it has a wonderful complex sounding name, Hamming distance, but it just means that, okay, we have to change the A to a G, we have to change the C to a T, so we have a Hamming distance of like 3 or whatever. And so that's one of the things they look at is how far apart two different codes are going to be, mutationally. And then there's thermodynamic constraints. They get into copy errors and, basically error checking. That's one of the ways that they use information theory. But mostly what we're looking at is like how many steps would it take to get from one mutation to another. And they use that in phylogeny and, creating phylogenies and all of that. So this is just an overview of the mathematics and an overview of the history of information and communication theory, or ICT.
Did you put that link in the private chat?
I put it in the description and I put it in the public chat because I don't do private chat here.
Pussy.
We don't do private chat on this show.
Yeah, we do.
Do we? I never look at it, so fuck y'all. Anyway,
I was going to remark that it's a really good thing that the genetic code, at least like the cytosine and guanine nucleotides, can mutate in very specific ways, in that they can't mutate in horribly complicated ways in terms of the chemical transformations they undergo.
yeah, that's the other thing that you figure out after you figure out the Hamming distance, which is just, the mathematical distance between the two codes. Then you figure out what the thermodynamic constraints are of it going that way. Is it likely to go that way? And you have probabilities. And from that, what they're hoping to do is being able to construct the history of the code and to show things like, okay, this code is far more probable or more stable than any other code that could have been chosen. And that's where we get, that's why they're doing this, is to reach back into abiogenesis and try to find a mathematical way that this code got, was the one that got picked.
I have a
And
question.
and they've done a whole lot of work on that, and a lot of people have come up with some pretty viable hypotheses on how that happened, which is interesting. And that's why I don't think John, I doubt that John could read the first paragraph here.
I have a question. I have a
Go
question, Steve. Does Mad Max watch the video?
You left us, Leo. What? Watch what?
Does Maddox watch the videos of?
Does Maddox watch videos does Maddox watch this channel? Does he watch the videos that we do?
I don't know. I got a feeling he does, but I don't know. Hard to say.
I doubt it.
That song that Dr. Dan posted for him, Carly Simon, "You're So Vain."
You're so
probably think there's
vain.
videos about you.
I bet
Well, he's
you
right most of the time on my channel.
about you.
Yeah, anyway, I want to see what else he says here. I just want to see what he says.
Like, how are you going to argue that this kind of stuff? Like, it's not a code, really?
That's it.
I'd like to hear how Danny responds to codes.
But one more thing. This is the irony of ironies further down in here. One of the things, look at this. So you see this? They're talking about applications. Okay, so y'all see that? So
It says it's a code.
What it all equals.
Kind of blurry.
What it can be used for. Protein coding genes, DNA circuits, DNA-based data storage, cryptography, nanostructures, nanodevices, molecular barcodes, polygenetic studies. I'm like, no. It's not really code, ladies and gentlemen.
Was that his only point?
Yeah.
That's what he got out of the paper?
Yep. Well, he didn't read the paper.
It's a code. The paper said so.
You know, you just scroll down to find the pretty pictures.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Was that Snake or Immutable that just did that? That was Immutable, wasn't it?
That was me.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Why
does the thing keep saying chance does not assign meaning when meaning isn't something that exists subjectively in reality?
The whole fucking point of this.
Fucking Immutable. Oh my god.
What?
Did you not hear him just?
I swear to God, there's times where I wonder, like, if Otangelo actually put in the effort to understand anything about chaos theory.
Otangelo's here.
Oh Jesus! The collective IQ of the room just went down by like at least 1 million points.
Oh man. No other prior DNA.
What? I couldn't hold in the laugh. I'm just like, oh shit.
Otangelo, we've gone over this like 10 million times. Either you think we're wrong on something and haven't explained it yet, or you're just fucking retarded. I think I know my answer to that question.
So that was his only fucking point.
Man. The funny thing, okay, so he posted something, and I wanted to mention this, and I just want to mention it. He posted something, I think it was either last night or it was today, on Facebook about a paper that was done by, what's his name? John G. I keep wanting to say Hewitt. That's not it. Give me a second here. John
Bellucci?
No, he's God damn it all to hell. He's a PhD astrophysicist, but the thing is that he's a creationist. So John G. Hartnett, and this guy wrote a paper. It's literally not published in any peer-reviewed journal anywhere. It was published in the journal for the second Crisis in Cosmology Convention, which is a pseudoscientific convention that's not recognized by like the Royal Astronomical Society or the National Academy of Sciences or the American Astronomical Society. It's not recognized by anybody, on how there's concentric rings of galaxies with our galaxy apparently at the center, which is just straightforwardly not true. And I asked a buddy that I know, John Kroon, who's got a PhD in astrophysics from George Mason University, And when I showed this to him, the paper, he just started laughing. He just started laughing.
By the way, Angelo, it's not name calling when you've continuously demonstrated that you have a learning deficiency, and you actually aren't really addressing the substance of what of what we're talking about.
You're just
and
going
answer your second question about the whole what mechanism do I suggest that assigned codons to amino acids. The short answer is read Demeter's paper. Because if you've read the paper, it answers that very question.
Which he claims he has, and obviously he hasn't.
Which he claims he's read all of it, and it's like...
Well, and I know you know this, Immutable, but he thinks that the word assignment means intelligence, which is just straightforwardly not true, because I could just as easily argue that this is the way I'll word it, the organization of electrons around the nucleus of an atom assigns the particular ways in which that atom can bond with other atoms, but there's no intelligence required there. I could also say that the mass of an object assigns the curvature in space-time it will produce, but there's no intelligence there. So I don't know. He's hung up on the word assign is the problem.
Oh, okay. So, Tangelo, yes, he does. He provides a chemical mechanism for how this process can occur. I have a better question for you, though. What evidence do you have that he's wrong? And second of all, what you just claimed that astronomy has nothing to do with chemistry,
biochemistry,
that's hilariously wrong.
It really is.
Unfortunately,
I think one application of information theory that we could all benefit from is trying to figure out how long it is between the time that Speed of Sound starts a live stream and it becomes an Otangelo show.
Well, this is the inevitable fate of the channel. Because
I think information theory will help us.
I'm wondering what Otangelo, who has no degrees in anything at all, would be capable of teaching somebody with a literal formal education and an actual degree from an esteemed university in fucking biochemistry. What the fuck are you gonna teach this guy? This is the same person who, when I asked, does Demeter know more than you, Otangelo, on molecular biology? Otangelo refused to answer. Mind you, Demeter has a PhD in the subject and is actively engaged in research. Otangelo has no degrees at all.
Otangelo, I'll entertain you for like 10, 15 minutes.
No, you
because
won't. Not on this channel.
Oh, come on.
Well, if we're going to respond to all his comments.
Okay, wait a minute. We have a guest here, Snake, and I want to know where you want to go. I want to know where you want to go with this, Snake. So.
Well, if we're gonna respond to his comments, I think we could let him in for a little while.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's what you want to do, it's your show. So
cool.
It's 7:52. I'm thinking hard stop at 8:15. Hard stop.
Yeah, don't give him too much time.
I'll be honest, my dudes, I'm feeling extremely tired and kind of shit, so I think I'm gonna peace out.
Oh, Walker, I mean, Jesus Christ. You got fucking corona.
I think instead of calling people pussies, I'm just gonna start calling them Mad Maxes. You fucking Mad Max.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you Mad Max.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I get over it.
I mean, what a wuss. I can't believe it.
Oh,
night, dudes.
Good night.
No direction is here.
No direction.
Yeah. The funny thing is that how atoms are created is actually briefly covered in terms of like chemistry textbooks. It's not fully treated because astronomers aren't chemists and chemists aren't astronomers. So, but there is a very intimate relation, and astronomy alone is sufficient to prove that the Earth is 4 billion years old. Well,
4.5
billion years old.
No directions like Leo. You can't call somebody a Mad Max unless they try to fundraise for watching YouTube.
Well, that is true.
Hashtag John Maddox is a grifter, and if he watches this video, Mad Max. I don't even want to debate you on physics, my guy. I just want to have a cordial discussion. David Neff said he'll host it. Believe me, David Neff is fair. He's muted me numerous times. Speed is fair too. Speed's muted me. I don't think Speed has ever once muted Otangelo. He's muted me in discussions with Otangelo. So you're boom. See, there you go.
So Otangelo's claim was something to the extent of, what was it again? Astronomy has nothing to do with biochemistry?
Which is going to teach us. Otangelo, you're on.
Astrobiology. That's all I have to say.
Okay, immutable. Is the sequence of nucleotides in the genome free?
Otangelo, that's not the question you asked me. Otangelo, your claim directly was that astronomy has nothing to do with biochemistry. So are you going to explain to me how stellar nucleosynthesis theory is incorrect, or what?
That's not what I said. I said
I can actually tell you because now you're just flat out lying.
Well, either we are talking about astronomy or biochemistry. What is it?
Well, the thing is, you don't have biochemistry without astronomy.
That's like saying either we're talking about meteorology or we're talking about geology. Which one is it? They overlap more often than people think.
I am confused, Otangelo. Not entirely, but I'm confused exactly where you think atoms come from.
What about the organic chemistry in the meteors flying around?
Okay, are we talking about the origin of the genetic code?
We're talking about biochemistry. So the genetic code is encapsulated within that, but the first thing that has to do with that is astronomy, which is far more simple.
Yes.
Okay, I thought I would come in to talk about the genetic code and its origin.
Well,
after we finally figured out that the genetic code is actually a code and not metaphorically so, we can finally come to the next question. Can I finish? Immutable. So sure. We can finally come to the relevant question here, which is what assigned the codons to the amino acids. That's the crux and the key question here. And you said that Dimitar explained that. So can you, in a short version, explain what his explanation is?
Yeah. In short, his explanation is that what assigns the formation of the genetic code is directly linked to, number one, the stability of interactions that amino acids have with their respective codon triplet, and number two, the amount of diversity that can be produced by certain amino acids being present in a peptide chain.
Okay, first of all, you didn't have codons. You have just, let's suppose that even the possibility there is that there would be a pool of RNAs laying around prebiotically on the primordial Earth.
Okay? And you had, Otangelo, let me interrupt for a minute. You had codons immediately. Well, not codons, not triplet codons, but if you have RNA, you immediately have the fact that RNA will stick to a complementary RNA, and that is the beginning of the whole codon bit. So I mean that happens. That happens with very. I didn't hear you.
Is there any evidence of this, Pete?
What do you mean evidence?
About what you just said.
Okay, yeah, there is evidence. RNA sticks to RNA. That's how tRNA works.
What's required for RNA?
What has tRNA at all to do with what I just asked, Pete? tRNAs are very complex molecules which have to be synthesized in very complex biosynthesis pathways.
No, they don't.
And they were.
Wow. Let me try and break this down.
Not as it concerns the origin of life.
Wow.
Okay, let me try and break it down for you.
This is the exact issue we've had with you every time. You particularly wanted to talk about the origin of the genetic code, which inherently means we're talking about the origin of life. And now you're wanting to talk about the biological route that modern cells have used.
No.
Over 4 billion years in the future.
No, you need tRNAs for life to start.
We don't know that.
tRNAs are generated by polymerization reactions of ribonucleotides.
It's also worth mentioning that we've developed polymerase ribonucleotides tRNAs.
Immutable. I did put a link in the side chat when we were talking about this. Did you actually have time to have a look? Because then you would actually be informed about how complex it is to make tRNAs.
It's not. We've done it.
So the thing is, you can summarize tRNAs as being carried out continuations of triplets of RNA.
Okay, I just
Right.
tried to break it down for you, Tangelo. RNA sticks to other parts of the RNA molecule or other RNAs, and the reason it does that is because of the complementarity.
Yeah.
And anyway,
the energetically favorable.
yes. Okay. And that's exactly how tRNA works. So that was the very beginning, the primordial thing is that RNA is sticky, and when you have a lot of little RNAs, they can stick to each other. And what this paper that John Maddox showed is going on about is they're showing the thermodynamic, basically likelihood that certain codons and certain coding patterns will develop. And what Demeter's paper is about is very, very early how these things started to occur statistically to the point where they would become more statistically likely. And what this paper is about is they're trying to figure out what the most optimal DNA code would have been. And they found out that the one that we got is not the most optimal, but it's goddamn close. So that's interesting that somehow naturally a near optimal fit occurred, but not totally optimal. If it had been God, he would have done it right the first time, right? Don't you think? You understand that when you're looking back to abiogenesis, you're talking about very small molecules, small peptides, small RNAs. And you're talking about a whole pool of them, and you're not talking yet about replication. You're not talking about ribosomes. You're not talking about any of that. You're going back to basically this biochemical chaos. And we're trying to figure out how statistically these codes could have developed. And there are probably 500 papers on that subject alone. Okay?
Okay, so you have here basically two driving forces. You have first the genetic information, which is specified, it is instructional and complex. That is one thing. And on the other side, you have the codons, which is a set of rules which assigns triplet codons to amino acids.
Wait,
so what does that? So can I finish, please? So what does that mean? That means that you can actually have any sequence of nucleotides forming a genome. And if you have chemical reactions which actually prefer the joining of nucleotides to become codons, then you cannot have a free, unconstrained genetic informational code. So you have to have both of them.
I don't understand how the second point follows from the first.
Wait, shit. Hold on. Immutable. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
I didn't know. Is it true that a codon contains specified instructions, or does it just allow for a particular chemical reaction? The structure of the codon allows for a particular chemical reaction to take place.
It specifies for a particular chemical reaction to take place based on the organism you're dealing with. In fact, according to an NCBI article, and I can pull it up, there's about at least documented, there's at least 33 different genetic codes. It's semi-universal, but not entirely.
There are 31 different genetic codes immutable.
The one I read said 33, but
okay, I can put you the link. And
for Christ's sake, it doesn't matter how many you counted. You might get a new one next week.
But the point of the matter being, Atangelo, is that what you're considering is the most basic type of interaction. But it's not the only one, right? So in the origin of life, there's two basic types of amino acids in general, and this is true even in modern cells. There are amino acids which are polar, and there are amino acids which are non-polar. There's those that are hydrophobic and hydrophilic. That's the exact same thing, right? And what you can actually do, and in fact there have been studies that indicate that specific amino acids interacting with specific nucleotide strings, such as CG-rich sequences, and this is in Demeter's paper, and it's been sourced, actually causes the stability of a particular RNA strand to be stabilized by the presence of certain amino acids interacting, right? So it's increasing the amount of time for which a certain RNA sequence can be present.
Let me interrupt you right here. If you have that stabilization and you have a preference of GC RNA duals, then you cannot have anymore a free, unconstrained genetic code which codes and instructs how to make specific proteins which have function.
That's actually kind of the point of Demeter's paper, is that because of the nature of this interaction, because of the stabilization that occurs between amino acid and the structure of certain very basic short-chained RNAs, you have an inevitable assignment between the two of them. And as the result of it, and also as the result of how very basic and short amino acids like alanine and glycine contribute to protein structure, that defines the genetic code.
Well, the thing, okay, so how many of these are do have affinity? Is it just the GC interaction?
Arginine has affinity to GC-rich sequences as far as the literature is concerned. Lysine also does have it because it's a polar molecule and it does have positive charge at specific pHs, but it's not as strong. But also, if I'm not mistaking the literature correctly, alanine, glycine, polypeptide chains, so strings of amino acids that contain alanine and glycine as repeating units, or just polyglycine chains, do actually confer stability to RNA strands as well, right? And curiously enough, I mean, you've claimed to have read Demeter's paper, if memory serves.
No, I've not read it. I just read the introduction, a few sentences of it. I stopped right at the beginning. I've not read it in its entirety.
I genuinely would recommend you do that, because 99% of the questions that you're asking about in terms of why is it rational to expect the genetic code to have formed, as the result of specific interactions, are addressed by his hypothesis.
Well, I'm asking you because you did read it, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, me and Demeter have both tried to explain this hypothesis to you.
Well,
right?
You have just in a very rudimentary way tried to explain it to me, but I see here really that what he is claiming and his hypothesis makes no sense whatsoever.
To you.
Hey, Angelo, let's break the argument down to its most Angelo, let's break it down to its most basic form. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Very basic amino acids, such as arginine, alanine, and glycine, right, which are the first of which that Demeter proposes to be assigned in the genetic code, right? The reason arginine is first is because arginine, when it interacts with CG-rich nucleotide strings, causes stability within the half-life of that RNA strand. So it directly confers to the stability. That's why, according to his hypothesis, in the genetic code, GC-rich sequences always have their specification to arginine.
Can I ask a question, Immutable? Just so that I can see if I understand. Finish if you need to. My bad.
Yeah, let me go through the second point really quickly. The second point is that the rest of the GC-rich sequences, because not all of them are used for alanine and glycine, or for arginine, rather. But the second point is that alanine and glycine, as amino acids, are the two simplest and smallest amino acids that exist, right? So what that means is that in terms of the ability of the protein to fold and to have chaotic motion is very limited. So as a result, what that means is that because these residues are very short, you can have stabilization of a polypeptide and the RNA.
Okay. So would you like to know what that would mean to me?
What does it mean to you?
It would mean to me only that eventually would happen. You would have these small strands of polypeptides binded to RNAs. They would lie around on prebiotic Earth, and then they would simply lay around there, and that's it.
Except for the point that amino acids that form peptides can have more than one function. So some of these may be catalytic towards certain reactions or certain minerals that are occurring, right? So it's the point that's being neglected here is that the role of these peptides isn't simply limited to the integrity of the genetic code, right? These peptides, and I will agree with you if your point is that there needs to be more research done. But the very basic point is that polypeptides can have potential affinity towards preferring some chemical reaction, right? Which inherently means that the cell will have more energy and will complexify in terms of the chemical species that are present.
Well, the key thing that you just said is, further work or investigation has to be done.
Yeah,
and
why is that a wrong answer?
And basically what you're proposing is a hypothesis which has very basic and limited explanatory power.
Currently.
How you go from, wow, Leo, could I finish, please? To go from that, I would say if you have these interactions, you have many other parallel chaotic interactions of other molecules laying around, but a complexification to have a structure as complex as a ribosome, that is the same as to go from a few metal parts to a hadron collider.
No, it isn't.
Can I ask?
And the thing is, Angelo, I mean, I know that you have a lot of free time because I see the threads, going on in the email interaction. And me and you can discuss the papers in detail, along with Demeter if you'd like to. Because Demeter's paper goes through why he thinks the specification of particular amino acids occurs and how that contributes to the chemical diversity. Right?
Contributing to chemical diversity, immutable, that is something which I don't doubt about that. But the thing is that if you do not have guidance by information, you have just impure molecules laying around prebiotically, which will interact in all kind of ways, but the trajectory to go from what you are saying to have that interaction of information directing the making of extremely complex molecular machinery, that is a huge gap.
I don't see how, right? Because the simple argument you can create is that chemical reactions, or sets of chemical interactions and reactions that occur that lead to the fidelity of a specific RNA strain, right? So reactions that make it so that one RNA strand in particular, or one sequence of RNA, predominates over others, guarantees that thing, right? So it guarantees that this particular string of RNA predominates, be it due to stability, be it due to whatever other thing you'd like to postulate as a mechanism.
But I think that you are simply letting out or not considering that each of the proteins, they require a very specific sequence in order to fold and then to have a protein which has function. And
right,
the sequence space to have just one protein, and we have gone through this many times, and this is simply being neglected. But if you consider it seriously, it is a huge obstacle to any kind of abiogenesis proposal, because you have a huge sequence space and only a very narrow selection of sequences. They are functional, but even if that is the case, and you have a sequence which is actually providing a protein which has function, by itself a protein has no function. Proteins, they work in a joint venture. They work together. They have specific purposes. And if you just see the ribosome, hey, you have 2,900 RNAs which make the peptidyl transferase center. That is a huge sequence which would simply disintegrate in a short period of time.
Oh, Tangelo.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think that the modern cell, or even a real simple modern cell, is what we're talking about when we're talking about abiogenesis? You think all of these things have got to be like in a certain sequence? And I want to ask you a question. What do you know about that sequence space, about protein sequence space? What do you know about it? What do you know about the density of enzymatic function on that space?
Well, did you read the paper from Douglas X in 2004?
Did you read the one before that? The one he wrote where 25% of the proteins that he found when he mutated it every which way, 25% were functional? He's talking about one protein. He's talking about one protein. And he said there were 10 to the 74th that were was it 1 in 10 to the 74th?
Yes, correct.
But the space was 20 to 150th. Do you know how many functional proteins are left over? And do you have any idea what the shape of that space is? Do you know, going from one protein to the next through a mutation, do you know how big the area is around the starting point, how big the area is that is still functional? Do you understand? You don't know, because I know that nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows. It's one of the things that we're working on right now, is how dense that space is.
Here's one of the major paradigms that has to be considered and acknowledged by people that are talking about protein spaces and things like that. And it relates to abiogenesis in the following way, which is that when we talk about abiogenesis, and there is some abiogenesis research that's more focused on endosymbiosis and the transition from prokaryotic life to eukaryotic life. But fundamentally, the goal of abiogenesis is to explain prokaryotic life, right? Is to explain how the simplest cells that we find, those being prokaryotes and archaeans, could have formed, right? And prokaryotes are quite limited in terms of their functions and how they operate. Some of the protein folding isn't as refined as eukaryotic cells and certain other things like that. So this process of needing proteins to be folded exactly isn't entirely relevant.
Okay, this is sad. Leo has had his hand up for about 5 minutes.
Well, we're real quick, Cole, before Leo goes, because I know you're going to be ending really quick. But
no, we're not going to be ending. We're gonna. Otangelo's going to end.
Oh, okay.
Otangelo has to leave.
I just wanted to say that, Speed, when you were talking there before Mutable, you said Otangelo's magic words. Okay, because you said, "I know you don't know because nobody knows yet."
You're right. I know I did.
Yeah. So nobody knows. Therefore, it must be God.
It must be God.
So, yeah. So that you hit on it perfectly. Those are Otangelo's magic words. If I don't understand something, if nobody has explained something yet, it has to be this supernatural being that I believe in.
Yeah. Leo, you've been patient. Are you froze again?
Yes.
Fuck.
Well, number one, I don't know. Am I coming through?
No, you're kind of body.
A little bit of robot.
Your body.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, Leo's gone. He'll be back.
He'll be back soon. Can I answer to John?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
John, the God of the Gaps is thrown at my ears for years.
Oh my God!
Because that's what you do.
I didn't even think of
Stop committing it.
That's what you're doing.
So, okay, hopefully, you'd think with fiber optic we wouldn't have issues with internet, but, I don't know what the fuck the problem is. It's because it's a privately owned enterprise in the United States, and so they have no imperative or incentive to actually make it accessible and open for all people. That's a different discussion. So I just a few questions for Otangelo. Number one, do humans know literally everything?
Of course not.
Okay. Are there things that humans might not know about, might have no explanation for thereby?
Of course not. Yes, of course. We have no explanation.
Okay, so if there are things that we don't have an explanation for, does that automatically mean that it's something that we've never observed, measured, detected, or quantified in any way, shape, or form?
AKA God.
What is the question?
The question I'm asking is, if humans don't have an explanation for something, does that mean A, that we just don't have an explanation for it? Or does that mean that because we don't have an explanation, I can argue whatever explanation I want it to be?
I am doing this?
I didn't say you were. I asked you a question.
What's the point? Why the question?
The question is, if humans have something and we don't know how to explain it, does that mean, number one, that we just don't know how to explain it yet? Or does it mean, number two, that because we can't explain it, it's whatever particular explanation somebody might want to choose? Which one of those seems more reasonable?
It's completely irrelevant to everything that we are discussing right now.
That doesn't matter. Answer the question. If humans have something that they cannot explain, does that mean A, we just can't explain it yet? Or does it mean B, anybody can put whatever particular explanation they prefer into that sort of gap in our knowledge? Which one of those responses sounds more reasonable to you? That we just don't understand what it is yet, but we might in the future? Or that anybody can say that it's whatever they want it to be? Which of those is more reasonable to you?
Okay. I know that atheists, they resort very frequently.
Okay, are you answering the question?
I didn't mention anything about atheists, so I don't know how this is an answer to the question.
Well, okay, so I am not permitted to answer in the way I want to answer.
No, you have to answer
the way that you want to answer isn't actually an answer.
Okay, so I have no answer for you, Leo.
Okay,
so you're not going to answer the question?
I mean, actually, Otangelo, he asked you a closed question. It's a yes or no response, and then you may qualify after giving a yes or no answer.
Yeah, just give the answer and then qualify it.
Well, are we here in an interrogatory where I am questioned like a prisoner or something?
No, we're just asking you.
I don't even like that tone, Leo. How are you talking with me?
I'm not talking to you any differently than I would. It's not my fault that you see there he goes.
Well, I was just gonna. I was just
can't answer the question, so he gets butt hurt and leaves because he knew exactly what the question implied.
I'd really like if Otangelo comes in, but Otangelo, I do have to say, for the amount of time that like you wanted to continuously try and force me to explain Demeter's hypothesis, right? When I know for a fact that Demeter's given you access to those papers, which is extremely generous, right? Researchers are by under no means like obliged to do that kind of thing because they get paid if people purchase it from the actual journal itself, right? But this isn't a question where you should have to like align that statement with this phrasing of, well, atheist. No, this is a general question that can be applied to all people. This is a question that, you know, atheists deal with other atheists in terms of epistemology, right? The basic question is, what grounds? Essentially, it's getting to the point of what grounds God as being a proper like explanation for anything.
Right. Well, and you know, Kathy in the chat a little bit ago was saying, like, do atheists believe that evolution disproves God? No atheist is saying that. What it is the lack of imagination on Christians or religious people's part, because they say their God is all powerful, but they can't. People like Otangelo can't imagine that their God would have utilized evolution, you know, to create life.
Okay, fucking Kafai comes up with that. Why do atheists think that evolution disproves God?
Right.
It has people that talk about biology and evolution never talk about fucking creationists or God or any of that bullshit. It has nothing to do with it. We don't think that. The reason we're always talking about it is because of you fuckers. I mean, you're the ones that are always fucking bringing it up and trying to tear down evolution. It doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with your God belief.
The thing is, right, too. Like what really gets me a little ticked off is the fact that like Otangelo is now, you know, going to claim like this persecution complex thing.
Oh, he won't. He'll get over it.
He bitched about my tone.
The thing is, Otangelo, like you've pressed me on certain questions, and I've never once like acted the way you just did. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You ask me a question, I'll answer it to the best of my ability.
He bitched about Leo's tone. Hey, Otangelo, this is Leo. Meet Leo. Sometimes,
yeah, right. We all have to put up with this fucker.
The problem is that he knew my question forced him to either admit A, that as it concerns abiogenesis, look, we just don't have an answer yet. That's it. That's the furthest we can go. Or B, that he is choosing whatever particular explanation he thinks it will be, despite there being no data to back it up, and just inserting that into the place where we don't have an explanation.
Well, right.
And he didn't like being forced into that corner.
Well, now that you've said that and you clarified something in my mind, let me correct myself. It wasn't a close-ended question because it wasn't a yes or no answer, but it was a binary question.
I would still argue it was
A or B.
Yeah, I would still argue it was closed and that there's only two possible options for this question. Right. No, it isn't a loaded question or anything like that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, but he could either say, look, and in that scenario, I would say that we just because it's like, if you're going to admit that humans don't know everything, then there's obviously things that humans don't have explanations for.
Kathy, what do you mean? R.J. Downard argues for evolution passionately because he's scientifically minded.
Yeah.
He argues from science. He doesn't argue from the standpoint of an atheist. It's like what Speed just said. People who are scientific and agree with evolution, they dive into the realm of atheism versus creationism or Christianity, because the Christians, the creationists, bring it up and force the issue. If there wasn't creationists out there trying to refute evolution, no evolutionary scientist or even someone who's their avocation like Speed or whoever would ever even bring that into the subject.
Exactly. People argue fervently for evolution, not because they don't like God, but because they don't like people who deny what is so obviously and thoroughly established. People don't like science deniers.
It's about methodology.
If I can just point out, the only thing that evolution can somehow be problematic with is the literal interpretation of Genesis. Genesis was never supposed to be interpreted literally. It's not literal. It never was.
Wait, but Ken Hovind told me it was.
They insist on a literal interpretation. And if you want to ask how evolution goes to disprove God, flat earthers think that around Earth is supposed to disprove God because they're morons as well. It's bullshit. It doesn't disprove God in any way.
Or that
it's a non sequitur.
The thing is, I don't even take issue with the fact that people are attacking evolution, right? Because the point is, right, there's been times in science, where a predominant view, such as geocentrism, was held by a lot of fucking people for a very long time. And eventually it was overturned, right? I mean, the thing is, people are going to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe. And, so be it. I'm fine with that, right?
Well, and the other thing, too, to add to that, Immutable, is that the reason geocentrism was a belief for so long among mankind is because we weren't scientifically advanced enough to do anything but go but what our own senses were picking up. And, being on the Earth, it appears as if everything is revolving around the Earth. I mean, we had to become more scientifically advanced.
It was reasonable for the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, you want to push an alternative idea like creationism, go the fuck ahead, right? I don't care. Right? What I do care about is when people who are passionate about this kind of system, right, make proclamations about, if you don't believe in young Earth creationism, or if you don't, hold to this tenet, you're not a Christian, right? Something that actually can cause emotional damage and, really be painful, and harmful to other people in a demonstrable way.
And real quick, you're hitting on something that was just said in the chat. Kathy, science deniers, creationists, the minority though. Well, here's the thing. I might be a little off on the number, but there was a recent poll to where I think it's 41 or 45% of Christians in this country believe in young Earth creationism. So
also, Immutable, what you said about damaging people, creationists are fighting against scientific literacy.
They're fighting against neuroscience
to not be taught, like Hovind and these crazy ass bullshit. So they're fighting education. They're harming people.
Yeah, it's the thing is, right? The fact that it harms people, like in a very demonstrable way, like you hear stories of, these horror stories about like how Christians have been persecuted, had to move out, like face tremendous like economic, disparity and struggle for the fact like that they don't agree with a particular interpretation of Christianity, such as young Earth creationism. Like that's
actually,
yeah, right. Like when I was working in Wachovia down in North Carolina, basically there were 10,000 people working in that building. I said the word atheism to somebody in a cubicle, and she said, "Quiet, quiet, you'll get fired."
Hey, just a walking figure says 40% of Americans, not just Christians, are creationists, and actually they say that that's a minority. Actually, that's not a minority. 40% is a plurality. So a plurality of American citizens believe creationism. That's crazy.
I did want to specify really quickly, the poll doesn't ask about creationism by name. 40% of respondents said they believed that God created life to some degree in the way that we see it today, which can be considered creationism, essentially.
Or I think it also includes like the idea of maybe God like giving little nudges along the way.
Yeah.
Of evolution.
Yeah, there's overlap between that and I imagine a view called evolutionary creationism.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, the fundamental point is like, look, the fact that there's controversy, and tension within scientific fields like abiogenesis in regards to, various models of it and how plausible certain systems are is fantastic, right? The tension that's generated by that encourages research to be done, and it tells us something about the natural world, and it tells us about the limits that nature has. It's one of these things where it's something that actually, essentially spells out job security for a scientist, right? But the point of the matter is, more specifically, that as an atheist, I really don't care. I could care less if a person is young Earth creationist or not, right? That has no bearing to me if I were a Christian regarding my belief in God. But the point of the matter is, right? It's a matter of I want to know as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. And that means understanding the science and understanding, right, the reasons that people come to certain conclusions about fields that I'm not the most educated on. I know a lot about chemistry, but I'm not really that educated on, geology or geochemistry or stuff like that.
Hey, youngins in the room, I've seen this twice now today in streams. Can somebody tell me what a dab is?
The dance move or the weed?
Yeah, in regards to weed, what does it mean?
No
dab?
spliff, just dab.
Dabs is when it's so. What you can do is you can extract the cannabinoids out of the actual flower, and
right,
then and so what you do is you got to bake them in the oven because it releases some of the carbon. It's called decarboxylizing it, and then it's a really thick. It would be like a really hard honey almost, and you can take those and hit it generally in like a ball.
Is that good? Oh, he hit it.
I think the DEA cut Leo off.
That particular.
You're still smoking it, but it's like basically like what's that shit we used to smoke, the hash oil.
Yeah, it's like a little bit. Yes,
I used to take like people would come over and clean their kilos at my house back in the 70s, and I would take all their stems and I had a laboratory downstairs, so I boiled them down with about 3 different solvents. So I got it down, so I had a pan of this real sticky substance, and I call it, I don't know what the fuck we call them, hash balls or something, and I rolled them up in flour, and I took one of those and nothing happened. About 45 minutes later, so I took a couple more. For the rest of the night, I was like laying on the couch, hanging onto the cushion, begging God to fucking stop it. I mean, for a while there, I actually believed in God. It's like, fucking help me. It was pretty potent shit. But I boiled down about 5 kilos of fucking pot stem stuff.
A lot of people make that same mistake, like the first time they do edibles.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, they come on a little slower than you're used to. Yeah, yeah, I fucked up.
It's like that scene in The Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, the '60s, man.
How did we go from a tangent to talking about weed?
I have no. Well,
that was me. I'm sorry. I
agnostic pagan mom did do it. Kafai is here, for Christ's sake. Of course, we're going to talk about drugs.
Yeah.
Actually, it makes absolute sense. We want what Otangelo is on. That's what we want.
Yeah,
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Well, Otangelo was 5 minutes overdue anyway for us booting him.
Okay. So. I'm going to regret saying this, but I actually kind of enjoyed that conversation.
But
oh my god,
yeah.
Actually, Otangelo doesn't use weed and such. He only uses designer.
I removed immutable
drugs.
Oh
yeah.
I booted
him.
When you? Oh, never mind.
God damn it!
Who keeps popping in and out?
Even me and immutable are having a fight.
Yeah. Lover's quarrel.
We're having a little quarrel.
Huh.
It's over. We're fine. We're good. Hey, bro.
We're good. Hey, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Did you go and have any of Speed's soup?
Oh my god.
No, I haven't.
And then I put cream in it.
That was what he's cooking nowadays?
Huh? Somebody left.
We're dropping like flies.
I know. What the fuck?
It was Manny.
Oh, Manny was in and out.
Manny, our very Jewish friend.
Yeah.
Is that Manny back with the generic avatar now?
Yeah.
It's not generic. Why is it generic? It's not generic.
It's generic on my screen. It's not your normal avatar.
Literally just a. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
It doesn't have the usual horoscope thing or whatever the fuck that thing is.
What, my beautiful? But I can see my beautiful rose. You can't?
No,
I can't.
No, we can't.
Oh, but
it blocked.
You got to get.
It might be on the YouTube stream though, and just not showing up here in StreamYard.
No, it's not showing up on YouTube either, unfortunately.
No, on YouTube, StreamYard you will. YouTube shut down my account, so I need to find the pic.
Wait, why did your account get shut down?
Why did your account get shut down?
What did you do?
Because he's Manny.
The icon. It's not. It's my.
From his Jewish jokes. His Jew jokes?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hate speech.
Yeah, it's hate speech.
What was that thing you said the other day about the smoke?
About the Santa? Was it?
I don't know, something about the smoke or something. Smoke was different because it was like the difference between something and something, and the answer was
the difference between Santa and a Jew.
Santa Claus and Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is something about Santa goes down the chimney, but Jews go up the chimney.
The difference is Santa goes down.
It's really bad. You guys
That's a good
one. That's horrible.
There's also one. I don't know if you know. Does anyone know what? You probably won't get this one.
Oh, many.
You cut out.
Like what's between pizza?
No, we missed that whole thing.
That one.
Do you know the difference between a Jew and pizza?
You only have to put a pizza in the oven for 5 minutes.
No, the pizza doesn't pray before going in.
The oven.
The pizza doesn't what? Doesn't
pray before going in the oven.
Jesus fuck.
I still didn't catch that. It doesn't what?
Okay.
It doesn't pray before going in the oven.
The pizza doesn't pray.
You when like 10 people talk at the same time.
I know.
Yeah, like I can't. Still didn't get it. The pizza doesn't what?
Immutable.
Pray. It doesn't pray before going in the oven.
Oh, all right.
Goddamn. Too many of us. So, Snake, I'm going to watch the rest of this video probably tonight and tomorrow, but am I going to regret it?
I don't know. It goes on for a while, and then like 10 creationists hop in.
Yeah, like Joel hopped in. I saw.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah.
I kind of want to listen to Sal Cordova.
Wait. You don't. Oh. You don't get laid out too much. I thought Agnostic Pagan Mom was saying, I don't get laid.
Well, there were some interesting parts. Danny was there. There were some interesting exchanges.
Danny?
Yeah, Danny enters Maddox's room and the IQ just goes up by like 95 points.
Yeah.
Oh, that's flattering.
Yeah. Yeah, your stuff's always good.
Actually, it's not that difficult to raise the IQ in that room. No offense, Danny.
Except you're a goddamn duelist.
Unfortunately, Danny, when your standard for dropping the intelligence is a Tangelo, you're at a pretty good advantage.
That's like earlier today when me and Knock were streaming. We were talking about some Islamic issues in the beginning, and he said that he had recently seen a study where they said Saudi Arabia was the most progressive Islamic state. And I pointed out, well, the most progressive Islamic state is probably not saying very much.
No.
That's about as oxymoronic as you get.
Don't they have like priests running around there and they accost women when they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing? They walk up to them and it's just fucked up.
The police of vice and virtue, I think.
Yeah, God. That is retarded.
But we go to war as allies with them, and they buy our weapons.
Yep.
So they're okay.
Yeah, we'll get in bed with anybody.
If they got that black goo.
The black goo. We got to get rid of that black goo.
Hey, we just made peace with the Emirates, so please don't fuck this up for us. Don't say bad shit about Muslims now. Israel likes Muslims nowadays.
Oh, you like them? Yep.
So,
fine bunch of people.
Philosophy stuff or what?
We never do any Muslim bashing around here.
Oh, is Danny a Muslim?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to have an airplane flown into your house, Speed?
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Sorry, did someone ask a question? I didn't.
No, I was wondering if Danny was Muslim or not. But
no, I guess I'm an agnostic atheist or atheist, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I would say atheist because there's no such thing as an agnostic atheist, just like there's no such thing as an agnostic theist.
Yeah, there is.
I just call him a goddamn duelist.
Yeah, people use the terms differently, so.
Agnosticism and atheism address two different points. One is about the reliability of belief, and one is about psychological projection.
Oh, that's not how philosophers use the terms.
No, please, no definitions. No.
Agnosticism typically is used in the epistemological sense of do you know if God exists or not, and that's the justification and things like
One
that.
is about whether or not you make a proposition or whether you make a judgment on the proposition, and the other one is about making a judgment on the same proposition.
It's just basically for me, the way that my circle of people use it is agnosticism withhold belief in terms of with respect to a particular proposition like God existing, God does exist. And then an atheist usually makes a claim about the proposition that God does not exist. Is that what you meant, Leo? I think that's what you said.
Yeah, so agnosticism states I'm not making a judgment on the proposition, like in this case, the proposition of whether God exists or not. But atheists do make a judgment on that proposition, i.e., God does not exist.
But then there's like the lactheist people.
But the lactheist definition is not recognized by like anybody that's a professional philosopher because it's way too trivial. It doesn't allow us to make a distinction between agnosticism. It's a conflation of non-theism with atheism.
Well,
so under the lactheist definition, an atheist would be an atheist.
Just like Leo
would be an atheist.
Hold on.
I didn't finish yet.
Well, but you take too long to finish.
The way it goes.
Look, here's the thing. Leo's right. Agnosticism is a suspension of judgment. Okay, however, There are some definitions of atheism out there that includes agnosticism in it. Okay, that's
wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
No, you're not wrong. They are wrong.
No, because I ascribe to that definition too. Because,
I don't see how you can be wrong about what you mean by it.
Right. You know, I mean, the thing is, like, Leo, what are you doing? Your Steve McRae fucking impersonation now? Like,
I mean, I agree with Leo, though. I agree with Leo. It seems more practical to use the terms that Leo put up forth, but then some people insist on using the terms differently.
Well, right, but here's the thing. But Leo even qualified it. He said it was the philosophical definition.
But he's right.
There's colloquial usage. There's usages of the word that have have ideas behind them that want to be, like the ACA includes agnostics into atheism because of they want there to be
political reasons,
non-belief.
They want the atheist camp to look larger than what it is, so they just redefine the word to include people that would typically not be considered atheist. That's literally the whole reason the lack-theist definition exists, so that people can redefine atheist to include people it wouldn't otherwise include.
Do agnostics believe in God, Leo?
But atheism is not defined as not believing in God. It's defined as believing that God does not exist, generally speaking.
Which also means that you don't believe. I mean,
yeah. Well, so that would be not BP to not be not P. But just not BP on its own is not atheist.
It's so funny. Like a lot of conversations, people charge me with this is just a semantic dispute. Now, this is actually a semantic dispute. Like I just don't. There's in the end, there's not really disagreement. You might talk about empirical, like this group uses the term this way, and you can make claims about that, but in terms of how we ought to use a particular sound or for a particular concept or set of propositions, there's not really a fact of the matter about that.
Well, I would agree.
My take is that they're both useless in specific instances. Saying I'm a non-X, right, in any sense, is really a non-descriptor, right? It doesn't actually tell you about what a person believes. Like me saying I'm a non-theist or an atheist, right? Neither of those terms actually describes any of my beliefs.
Exactly.
A particular thing, right?
Exactly.
I could be a non-theist, but I could be an animist, right? I could believe in animalistic types of deities, just not human ones.
Yeah, exactly. You could be a non-theist, but be some sort of deist or pantheist, which is literally not an atheist. But under the lack-theist definition, pantheists are atheists. But they're not.
Do you think you could be a deist and be an atheist?
Yes. Theism describes a very particular type of God. Theism describes a type of God normally under the Abrahamic tradition.
What did you say deist was? What did you say deists were?
Deists tend to describe gods that interact at the moment of creation with the natural world, but no other point.
I mean that I'm not saying you're wrong, but typically I also hear that deists think that there's just a kind of mechanism that's just not really in the bounds of of a natural setting or bound by natural laws that kind of could explain the universe or something like that. Is that what you've heard as well, or no?
I'm not sure, because
like the idea of an apersonal God, I guess, right?
That's deism. Deism is generally taken as belief in an impersonal God, whereas theism, regardless if whether the person is religious or not, is belief in a personal God.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like then atheism becomes compatible with like deism or something. If it's
that's the problem that I have with atheism, is then it becomes a word. What's definition is trivialized to the point of applying where it wasn't intended to apply.
But in the same sense, I also have issues with the conventional definition of atheism, because it's describing a position that formally is a negation, right? That's saying, I believe that gods do not exist, right? Well, logically, trying to prove or trying to demonstrate that something does not exist, right? Like, be it as something as stupid as a dragon or something like that, is virtually impossible.
Well, that doesn't make any sense to me.
It's unmutable.
The thing is,
Sure. What if you think about it as I do not accept any God proposition that I have heard so far as atheism.
That's not atheism, that's agnosticism. You're simply stating that you haven't yet been convinced, but you're not saying that it's necessarily wrong. An atheist
I'm
would state
saying that every single definition I've heard, not me, just every single definition I've heard, I don't accept.
So,
here's the way I look at it.
But do you mean by don't accept? Do you mean reject or
just
that's a really
hold on, guys. John's trying. Go ahead, John.
Any position of non-belief entails a secondary belief position. Okay, if I say I don't believe gods don't exist, I am saying I believe God. Or, if I say I don't believe in the existence of gods, I'm also saying I believe gods don't exist. I mean,
not necessarily.
No. So let's change the term for a second, right? Let's say I don't like the flavor of chocolate ice cream, right? That doesn't tell another person who I've made that claim to about the types of ice cream that I do like, right? It tells me.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, the thing is, when I say, like, for instance, that I reject theism, it doesn't tell you about anything else that I believe, right? It tells.
Right, but that's not what I said. I said that the two statements I made were, I believe no gods exist. I don't believe gods exist. Those are saying the same thing. One is a positive statement. One is a negative statement.
I think that's confused. I mean, like, if I say that, I don't have a belief that God exists is compatible with saying I don't know whether God exists or not.
The way I would word it is stating I don't believe that A or X exists is not accepted. Whereas I believe that X does not exist is an acceptance of the negation of that proposition. So where in one, you're not necessarily accepting the negation of the proposition P, you're just not accepting P. The second one, you are accepting the negation of P. And I think that is generally the difference between unbelief and disbelief, because they are defined as being different in philosophy and logic.
But what if your belief is that theist arguments are all fallacious?
Then I would argue that person does not accept that the claims that theists make have any level of truth, but they're not necessarily saying that they're false, just that the ways in which we have come to, that people have argued them don't work. But it could still be true. You just haven't shown that in a reliable manner.
Right. The point is that if you think that every argument that for the existence of God is fallacious, it would be a fallacy itself to say that because all these arguments are fallacious, therefore God does not exist. It's literally called the fallacy.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you're still against the theist arguments and what they're.
But you're not necessarily against the conclusion.
I suppose, but if nothing supports the conclusion, then who cares?
Then you might be an agnostic or an atheist. I mean, it depends.
Yeah. This is why I define a difference between agnosticism and atheism. Just me personally.
No, I agree with you, Leo. I just don't. The last thing I want to do, I've done it before, is debate lack-theist. It's just not worth it. It's like debating flat earthers. I don't actually. Sophisticated flat earthers actually could probably beat me in a debate, because I don't know enough of the all of the science behind it, but I just don't. It's just not worth it to me to like read all the, become so familiar with the subject, and it's just not worth it for me. I just work with their definitions and I proceed with the conversation, or I just use what you said. Like, okay, instead of using the terms like atheist or agnostic or whatever, I'm just going to say, I believe in P. Do you believe in P? Okay. Do you reject P? And then that's where I go from there,
So really quickly, I wanted to say, just because this will help summarize it, there's a difference between negation of belief in a proposition and belief in the negation of a proposition. Those are not the same thing from a logical standpoint.
Yeah, that's true.
What about atheists and atheists?
Well, that's a different thing. But essentially, what one's describing is essentially what one is describing is like when one is saying, I believe not X, the type of claim that's being made requires the person to give some level of justification as toward
no, for to say that they
hold on.
no, it is not.
I would
belief,
say
it's knowledge.
burden of justification, but not burden of proof.
Yeah,
burden of
I
proof.
really wanted to hear the end of Immutable sentence, but that's okay.
Wait. I want to ask, what are we not seeing on Leo's end? What is Leo hiding right now?
I don't know.
Me going to the bathroom.
Speaking of negation of P,
what do you have, a little can or something by your microphone?
I mean, if you really want to hear me pee, okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, negation of P.
What I was saying is that
good one.
what I was saying is that if you say like I believe something does not exist, right? Then you should be providing evidence in terms of showing that,
that's false.
Why?
Well, if
okay, guys, I'm gonna say good night, love and everything. Bye bye.
Good night, Manny.
Well, it just doesn't. There's no contradiction in saying that I don't need to provide justification for my belief.
You do have to.
Yes, I do. Because what you're describing when you say
there is a contradiction, or there isn't a contradiction.
Does Leo realize he's muted?
When you say X does, when you say as a formal statement of logic, right? X does not exist.
I can't.
You're making a positive.
I don't know what you mean by that,
right?
Look, when people make claims, or make claims about what they believe, they're not giving some kind of formal.
Right. It's not a formal burden of proof, though. It's a justification of your belief. In other words, that's where I agree with Leo that the Lackfius position is untenable, because just to simply claim, well, I don't believe, without any logical justification, not that you have to prove that your belief is true, but you have to have a justification.
That's just false.
It's not false.
Look, there's no contradiction in saying that I ought. There's no contradiction in saying that I ought not provide justification for my belief. There's no contradiction.
Right, but in the same sense, it's also true to say that beliefs that are held without justification have essentially no value to them.
What does that even mean? What do you mean by value there?
It's trivial, right?
What do you mean by trivial here?
Because if you say, I believe fairies exist, and then you don't explain why you believe that outrageous thing, then you can just be disregarded out of hand.
What is that? What if someone disregards you for your belief? What does that have to say about the value of holding it?
Not that you're disregarded personally, but your belief is disregarded.
Look, people could disregard your knowledge, right? What does it matter to your knowledge? In the same way, what does it matter to your belief?
I don't think they're saying that it matters to belief so much as they're saying that you haven't provided a reason for me to also accept the same belief.
If their goal is to show you why that you ought be committed to the same proposition, and they understand that you need a reason, then sure. But I'm saying that it's just a false claim to say there's some contradiction between I hold to some proposition and I ought not provide a justification for it. There's no logical tension in those two propositions.
Yes, there is.
I would agree in principle, but I'd also be interested to hear No Direction's opinion, because he is fairly well versed in philosophy and logic.
Not so much on epistemology, but I just joined into this. I heard someone say that, well, they have beliefs that they don't need to justify. And I was like, oh, are you talking about foundational beliefs or what now?
No,
not even, right?
I don't see why you would hold a belief without some basic level of justification.
Well, look, the thing is that you're making the claim that there's a contradiction, right? So to ask
no, I didn't. When did I say there's a contradiction between?
You said you must. That's a claim of necessity, meaning that the
negation.
I
said you should, not you must.
Okay, then what's the argument for that?
The argument is that
I already made it.
Can make any claim that they'd like to, right? And that particular argument may be true or false by virtue of its premises.
Wait, repeat what you're saying. I'm not getting it.
You can design any argument to be true or false by virtue of its proposition, but providing evidence beyond that.
Here, let me paraphrase.
Not a response.
Let me wait a minute. Let me paraphrase somebody on kind of a little different subject. any belief that can be proposed without justification can be disregarded without justification.
Well, that's not an epistemic issue, right? People can disregard your knowledge, like I've already said.
No, people can disregard the belief as well.
People can disregard the belief in the
You're not understanding. The point is that disregards. If someone disregards your belief, what does that matter to you holding to that belief?
I don't think the argument is whether or not the person that's holding to the belief should or should not so much. So if somebody comes to me and says, I believe X is true, and I say, what is the justification for holding to the belief that X is true? And they say, well, I don't have to provide it. I can say, well, that's fine. You could very well be true. X could very well be true. It might be false. You can believe X regardless of the following, but I don't have a reason to.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with what you said. I have a problem with saying that all beliefs ought to be justified.
Ought to be justified.
What do you
mean by that?
Justified.
The same,
I'd have to think about that one.
The same thing that what Destiny meant when he said they should be justified. Ought and should are synonyms here. I don't know what he means.
So if you have a belief, there's basically something in your mind that backs up that belief.
No, that's not true. Look, there's self-knowledge, which is not backed by reason. There's also perceptual knowledge, which is not backed by reason,
But
right?
that's
Those
not
are
a reason, but it's
hold
backed
on.
by something.
No. Hold on.
Certain things you can back up by means of rationale. Like if you ask me, for instance, about how do I know my car still exists, I can appeal to the uniformity of time and nature, right?
No, look. Well, that's a good. I think for you bringing that up is a problem for your view, right? But I gave you the first example.
In what way?
Well, there's is there a justification for the uniformity of nature?
Yeah.
What is it that substantiates that claim?
That if A is true at one point in time, then it'll be true in a different point in time. As long as
wait a minute. Now,
that's just what the uniformity of nature is. I'm asking for the justification.
Okay.
I'm not asking what.
Unless there's a difference, like within the semiotics of the word to have changed, right? And the values that those words and phrases occupy, right? There's no inconsistency in terms of what those terms are meaning, nor the conclusions that are drawn logically.
What are you talking about right now?
The formal structure used to generate propositions and conclusions holds true, right, from one moment in time to another.
You're talking about the uniformity of nature, not like why modus ponens holds, right?
Okay, if I believe in the uniformity of nature, right, there's a reason that I believe in it. Now, I may not know what that reason is. I don't have to
reasons
tell you.
Internal or external?
Reasons?
They can be both.
Internal.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what an external reason is.
They would be internal.
Right. If they're internal, that means you have access to them, right?
I may have access to them.
Well, then they're external if you don't.
Okay, I may have a belief, and I try to access the reasons for my belief, and I cannot find it. That can happen.
We have to be careful because we might not be talking past each other. Reasons. I'm not using reason as explanation here, though, and I'm using these two terms differently, right? Reasons for me are normative states, right? Whereas colloquially, we might say, "What's the reason why your car won't start?" That's used differently colloquially. So I don't mean to say explanation, but the point is that if I hit you with a bat, and then you form the belief that it's raining outside, right? That me hitting you with a bat might explain your belief, right? But that's not an internal that's not a justification, right, for your belief that it's raining outside. Right?
Well, no, if I have a belief and you challenge me on that belief, at that point I start to try to justify it. And when I justify it, I look around in my brain for those things that back that belief up. I may find them, I may not, and you may convince me that my belief is bullshit.
But the point
what's the problem?
You're missing. I think my point is actually a little far more agreeable than y'all would think. Right? Here's the point. Right? Let's say you believe in fairies. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. You believe in anything, right? And then someone asks you, right? What's the reason? Give me an argument, right, for why you believe in fairies. And you do some introspection. You realize you don't know the explanation. You don't have a justification for that belief, right? But then you admit that, like, look, I don't have a justification, but nonetheless, I'm going to hold to this belief because it's practical, or I just don't see a reason. Nothing is motivating me otherwise, right? I don't think. If you held to that belief, you're not being irrational. Now, you're not being rational either. I think there's a third category that many people miss called irrational beliefs, meaning
I would agree with that.
And irrational beliefs beliefs are just beliefs you hold without justification, but there's not like a contradiction in holding the belief. There's not like some kind of tension with another commitment of yours, right? And people have these beliefs all the time, right? And I don't really think it's a problem until they say
like Leo's irrational belief that he's going to marry what's her name someday.
Amelia Clark. Yeah, that is an irrational belief. Thanks, John. That's great. Perfect.
I don't really disagree with you so far, but I guess my further point would be like the point that's sometimes made is that do you not agree that the default state of belief should be like if we were given a proposition about something, like if I have a jar full of a random number of marbles and you ask me, it is the number of marbles even or odd, right? That the claim should be that the type of judgment we should have about it should be about negation, right? It should be about I don't know, right?
Well, that just depends on your commitments. You're talking to a coherentist, right? So I don't know if you're some kind of foundation.
Well, what's really tough about that, Danny, is I think most of our beliefs are that way, and we're kind of designed that way. Like, for instance, I keep guns in my house. I have the belief that somebody might break in. That's almost an irrational belief. Because I mean, if you look at the probability of it, or we hear a rustle in the bush and we jump and we turn around, we think maybe it's danger. So we have a belief that there's danger in the bushes, so we choose to walk very quickly to our car, right? Mm-hmm. So I mean, a lot of our beliefs are like that. I think that's what you're saying.
There's background knowledge too that we have to be careful. Like sometimes it seems like we don't have a reason, but then what's actually happening is that
if we thought about it, right?
Look,
if you're asking about
real quick, no direction in the private chat. He's kind of hitting on where I think that we're kind of talking past each other, okay? Because when we're talking about a justification for a belief, it's more like what Speed was saying a few moments ago. If you say you believe something and then someone asks you to justify it, your justification could be as simple as because it genuinely can't be wrong, what I believe. And that seems like some kind of bare bones nonsense. But that's all it is when it comes to a belief. It's not like asking for empirical proof that your belief is true. It's asking, how did you arrive at this belief, basically? Why?
Right, but I'm saying that you don't need to know the answer. Just because you don't know the answer to that doesn't mean that you should withhold belief.
I can agree with that principle.
I'm not saying that you should withhold belief. I'm just saying that it's
well,
like
it's not knowledge. It can't be knowledge. You can't claim. Listen.
Wait. What I'm saying. Hold on. What I'm saying is that we're talking about like when a discourse takes place, okay, and you're talking about your beliefs, and you're asked to rationalize that belief. I mean, it's not probative. It's not furthering the conversation to say I have no justification for my belief. I mean that's the topic ends there. Like.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that, look, if you believe that X and you recognize you have no justification, right, with exception to self-knowledge and maybe certain kinds of perceptual knowledge, you can't claim that you know it, right? It's not like propositional knowledge is what they would say, because there are variant forms of knowledge and variant forms of justification, right? But like, I believe that I'm in this conversation, right? That doesn't have a justification, right? Like, but that's just what it means to be a self, right? Well,
I mean, it may not be a proper justification.
I don't know what you mean by justification at that point. The point is that it's not inferred.
Can I ask it? I wanted to ask Danny a quick question, if I may, and this is a genuine question. What is your opinion of the principle of sufficient reason?
Oh, I wouldn't. I think that if you hold to it, it collapses, and I think there's modal collapse as a result. Okay. So, do you know what necessitarianism is?
I've heard of it. I don't know if I would be capable.
Necessitarianism means that all truths could have not been false, right? So the idea is that every truth is necessary, right? So if you hold to the PSR, I think ultimately you'll get to a situation like that, and you don't want that because then there's no sense in which things could have been different. Right? The whole all like possibility, and all that goes out the window. I think if you hold to the PSR.
Wait a minute, and the other thing is here too. Okay, going back to this private chat. That's what I don't understand about what you're saying, Danny, because you're saying you're a coherentist. So how can anything you believe or any knowledge that you believe you possess, how can it not be justified? I mean, how can coherentists believe anything that is not justified if all your beliefs and knowledge are in an interdependent network?
The coherentism gets a bad rep. We're of a minority, okay, big minority. Most people, I think, like to lean towards foundationalism and others, right?
I think I'm a coherentist.
Yeah, but the point.
More on the
but I'll just simplify it in a way where I think it's pretty agreeable, right? All I take coherentism to be is something like this, right? We are agents. We have commitments to what's true. Okay, if the reason why I don't believe, let's say, in square triangles or squares having three sides or whatever, is because I have other beliefs that commit me to believing that squares have a certain amount of sides and triangles have a certain amount of sides, right? It's in virtue of the belief that that triangles have three sides that obligates me to believe that triangles don't have four sides, right? So it's only where this kind of way can you actually be motivated in believing or rejecting the proposition that, let's say, that there are triangles with six sides or whatever, right? It has to be about your background knowledge, your background beliefs, that's to say, right?
Right, but what you're missing about it, though, is that if you're a coherentist, then your set of beliefs, the set of your knowledge is an interdependent network where all things rest on other beliefs and knowledge.
Yeah, look, so
hold on. So how, as a coherentist, can you have a belief that doesn't have a justification if that's true?
Oh, well, then it just doesn't really. Well, look, remember, coherentism with respect to justification, then there's the network, right? But if you just have a belief and recognize that it doesn't cohere, nor does it, so there's no contradiction that it forms with your background beliefs, right? But nonetheless, your background beliefs don't support that belief. That's what an unjustified belief is under coherentism, right?
I mean, there is technically a marriage between the two major opinions on justification, which is called found coherentism, which is what I hold to.
Oh, you're a coherentist as well, but I mean,
found coherentism.
Found coherentism.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. I mean, I think I lean towards the Kantian, so foundationalists want to say stuff like, there are a certain set of beliefs that how could they cohere with another background belief, like the belief that there's the external world or whatever, you can talk the belief that the self exists, right? But I think that this actually just kind of follows from the fact that we are selves, right? And I think this is kind of Kant's view, right? That there are certain norms, there's certain truths about that there are certain propositions that are true just in virtue of being an agent, right? And so, and it doesn't really make sense to say that they're justified, right? And this is a good example. A good example is self-knowledge, right? It's in virtue of being an agent that you have beliefs about your beliefs, right? It doesn't make sense to say that we need to find justification as agents for our beliefs about our beliefs. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, look,
right? I agree with you. There are some.
Can I just say something on what Immutable said a moment ago? Okay,
sure.
Found tyrannism, okay? And in my mind, even though I would identify more with coherentism, there's the found or if I'm probably saying it wrong, found coherentism or whatever, however the fuck you say it, is more explanatory of it, because even as a coherentist, you have to have a couple of different axioms. Now, the way I look at it myself is I'm a coherentist, but the two axioms I hold to is that I have to presuppose that my faculties are accurate, that my senses are accurate, and I have to presuppose that the universe acts in a predictable and uniform manner. And then from there, everything can stem off of that and intertwine with the beliefs and justify one another. So I don't see, even as a coherentist, you're going to bottom out somewhere.
Yeah, but if that didn't work, if that didn't work, okay, if you started out with that presupposition, and then you went ahead and constructed some beliefs around that, and if that did not work, then you would just go ahead and change that starting point, and then you would try again. And that is kind of like coherentism, except it's a little bit foundational in that you start out with something.
Yeah.
Well, the point is that I don't. If you, the point is that something like we exist, right? Like, well, okay, Descartes thought it was something like it to be inferred from, right? That I think, therefore, or I'm thinking, therefore I exist, or something like that, right? He thought it was inferential, right? But someone like Kant didn't really think that it was inferential, but so there are different kinds of foundationalists, and there's a lot of like, this notion of a foundo-coherentist. I mean, like, maybe it's a whole confused dialectic, and to say that I'm a coherentist, all I meant in this discussion was something like what it means to be justified with a particular proposition, right? It's just to say that that I'm committed to it based on another proposition that I hold, right? It just wouldn't be, right? That's all I meant, right? Now, with respect to these basic beliefs, as the foundationalists would call it, right? I could just work with those people and say, okay, yeah, they're foundational, but I just don't know what foundational would mean, like in the sense that Descartes or these others.
I can give you my own answer. I'm not sure if it would actually address the core of it, because I'm not entirely like into the literature philosophy, although I probably should be. Like, what I mean by foundational is that any other beliefs that you espouse, right, are constituted and are the product and composition of other basic beliefs, right? So there are no.
What is a basic belief?
Basic beliefs are beliefs that there's something that we must accept to be true in order to continue in terms of actually engaging with philosophy.
That's very nebulous, but I'll leave it at that. I need to go.
Do you know what Munchausen's trilemma is? Munchausen's trilemma?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
I guess I would say that what basic beliefs are the criteria for which other beliefs must use in order to be consistent.
Yeah, well, so you're going to say certain systems of mathematics or logical systems, those are going to be, to hold to those basic, I guess, axioms, or mathematical axioms, those are going to be basic beliefs?
Sure, if that's a system you choose to operate under.
It seems like you don't have to hold to those axioms.
No, the set of axioms you choose to develop in terms of engaging.
The point is that this idea of I must hold this belief, right, in order to make sense of the world, right, that seems like what you're counting as foundational. But all I'm saying is that what I, as a coherentist, right, to say that those beliefs are somehow non-rational is a little bit problematic, right? Or I don't think the concept of rationality really applies there, right? So I think that what they want... I do have to go in a minute. I'll give you the last word, and then I must go.
Oh, you should let No Direction have a crack at this.
My point is
I'm sorry, Mutable. Speed, you should post the link in there again so Jay can come in and read the private chat.
Oh, okay.
My point, I suppose, is that at some point or another, and perhaps you disagree with this, is that it appears that coherentism in some cases becomes self-referential, right? And eventually fails to define properly what it means for a belief to be coherent itself, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, you think of it in circles, but it's more like a network. It's like a magic carpet that you ride on.
Oh, coherentism definitely is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not circular.
Okay, I gotta go, guys. Thanks for the conversation.
Well, no, it's how I explained it earlier. It's an interdependent network of concepts and ideas that.
Right.
Yes, that are all coherent with one another.
Well,
yeah, like riding on a magic carpet.
You can ask the question about like a particular belief itself. Like, say you hold to the uniformity of nature, right? What causes that belief to be coherent?
Right. The way it fits in with all the other beliefs that, like the laws of physics or there are constants of reality and that the laws of physics don't change would all cohere with the idea that the nature is uniform.
Here's what I think we should do for maybe 4 or 5 minutes is we should let No Direction explain to us why we were all fucking idiots for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
No, y'all weren't fucking idiots, but I wanted to kill myself when he said that Kant was a coherentist.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, boy.
It's very abundantly clear if you just take like an intro course on Kant. The guy believes that there are just some things that we intuit, and they form the foundations of all other knowledge that we have about the world around us or the world that we experience, because he draws this distinction between the world as it is in and of itself and the world that we experience that he calls the phenomenon, the noumena.
That'd be
And it's like, I don't know how you could miss that.
Yeah.
But
might want to explain what noumena is.
Like
noumena is just the world as it is if it wasn't being perceived by anyone. Right. And then the world as we perceive it is the phenomenal world. And the whole point of it is that you can't actually speak about or even really describe or even experience the noumenal world, because the second that you do any of those things, you have perceived it in some capacity, and now it's part of the phenomenal world.
Yeah, but the thing is that we are part of that. We're part of that noumena, and our perception is taking a slice of it and creating a relationship that's called perceiving it. So that is not wrong. That's
I think that the perception of noumena and phenomena would be a theory of mind, correct? Which would automatically go into perception.
It's more. It relates into his transcendental idealism.
I think Kant was making the point that somehow we are mistaken in that we are filtering it with our what the hell did he call them, the structure or the rationale that we perceive things with, and the thing about that is that is what we are. So our perception of what is really out there includes what we really are, and therefore it's not wrong. It's a slice of reality according to what we are. I mean, if we were something else, we'd take another slice of it, right?
So,
except for the thing what we concern ourselves with is the world that we experience and the world that we seem to share. But if you want to really get down to like the nitty gritty of the true nature of reality and what reality would be like if no one was actually perceiving it, that is unknowable to us, according to Kant.
So
there is a contradiction. The problem is that there's a contradiction in there, because you can't describe, you can't talk about or perceive the noumena in any sense, according to Kant, as he's describing the noumena.
Right.
Now, real quick, I want to ask Nickel a question. So, was I wrong, or was I way off base to be flabbergasted at the proposition that a coherentist was claiming that you needn't have justification for your beliefs?
No, you weren't off base for that. But I don't know where he was going with that, because if you talk with Sokka Count at any length, Sokka will gladly explain to you how it is that a coherentist goes about justifying things, or what actually constitutes justification if coherentism is true. And it would basically be like filling in a crossword puzzle.
Yeah.
Where all the words that you fill in, each of them offer a bit of support for the other ones. It doesn't matter which order they came in, but they all fit neatly into these little sections that we have to fill in.
That actually came from Susan Hack.
Yeah, well, that was also a coherentist description of it. But the point of it is that support isn't unilateral in the case of like foundationalism. Support for different beliefs can go both ways. It's like my belief that, if it rains and the roads will be wet is reinforced by understanding the properties of water, and also by what happens when we watch it rain. And those two beliefs mutually support one another.
And knowing what roads are, correct? Or do you really have to know what roads are?
No. I hold that with no justification.
Okay.
Yeah, there are things that are held without justification.
It could be that you could say as a coherentist, look, I just have this belief. I don't know why I believe it. It doesn't seem to contradict anything else that I believe, and it doesn't really seem to support anything at the moment. So I don't know how it is that it all fits together, but I just believe it, and I don't know why. You could say that. But at that point, in terms of conversation, which I think that's basically how that whole thing started. If you just say, well, I believe this, and someone asks, well, why do you believe it? And you say, well, I don't know. Well, that was just a throwaway statement. There was no point in bringing it up.
Well, yeah, and it still doesn't answer the question of, well, why do you believe it?
Well, and then wouldn't the answer in that position, though, be, if you're a coherentist, wouldn't the answer be, I don't consciously know why I believe that, but there's a justification to be found in my coherentism. My brain puts something together from the network of all my other beliefs.
No, it literally could just be disconnected from your other beliefs, and it's just something you believe and you don't know why.
Well, why hasn't anybody brought up? Nobody's brought up faith.
Now,
basically,
I'm an apistivist.
Okay.
Well, out of curiosity, now if Sunflower's that was Sunflower that was arguing, right? But he left.
That was Danny.
Not Sunflower.
It sounded like okay.
Lots harder than Sunflower.
No, don't. Please don't make that mistake.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Danny's
I'm sorry.
like light years ahead of Sunflower.
Okay, the voice sounded similar, and I couldn't quite see the screen at the time. But there is actually a really good video from Ozymandias about properly basic beliefs.
Oh yeah,
and
there is.
And he can find it on his channel.
And Ozzy is an epistemologist, so definitely a better resource than I am.
Yeah. The question, I guess, to ask, and it probably won't go too far, but it's that if you're holding to a coherentist framework, but you espouse some belief, right? And it coheres with no other beliefs that you hold, right? It coheres with none other.
It would have the appearance of being unjustified. But the thing is, it could just be a valent belief that you have, and that as you fill in the rest of your beliefs, it may come into this sort of web or network of beliefs that you have, and strengthen all your other beliefs. It's a gamble at that point, but
at the time of at the time that you figure out you hold this belief in that at the time, and it's not to say you don't have further justification in the future that makes it coherent at some further point. But at that time, when you discover at first that it does appear to be incoherent, should you call it incoherent, or should you call it simply non-coherent with other beliefs that you hold?
Well, if it was incoherent, it would have to contradict something at some point.
Okay, if you consider you can believe something, or you can choose to believe something, and basically it's like faith, right? Like I choose to believe that the universe is unfolding as it should, and I have no reason for that other than I choose to believe that. So it's kind of an attitude.
Did you really choose to believe that, though?
I do.
But more so with coherentism, the reason to hold a belief in the first place is because it coheres with some other set of beliefs that you hold prior, right?
That would be a reason, but that doesn't prohibit you from just having other beliefs that don't, as of yet, cohere.
Yeah,
because coherentists still face the problems that everyone else does, which is they could still have two beliefs that seemingly are in contradiction to one another, and yet you still seem to have reason to accept both of them.
Yeah, because I was going to tack on to what Speed said. Some philosophers actually adhere to the idea that beliefs are an attitude towards a given proposition.
Yeah.
Well, they are.
Well, but I mean, some of them are.
Are we starting to cross from epistemology into doxastic beliefs?
I mean, I guess in that case, it kind of hits on the type of meta question of: is it irrational to hold two beliefs that conflict with each other?
Yeah,
it very much depends.
I don't know. Belief, though, is kind of knowledge based, and probably usually has a justification.
I would say knowledge is belief based, personally.
Yeah.
But I hold to the framework that knowledge is justified true belief. Not everybody holds to that idea.
I think belief is some shit happening in your brain.
I think that issue kind of... where I'm at with epistemology, it kind of seems to run into the Gettier problems, where you can have a justified belief but have it not be true, for instance.
Then it's not knowledge.
Well, no, you could have a justified true belief.
You can have sufficient justification for that belief, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you could have a justified belief, which is also true.
Which is also false.
But the reason that it was true was just a stroke of luck on your part.
Happenstance.
The issue with justifying true beliefs seems to be on the ability of the person to be able to discern whether or not some proposition or some state of affairs is true.
Okay, so you look at a broken clock and it says it's 3 o'clock, so you believe it's 3 o'clock, and it actually happens to be 3 o'clock, but that's not a justified true belief because you just happened to look at the clock when it was 3 o'clock. The clock was only twice a day.
So. No, if you had every reason to believe that the clock was actually telling the right time, then your belief was justified. It was true, and since you did believe it, it's a justified true belief. It just happens to be that you got lucky on the matter of whether or not it was true, and that's the main objection to it. Is that in all the Getty examples, is that the person seems to have a justified belief, but the fact that the belief turned out to be true was just a matter of stroke of luck.
Yep.
And so there are people who try to get around that issue of luck by some people just get rid of the idea of justification altogether. Other people try to insist that it's a matter of probability. Jay dropped.
Oh, okay.
And others say that it isn't enough to just be justified in your belief and have a true belief. It also has to do with certain attitudinal states that you had and how it is that you arrived at that belief.
You know why this conversation is so awesome? Because it's irritating speed.
Yeah. I fucking hate epistemology.
Epistemology.
I always try to figure out what is the brain doing. What is the brain doing? Why is it doing that? And exactly
I should introduce you to mereology. You'll love that one.
Mereology?
Yeah.
Is that the composition of things?
Yep.
Yeah.
How many things are there in the universe?
Oh,
a finite number.
I don't know.
What makes something a thing?
Yeah.
Extant in space-time in a physically measurable way.
I actually like that better than epistemology.
I mean, I could be willing to grant that there are things that exist that are non-physical. I just wouldn't know how to describe them necessarily.
I would argue that if it's non-physical, then what they're doing the existing, i.e., it doesn't exist.
Check this comment though.
Well, okay, so would you say, like, for instance, that time is something that's physical?
Yes, time is physical. So is space.
In what way?
Because we can physically define them. You can't physically define something that's not physical.
I can physically define a square circle, right? It just doesn't exist.
No, you can't.
You'd have trouble with that one.
And I can describe it by a set of physical parameters.
Yeah, but it won't be a square circle. It'll either be a square or it will be a circle.
What about like an instance?
Well, you're changing your definition.
It's an obloid spheroid, but if you're far away enough from it, it just looks like a perfect sphere.
That's a matter of perception, not
Leo. Your definition was that it's definable, not that it's definable and exists. You're expanding your definition now.
You're conflating the idea of something. You're conflating the idea of like ontological.
Something that doesn't exist can't be defined.
Sure, it can.
No, it can't.
I can define a unicorn.
No, you can't.
Why can't I?
Yeah, I can.
Because show me a unicorn. Show me the properties a unicorn objectively has.
That's not defining it anymore.
I would say that is defining something. You can give me ideas of what you think defines a unicorn, but you can't define a unicorn because you can't interact with the thing called a unicorn to extract knowledge of its state of affairs to then define it.
How are emotions fit?
That's pretty cool when
you can define love, but I can't necessarily show you what love is.
Yeah, I can show you what love is.
What if you define
$20? He can show you.
What if you define something that doesn't exist yet? Is that?
I would argue there isn't anything that doesn't exist yet. All things that exist.
You're an Amelia.
I also hold to a tenseless theory of time, like
you're an Amelia's love child doesn't exist
physical yet. Or physicists.
Leo.
What?
You're an Amelia Clark's love child doesn't exist yet.
Well, assuming that we were to ever get together and have a child, that child does exist somewhere in space-time, just not at the particular moment that I am experiencing.
Okay, Leo, I do understand what you're saying.
What? Immutable?
Right, but since it doesn't exist now, it doesn't exist.
Well, no, it exists, just not at the, it's like saying that because I'm not in China right now to experience it, it doesn't exist. That's not true. Yeah. China still exists even though I'm not there. And that's what tenseless time states. That just because you're not extant in a particular moment of space-time doesn't mean that what's happening in that location isn't happening. It just means you're not there to be experiencing it. Just like none of us here are in Mali right now, but Mali still exists and still has things.
Does anybody does anybody kind of think now after the last like 90 seconds that Otangelo came back to the room?
No,
yeah, a little bit.
No. I know what Leo's saying is.
The thing is,
just a minor correction to what he was saying is that you would exist at that particular moment. It's just that you're not aware of those moments. All moments so there's the moment of you now. And then there's some subsequent moment where you have a child.
There's a problem there. I don't believe in a now. Now doesn't exist.
I know. Now isn't an objective frame of reference. It's an indexical term like here or there. There's no objective here or there. I got you. All there is that you could line up all the moments of time and say that, there's moment X, which precedes moment X1, which precedes moment X2, and so on and so forth. And it's just for all the instances that Leo exists, he exists in all of those moments simultaneously. He's just not aware of it yet.
Okay.
It would be a different point on the fourth dimension?
Yes. Just like my hand can be here in space, and then it can be here in space, and then it can be here in space. Something can be here in time, and then here in time, and then here in time.
So, okay, this confuses me because Leo isn't an Evertarian. So the question I now have to ask is, are all potential moments in time equally real?
Yes. Regardless of what particular model you hold to of quantum mechanics.
Okay, that's even though I should agree with that because I do hold to the Evertarian view of quantum mechanics, that's kind of troublesome.
In what way?
The mathematical description of something being possible to exist doesn't ensure that it is, right?
I would agree.
And so what discerns what is possible to exist from what actually does exist, the difference between potentiality and actuality, is the ability of the system to be able to measure or to be able to quantify that system, right? To be able to set up a metric that can discern one system from the other.
In a sense, yeah, I can agree with that, yeah.
And if you can't discern one of the systems from the other, right? Like if I can't discern some system A from some system B, where the only difference between system A and B is that system B has a proton that's moved 1 nanometer to the left of proton relative to the system in proton A or in system A, but I can't measure that or ascertain that in any way. There doesn't seem for me to hold to the truth of that state of affairs that I just described.
I would agree. It's the same argument I make against the supernatural, because the supernatural is defined as existing nowhere, i.e. not existing in space, existing for no amount of time, i.e. not existing in time, and being made of no thing, i.e. being immaterial. The same things that we would say for something that doesn't exist at all. Therefore, you can't distinguish between something existing and being supernatural and something just not existing at all, in which case it's not something. i.e. it should not be taken to exist.
Right. So in my case is that for me, what something means to be real is the set of things which I can observe and set up metrics that allow me to distinguish a state of possibilities from a state that's occurring within, my ability to perceive things.
Yeah, for the most, yeah.
So for me in that case, the set of things that are potential, right, aren't all equally real. Because there's only one particular state of affairs that's actually realized, that's actually is manifesting itself, like in the reality that I observe. Not to say there can't be others, but it's to say that if there are those states of affairs out there, I can't have knowledge of them.
Hey, Leo, do you feel like we're bashing on you?
No, not at all.
That's what Rational Empiricist asks in the private chat.
Oh, I haven't looked at the private chat.
How
come everybody's bashing on
Does the last statement I made make sense to you, or like that?
It sort of does. Given if you can give an analogy, that might help me understand it a little better. I want to make sure that I'm understanding it, is what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah. So for instance, if you were to tell me, like, like some galaxy somewhere far in the universe, right, had some event like life just appeared on, planet 23,000. Okay, cool. But like physically, like where I am currently, like it's physically impossible for me to observe that type of thing. Like there's no way that me being an agent can like have any data that I could distinguish between the propositions of, oh yes, life does exist on planet 23,000 and life does not exist on planet 23,000. Independent of what that state of affairs is, right? Because of what I can observe or lack thereof, logically, I'm forced to conclude that I can't have knowledge of that, and so I'm likely to conclude that that statement is false.
Yep.
Because because the sphere of knowledge that I have, right, can't ascertain that state of affairs, right? I'm not privy to that set of information as it exists within the universe.
I would agree with that, and I would state that if it can't be interacted with, if you can't interact with something to derive knowledge about its state of affairs, then you can't say that it exists.
Okay, good. So me and you agree on that one.
Yes. It's no different than if I said, I'm holding a leprechaun, but you can't see it, taste it, touch it, smell it. You cannot physically detect this leprechaun in any way, shape, or form, but it exists. What's the difference between this leprechaun that I'm holding in my hand existing in the way that I described it, and there actually not being a leprechaun in my hand? Ultimately, there's really no difference. So how do you know that it does exist? And that, to me, existent, and this is what I believe. In no direction, correct me if I'm wrong, I think David Hume made the same argument that existence isn't a property that things have. It's a description of the state of affairs of things with property. To give an example, you don't say that an electron first exists and then it has electric charge, mass, and spin. You would say that an electron exists in virtue of having properties like electric charge, mass, and spin that one can interact with and learn about, derive knowledge about the state of affairs. So existence is not a property that things have or possess. It's a description of the state of affairs of something that possesses properties, if that makes sense. That is my view.
That almost seems like you're going into a form of idealism or dualism in a way, though. Because
in what way?
It seems like what you're saying is that if you imagine a spherical object like a perfect sphere, for instance, and you consider notions of like charge and spin under whatever reference frame you choose, right? There's ways in which you could define. There's ways in which you could objectively define spin and charge and things like that, and simply say that an electron an electron essentially is a particle that exists, right? That has mass, that has spin, that has charge of a particular value. So it contains some aspect, like it's built by combining different sets of ideals together, right? And in this case, those ideals are manifest within this object we call an electron. There's an ideal notion of it, and there's things we can use using those ideals to describe.
What do you mean when you say ideals?
It's a perfect state. Essentially, it's a state that's...
When you say perfect, do you mean in terms of perfectly matching what we call an electron?
in terms of
take your time.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, for instance, you could define spin as simply something having a particular orientation along an axis, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And you could define a charge to be, having some unit in association with some radial vector, and that's perfectly fine.
Yep.
And as long as you have some geometric description of a sphere, like that's mathematically consistent, right? You could ideally define those things, right, by simple virtue of propositional logic. And if those propositions are consistent and hold true, right, you can ideally combine those things in a particular type of way that would give you a property like an electron, right?
Yeah.
An electron is a spherical object that has mass, charge, and spin, right? Its components are different sets of ideals.
In some senses, yes, but what I would say is that I would argue, because I believe that generally speaking, the way that humans measure things are phenomenological. So they're abstractions of actually physical things that exist objectively, independently of us, that we can take those and then abstract them in ways that we understand given the systems that we use to learn about reality. But I guess the way I would word it is sometimes I could do with a tangential, not that I think that you're anything remotely close to a tangential immutable, but that we can't confuse the map for the place. So what we call spin is fundamentally an arbitrary abstraction of some physical, I'll use this term because I know you're going to understand it, immutable, some physical degree of freedom.
Yeah.
But the abstraction, whereas it represents that degree of freedom, and in that sense, we can consider it synonymous with the degree of freedom. In a physical sense, I don't know with certainty whether that would be an accurate statement to make. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the way you could get around it personally is saying that there is no way to define spin, for instance, by appealing to some other frame, right? Without appealing to some frame of motion or some frame that describes position.
Yeah, you have some arbitrary measurement that we utilize as a basis for Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things which you can say it's like, look, this thing is a property, but it's not something it's not real in the same sense as water is real. It acts as a descriptor of something, right? There is no way I can perfectly define spin because of how arbitrary spin is in terms of how, in terms of where I define it in terms of your initial reference frame or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, if you guys have sussed all this out, there's something going on in the private chat that, boy, I'd like to hear about.
What the hell is happening? What are you guys? What's up with this fucking private chat stuff?
We're talking about Rational Empiricist said that he sent a message to you saying told you that he talked to Nephilim Free this past week.
Oh, Jesus.
No, you didn't tell me that. I don't think. Well, maybe you did. I think I got a message, and did you send a link? I'm not sure. Andrew?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Why would somebody voluntarily talk to a white noise machine?
I think I questioned his sanity.
That's bad.
That was a good one.
Did you send me a link to that when you talked to him?
No, it was actually the day I went on my little trip recently. So
wait, hold on. You mean tripping like you went somewhere, or tripping is like you went somewhere? Like what do you mean?
He's a minor. He doesn't do that.
I don't know shit. Do you know what I did when I was a minor? Fuck, bud.
I think I would definitely say the former, thankfully.
Okay.
So when did you talk to Nephilim?
Saturday actually.
And how did it go?
Like if we're gonna get into that, I just want to make sure you guys are done here. I didn't want to go off topic on your discussion.
Right, yeah, that's why I asked them if they were done sussing that out.
Let's be honest, Andrew. You can come out whenever you want to, talking about philosophy, because philosophy ultimately ends the same way that Lamb Chop Sing Along ends, and that is never.
Yeah.
Sure.
It goes on and on.
Yeah. And the fun thing is like they'll pick this conversation up like 2 months from now, and it'll pick up right where they left it.
That's true.
Yeah, basically is. Philosophy is something that's very transportable. It's something where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we were talking about like realism, and we seem to disagree on this point. Yeah, where were we 2 months ago? Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck.
So I just want to ask RA though, or RE. So in your discussion with Nephilim Free, how many times did he use the phrase "you're just matter in motion"?
Wait, say that again.
How many times did he use the phrase "you're just matter in motion"?
Never.
Oh, okay. That's
wow.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, because he sounds like somebody that used to be on Rational Skep all the time. He'd always talk about, oh, it's just matter in motion or some fucking thing. And Nephilim used that, and they thought, is he the same guy?
Yeah, surprisingly, we actually had a very cordial discussion, and he actually admitted that.
Admitted what?
That we had a friendly chat between each other.
Oh.
Which can be hard to do. I'm assuming you gave Nephilim his like 35 minutes to ramble on every time he started to talk.
I think it was just limited to like 2 minutes per ramble.
Oh, wait, this was moderated?
Jesus, hold the fuck on! I need some drugs to understand this shit.
Yeah,
because
really. What are you, like the fucking Nephi whisperer?
Did he?
Maybe.
The Nephi whisperer.
Like every time I've talked to
dialing
him,
that shit back.
Drunk off his ass.
No. You haven't seen Nephi drunk off his ass.
I still want to know, how the fuck do you guys know that he's been drunk? I have heard that he's an alcoholic. I've never, and I'm not saying it's wrong. Here we go back to philosophy and epistemology. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying nobody's ever substantiated that point to me.
Back in the day, Nephi used to randomly join hangouts, and he would join in just sloppy ass drunk. And if you got him talking long enough, he would start talking about how blacks and whites are different biblical kinds and that they shouldn't be mixing.
So wait, he's an ethno-nationalist?
When drunk, apparently.
When he's drunk, he says the quiet parts out loud.
I remember Neff back in the day, and that was a rumor about him like 10 years ago as well. So I can't verify it, but it's a rumor.
That was multiple streams.
You know what Nephi's voice sounds like now, right?
Yes.
The only thing that builds a voice like that over time is lots and lots of whiskey.
Well, at least he's drinking whiskey. I mean,
or whatever it is he drinks. I don't know what.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like if you're gonna drink something on a regular basis, beer or whiskey, maybe wine. Other than that, no, just don't.
Whiskey and whores.
Vodka.
Yes, Snake. We haven't heard from you. Are you still with us? Are you still alive?
I'm alive.
2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry.
Vodka, bitches, go fuck yourselves.
Oh my God! Please tell me you didn't fucking do this. Speed. You.
I'm trying to get a contract.
Bag. Oh my God!
Is, like, you can kind of tell because unfortunately, like there's situations in my life where I've had to be near drunk people. You can kind of tell like the generic kind of like drunk voice that people have, and Neff fits the kind of characteristics for that one.
Yeah, he does. Okay, like remember he did that stream a few weeks ago, and then he took it down. He was drunk on his ass.
Yeah, and there's also times like where he would appear on cam sometimes, like for some of the videos he used to do back in the day, and a lot of people speculated, and it's reasonable, that the substance that he was drinking, because you could kind of see it because it was kind of sort of off screen, but not really.
Well, you could hear him drinking in that last video that he took down.
Yeah, and it seemed to have like the kind of appearance of alcohol that you would expect.
Yeah.
Yep. I will never fucking forget. I think it was who was it? Stupid Whore Energy in my debate that I had with him on MDB. This is fucking hilarious. You guys are gonna love this. She said, I'm sorry, hold on. She said, for every time you have to take a drink every time Neffy whistles through his teeth.
Yeah.
I told her, I was like, no, I'd be so fucking plastered in the first 5 minutes. It's not even funny.
You'd be dead in record time.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, every time I hear Neffy, all I can think of is that fucking Family Guy cutaway scene when they're showing what the fuck's his name?
The news anchor.
The news anchor. I can't think of
and they take him off like he's a pot of hot water.
Right.
Hey, Snake, is this everything you thought it would be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is
Snake's
name actually duck emoji?
That's a snake.
That's a snake emoji, John.
Oh,
yeah.
Like a duck.
That's
like a duck.
Well, when it's
I got a
little,
little small screen here that I'm looking at.
yeah, it looks like a duck when it's little.
Yeah.
So, it's a snuff.
Yeah, I can see how you could picture that being a rubber ducky. Yeah.
It's green.
Fucking boomer.
It's green.
You fucking
I'm a
Millie.
boomer. What speed?
Well, I was just about to say, John's not even the boomeriest boomer here. Speed is.
I'm the boomers, but you're a Millowini.
What? What?
Millowini.
Why are you talking about my weenie, dude? I mean, we don't have to tell everybody that it's a goddamn Millowini. You didn't have to tell everybody that.
All you Millowinis have Millowinis.
Well, I mean, in some languages, milli means 1,000, so maybe he was being nice to you.
Yeah,
No,
it's 1,000.
It's a known fact that every generation has more and more genetic entropy, and your dicks are getting smaller and smaller.
I did want to say that Milla is the what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say subscript. What would be it's the negative value, not the positive value. So millimeter is 1,000th of a meter, whereas kilometer is 1,000 meters.
I think that Speed might have just hit on why SFT and Otangelo talk about genetic entropy so much.
Yeah, their dicks are.
There we go.
Dicks.
They look down and they have to conclude.
It's all right, white people. Sometimes your dicks are little and it happens, okay?
You know what? It does.
Leave yourself in trouble.
Yeah, it's like when my sons were born, I looked at their little tiny dicks and I said, oh, fuck, genetic entropy. It's like, shit, those are never going to grow.
When your dick doesn't work, your tongue sure does, let me tell you. I shouldn't have said that.
Well, yeah, no one needs to hear about your experiences.
Hey, agnostic, did you hear what Leo just said?
Good thing you're not a traditional rabbi. Good thing you're not a traditional rabbi doing circumcision.
They circumcised the one, but they didn't get the tongue.
Yep. Jesus.
Oh, we need many here so I can make more Jew jokes.
Oh, boy.
My friend told me the one about the invention of copper wire.
Yeah.
What,
really?
do I want to know?
Two Jews fighting over a penny.
Oh, that's horrible. Okay.
That is horrible.
It's bad. It's really, really bad.
Oh, we can't do Jew jokes unless Manny's here.
I apologize for the Jews out there. That's probably very anti-Semitic.
We apologize to the Jewish community.
That being said, rabbis aren't actually paid to perform circumcisions; they're paid entirely in tips.
Okay, who's got a search hand?
Okay, I was with a lot of hookers that were paid in tips.
Who's got a search engine handy?
Still working.
Me.
Google YUROTSUKIDOJI.
What?
Fuck, you're gonna have to run that by me again.
You know what? I'm just gonna say right now. Fuck no. Fuck you. I'm not googling that. Nope.
It's in the live chat. Agnostic Pagan Mom just said, look up Euro.
Where's this at?
I'll go for it. I'll take one for the team. Is this going to be in my search engine forever? It's going to fucking plague me.
Not if you go incognito. Oh,
Yurotsukidoji
or Yurotsukidoji? I don't know exactly how particular.
Erotic horror mango series. That's all I got.
Is this like tentacle porn shit? Because no,
erotic horror manga series.
That sounds like
Japanese.
Tentacle porn.
Oh my god! Oh, I think I've heard of this shit.
Wow.
I didn't know tentacle hentai porn existed in like the 1960s.
Yeah, but that's not how it's spelled. I'm not sure what she wrote is
Poor
spelled.
Nightwolf says, although I'm gay, please stop making me think what your penises look like.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to think forever, hon.
There's not much thinking that goes into mine, let me tell you that.
I mean, except for size. Once you've seen one penis, haven't you seen them all?
Well, we should invite him.
Yeah,
invite him to that private chat.
Unfortunately, there is such a thing as an ugly penis, which unfortunately is the rule rather than the exception.
It matters, guys. But I'm gonna head out. Take care.
You're leaving,
have a good one.
Yeah, this is not my area of expertise.
I see. Well, not enough geology for you. I mean, we're talking about things that get hard, and you're sitting here, the geologist, like, this isn't my forte.
We gotta have
he's only interested in them when they're already hard.
Hey, we got to get Colton in here and have a geo talk sometime.
Hey, let me know.
Well,
and no direction was correct, by the way. So,
there we go.
Yeah.
Just don't bring up Scientology and how the ancient demons just fucked the shit out of the earth and created mountains and all the other weird shit.
How much do I have to pay to get out of this stream?
$15 to my PayPal.
Get me a book and I'll be out of your hair.
I got you a book. I got you a fucking expensive book.
Buy me the Game of Thrones series on Blu-ray and you're out. Or the book series, whichever you choose.
So my kids dropped $160 for molecular cell biology, 4th edition, and I already have a 3rd edition. So they got a refund, so I get to pick a book for $160.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What book? There's books that cost that much money?
Oh Christ! I paid.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Okay, my kids bought me a book on I think the Thelmas, and it cost them $670. So,
what?
$670 for a 2-volume set on the Thalamus.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
The Feynman lectures on physics. What is it? It's a particular collection of it. I can't remember.
Yeah, some of them are going
edition or something like that. It's like $200-something, and I'm just
I've got
I'd pay that.
I've got one of the paperback. One volume is paperback, and I think that one goes for a lot of money now.
I just want all three. Like that's all I want. I just want the Feynman lectures on physics.
I got them.
You can fuck off, pal.
I got them.
Don't make me pull a Jeffy Spatchcock.
Yeah, he's got
Listen
them.
here, pal.
He's got them. When Speed kicks the bucket, Midnight gets them.
Okay, so Speed, I had a question for you. Can we examine more of this logical, plausible, probable video? I'm in a mood to just bash on this douchebag relentlessly. Logical, plausible, probable. Number one, I have a feeling Snake kind of wants to get back to what the stream was supposed to be about. Number two, I am in the mood to just bash on that on little peepee.
Hashtag John Maddox is a grifter.
Yes. Say that one more time, but louder.
Hashtag John Maddox is a grifter.
Hey guys,
Get it?
What the fuck? I had too many Google tabs open again. Something's happening.
Not like nobody's told you that before, you fucking.
Damn it.
Oh shit.
You only need one porn tab open at a time.
When is Praise not live though?
Once you've seen one porno video, you've seen them all. There's no such thing as good acting in porno flicks. Come on.
Oh, but have you seen them all at the same time on 5-inch monitors?
Oh, really?
What
video have you seen of a porno that actually has good acting?
Man, I've seen some pretty goddamn good amateur pornos.
I saw one once.
You've never seen Deep Throat?
Oh my god, that deal! Oh my god.
You know that.
Well, how about the all-time favorite classic, Doctor, I'm Coming?
My favorite part is when he says, "I think I found your problem, my dear. Your clitoris is in your throat." And then she says, "Oh my God, doctor, what will I do?" And the doctor does a take to the camera and raises his eyebrows.
Oscar worthy.
Oh my God, that one in what the hell? The Devil and Miss Jones, was that the other one?
Yeah,
that they used to play together
behind the green door.
Fuck me, my ex-wife, and my brother and his wife decided they wanted to see a porno movie when they moved to Minneapolis, and we went to a double feature, and it was just like, holy shit. And there were like guys jacking off in the fucking aisles, and oh my God, it was just a fucking nightmare.
Well, kind of makes sense.
Different time.
Okay, should I play it? Foreskin is the word. I don't know what we got here.
Skin is for starting.
Wait, you're gonna
skin is for stopping.
You're gonna play Deep Throat?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Who wants to go first? John, are you volunteering?
John Maddox, we should call him Deep Throat.
Powerful argument. I just want to hear the argument that codes cannot come from minds, because I don't see any way around it. I mean,
Wait, who said that they could?
It's not. It's like conceptual. It requires mental. It's mental.
Well, if
property.
it's a concept, then it doesn't apply to a physical
I've
thing,
argued
does
that
it? Duh.
We can make the argument even more basal. Just say that chemistry naturally makes these systems. The only reason I argue hardware is we can actually just give very reasonably good statistical estimates of how likely something this coordinated
the hell you can
could self-assemble given the laws of chemistry and physics. It's
foreskin. No, you can't. These guys think they know the probabilities enough to be able to say that shit, and they're just so full of shit. It's unbelievable. You would have to know everything about prebiotic Earth and all of that, all those things in order to calculate the probability. But they think they can do it with an envelope and a number 2 pencil.
And
one thing about
somebody want to say something?
They're usually calculating modern proteins.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they're doing it in the most simplistic and idiotic way. I mean, they don't even know what the statistics of such a thing forming would be.
Yeah,
Well, the other thing
there's
is-
certain confirmations that are more likely.
Well, the thing is,
he was heavily equivocating too, because nobody really is making the argument that codes can come from anything but a mind. It's that they are mistaking the analogy for like an actual property. That DNA code is an actual code from a mind. We're calling it a code for human understanding, not that it's an actual code that someone created.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, it's an actual
DNA
fallacy.
Well, the DNA code is a code in the literal sense, but it's not. But it sure as fuck.
I would say that DNA is a code in the same sense that an electron orbits the nucleus of an atom. That's the best analogy I can give.
You can say that. You can also say that tree rings are a code. Like if there is a sense of the word code,
right?
I would say
that isn't related to natural languages or formal languages. That, yeah, pretty well everything can be aptly called a code, and it's a code in that sense. Like there's pretty well, like if you just look up the definition of code and you scroll down, it will say that there's a definition where a code is any biochemical sequence. That's it.
Yeah, like would you describe sodium chloride as a code for sodium and chlorine ions?
No,
because
like there literally is a sense when H2O is a code.
I mean, but actually, what Nicola was just saying, though, that is actually proof of my point. It's still an equivocation because it's a different sense of the word code.
Yeah, and the thing is that he should, like, LPP should be acutely aware of this, because in his code argument challenge video, he references that all of the secular scientists and all of these secular institutions all agree that it's a code, and then just conveniently ignores the fact that they all disagree with his conclusions and all of his inferences.
Yeah, I would say that DNA is a code in the sense that there is an assignment between two sets of different languages, and I guess for the sake of argument, you can equate that with being chemistries. And that is the chemistry of nucleotides to the chemistry of amino acids.
Well, it's similar to Otangelo incessantly going on about machines and factories, because he can't get past analogous language, in regards to talking about cell structure and similar things that we have likened to machinery, and he just I don't know what it is. They can't discern between analogies and similes, and
that is indicative of somebody who doesn't understand the subject.
Leo, was it your debate with Praise and Gavin the other day where Praise was saying that some media article called something like superhuman, that they're literally, the science is saying that it's a superpower?
Yeah, me and Speed, yeah.
What was that?
Remember in our debate when Praise went from supernatural to superhuman and then back to supernatural?
Yeah.
He did. I rewatched it. He flipped back and forth when convenient.
Literally. But there was something I wanted to say really quickly. I would argue that the structure of codons relating to amino acids is a code in the same way that the organization of the electrons in their orbitals around the nucleus of an atom is a code for how that atom bonds with other atoms. Yeah. It's not literally a code. It's the organizational structure that only results in stable or, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Tangible results in certain instances. I don't consider that to be a code. I mean, in the literal sense.
The best way.
Sometimes when I hear Christians or creationists talking about the DNA code, like I asked SJ in a chat chain one day, wait a minute, do you literally think DNA is made up of the letters, ATG? Like that's the way they were talking. Like they literally,
I know.
Was made that you look under a microscope and there's a series of letters.
Well, I don't think that's what people mean, but I think the best representation I can give it is that when you analyze like the structure of like the codons, so like AUG being like a start codon or the codon methionine, right? What like the sense that code is being used in is that set of that triplet, the AUG part of it, and the structure that it defines being adenosine, uracil, guanine, right, is equivalent in terms of the structure that it produces, being an amino acid, in this case methionine, right? There's two sets of compounds and they're related to each other by virtue of structure.
Yeah, same with atoms. You can have two atoms that are really only bond by virtue of the structure of their electron clouds. I would argue that you could call the electron clouds a code, but that it's literally a code.
Okay, but there's something really, really kind of special about the codons in DNA in that 1.3% of the genome that codes for proteins. And that something special happens to be one of the keys to understanding what life is. So, I mean, we can't deny that or just say, oh, it's a code like sodium chloride or a code like tree rings. There is something pretty amazing happening here, but it has nothing to do with how it got there, because there is no code maker, intelligent code maker that we can identify, and there doesn't have to be. It's just that what happened with life was really fucking special. And if you don't believe that, just head to the moon or Mars or, look around.
I would make a distinguishment. So, like with Speed, I think I would make a distinguishment in saying the genetic, like the content of genomes, doesn't inherently describe proteins, right? It describes sets of amino acids that are stringed together. And the reason for that is if I give you a string of amino acids like linearly, right, and just let it do its own thing, it'll produce something. But the protein, like that's functional, is defined by its topological sequence as well as its sequence identity, right? So there's a geometric constraint, a very particular geometric orientation, which describes the protein as having its function, right? And that's achieved by a process of folding that's very specialized.
Wait, is it that y'all don't think that if it is a code, you would agree that it has to have an intentional cause? Is that the issue?
No, just that I don't think that it's a code.
The problem is that when they say it's a code, they are thinking of a code that humans write, like Morse code or something like that. We could look at the John Maddox original video.
I'm down.
His original Chomo. Well, not
Look
the
at
original
that
one.
sad
You
face.
could,
That
but it
terribly
doesn't
poorly
work.
sad face.
Like even his own argument doesn't work, and that's why he had to do that clarification video, and he still missed the point.
So your all's position is that the like, for instance, the genetic code, that's like a metaphorical or use of code, or is that like an equivocation or something?
The genetic code is a code because it's a table of 4 letters representing the structure of DNA invented by humans. That is a code. What it represents, i.e. the molecule of DNA and how that molecule relates to polypeptide chains that we can call proteins when they fold, is not literally a code. We represent it by using something that we call a code, but that is merely a representation.
Do you think the sounds out of my mouth represent something?
Yes.
But there's a big problem there, right? Is it? Do they represent something in virtue of my meaning intention, or they're representational in some other kind of way?
The representation has an accepted usage.
Yes,
well, then it's intentional then.
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
You can make the same as the only human being that exists, and nothing would mean anything.
Wait a minute. When you're talking about words like code, though, where the problem is that terminology is polysemous. Okay, so you can be calling this thing a code or that thing a code, but there's different intentions behind the usage of the term because it's polysemous. You know, like the way Leo just explained how code is used in regards to DNA and how the word code is used in regards to Morse code or, something of that nature.
The point is that there are physical facts with respect to a language or a code that themselves don't have representation, right? Like the sounds coming out of my mouth don't represent anything apart from how I intend to use them, right?
Or how they're interpreted.
Well, if they're interpreted, then that means that the interpreter thinks that there is an intentional attribution to what they're seeing.
Yeah, which none of this would apply to DNA.
None of that matters.
Let me answer the question of is the genetic code a literal code? Because the genetic code, at least to me, is a literal code in the sense that what it describes is that the set of assignment of a triplet of a code of a
codon triplet
triplets of codons, so AUG, AUT, whatever. Right. It describes a set of characters which, upon a process of translation by an adapter molecule, generate is equivalent to a new set of is equivalent to a new set of characters, that being amino acids, right? And there is a process by which the two are related to each other.
Yeah. So you're defining code as just a set of objects and a transformation from one set of objects to another set of objects, and that transformation is arbitrary or independent, basically.
Right, exactly.
Independent of either A or B.
Do y'all think that smoke codes for fire or heat?
Smoke codes?
No.
Well, I don't see why you wouldn't.
Because
I think under your argument, it would be better said that fire codes for smoke.
Okay, are you talking about semiotics?
Me? No, I mean, look, I think I don't know all of your names, but the point is that, like, let's say, is AGG a start codon, right? Am I wrong about that? Yeah, AUG, sorry, AUG, right?
ATG or AUG.
It's a mistake to say that refers to an amino acid in the same way that the word cat refers to the thing that is a cat, right? There's just a covariance relationship, right? And that can be described in purely physical terms, right?
Right, yes.
And so, but I think that that would also establish things like there's a covariance relationship between smoke and fire, right?
Yeah, but it's a little looser.
That's this is exactly the point that I was making. There's a covariance relationship between the structure of electrons and their clouds around atoms and the particular chemicals that they interact with. But that's not a code, is it? No,
well,
nobody would say that's a code.
It be? Why couldn't it be?
Because it doesn't meet the definition of a code.
Well, what do you mean by code then? I'm not even disputing it yet.
Okay,
I don't know what you mean.
so if we define code as we have a set of objects A, and we have a set of objects B, and for every object A, we pick out one object in the set B, and it's always that object. So A always picks out B.
Well, then what Leo's saying, that there's so many things that you would attribute, there's so many things that would qualify as code that you would attribute as code then. Based on the definition.
Like what else? Like fire wouldn't work.
This is all actually a distraction to it, because you can define code as whatever the hell you want. The question is whether or not DNA and what it represents actually came from a mind.
But does it represent? What do you mean by represent there?
What it means? What
the symbols that we use to describe the chemical compounds that are observed?
Yes.
So
do the chemical compounds and their configuration bear any of the hallmarks of an intentional agent at work?
What does that even mean? The hallmarks of intentional agent.
Are you just trying to derail conversation?
I'm saying what you're saying doesn't make any sense, right? There's no such thing as hallmarks of intentional.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by what you...
Hold on.
Whoa. I think No Direction should be capable of explaining what he said.
Well, no, but I'm not trying to explain what he said. I asked Danny, he asked No Direction, what do you mean when No Direction made a clear statement that shouldn't, take much to understand what he meant?
I agree. Hallmarks of design, I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
I don't think those things exist. I don't know what that means.
Okay, then there's no point in involving you in the conversation.
Well, I don't think you know what it is.
Say that again, No Direction. Good, No Direction. Could you say that again? I missed about half of that.
Well, the question is whether or not these particular chemical compounds bear any of the hallmarks of being organized by an intelligent agent, or whether or not these are something that can happen on their own according to the laws of physics.
Any hallmark that you produce will be consistent with some naturalistic explanation. There's no such thing as a design hallmark. What are you talking about?
Direct assembly by a subject.
There's no such thing as a design hallmark, because every time
are you honestly going to say that you can't say that a car was produced by individuals?
The cars won't get anything. Any physical facts about cars won't lend you the inference that it's been designed.
Wait, what? So there's no way to determine that this phone was designed by another human?
The only way to determine that is if you already know about the design of phones.
That's something like what I'm saying. Yeah, that's something like what I'm saying. The point is that the physical facts of the phone are not going to tell you whether it's been designed.
They're not enough.
Right, in the same way that DNA could never give you the hallmark of design.
Like actively seeing somebody design a new car.
So the thing is, the relationship between those physical objects can tell you whether or not something is likely to be designed.
I don't agree.
Why not?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't agree. Well, because
hold on. So then how would Danny tell us that a car? What about a car tells you that it is designed?
We all know what cars. We all have a massive amount of knowledge about cars.
Hold on. So you said nothing. So then how do we know that cars are designed? How do we know that they don't just occur, by natural laws without any intelligent agent putting these things together in a particular manner that gives rise to a car?
We have a whole web.
I would no disrespect, but I was asking Danny.
Speed.
Okay. Let me try to answer the question, because what you've asked is one of the hardest questions in philosophy, because it deals with something called the problem of other minds, right? But what I'm saying essentially is there's no such thing.
No, you're not answering the question. You're derailing it by basically
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm just saying. All I said was that it's a difficult question to answer, right? And it's a good question, right? It's one that many philosophers have difficulty with.
You're not doing philosophy. You're using philosophy as a goddamn bludgeoning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not a difficult question to answer. I can answer it with one fucking word.
It's not as easy as you think.
No, wait, hold on.
Y'all are thinking too simplistic.
Wait a minute. I can answer the question that you said is difficult to answer with one fucking word. It's called induction. That's how we know when we see a car that it was designed by a mind.
What does an intention look like, John?
No, induction, I said.
The point is that in order for an inductive argument to go through, you have to first come to the belief that something has been intended, right? So
yes,
it's going to
transportation.
No, all induction is basing future on past.
Look, no. The point is that the inductive claim is something like for given observation A with a certain sequence of time or pattern that therefore we expect to see A in the future or something like that. Now, the point is that what he's asking me, what Leo's asking me, well, if you're saying that you can't appeal to physical facts as to establish A in the first place, what the hell would you appeal to establish A? That's what Leo's question is, and you're missing it.
And so why are you bringing solipsism into this?
It's nothing to do with solipsism.
You said the problem.
Why did you mention the existence of other minds then?
He was just trying to piss no direction off.
The point is, look, how you know something's been intended, right, is going to ultimately not boil to a reason. Okay? It's all and to say that you can know an intention via some kind of non-intentional fact, right, is fallacious, right? So there's a huge
I just want to point out I didn't use the word
in the
intention.
fuck
I
did we
used
get
the
down
word
this one?
design. And I think that somebody can design something with no intention, like chocolate chip cookies. That wasn't the intended outcome, yet they were still designed by an intelligent agent.
How could you know?
The point, it's very complicated, but the point, there's a problem of underdetermination with respect to physical facts and intentional facts, right? So for every physical
Are you
fact
just throwing wet spaghetti at the wall and hoping that something sticks?
I'll explain it to you since you don't understand.
No, I understand the problem of underdetermination philosophy of
It
science
applies
and its broader problem when it comes to any knowledge claims whatsoever.
There's a big problem with
Does this
underdetermination
actually have
and
anything to do with the question that was initially asked, which was, are cars assembled or do they develop naturally on their own?
I'm saying that either is possible.
Really? When have you seen a car?
Both are logically possible, sure.
Yeah, both are logically possible. Both are physically possible.
Do you observe cars being assembled or
both are physically possible?
On their
both
own?
are physically possible.
Have you observed cars coming out of the aether?
What's that?
Have you observed cars coming out of the aether by any chance? I haven't.
I haven't either. What does that have to do with what I said?
Boltzmann brains are also possible, but they don't exist.
I don't have to observe a unicorn to know that unicorns are possible.
Okay, both Ron Garrett and I were asked in debates by John Maddox and somebody else, I think, if we thought a samurai sword could suddenly, like, basically a samurai sword could be found that was not created or forged by human beings or whatever. And both of us answered yes.
Yes, that's the right answer.
There's a reason why we answered yes. And it's a little freaky and it's very hard for us to comprehend, but there is no natural reason why some really weird accident couldn't have happened to put those molecules exactly where they were and create that.
Precisely.
Okay. At what
I
point
agree.
in
I would
time-
just say those molecules are a human doing some stuff.
Okay.
Well, most likely, and you would say it because you know all about humans and you know what a samurai sword is.
Yeah.
So, but if you just like, if you were some sort of like bug creature that crawled out of the middle of a fucking neutron star, and you saw this thing, you may not know. I mean, if you were some sort of a intelligence that lived in a neutron star, right, and you saw this thing, the samurai sword, you wouldn't know whether it happened naturally or whatever.
Samurai
because there's no reason it
can't exist in neutron stars. Neither can life.
I think
Well,
the
we don't know
distinction is the background
We
knowledge.
do know that.
Yeah, so there are two questions here, right? How is it that we're justified in our background knowledge, right? So for every time I see a samurai sword, I can infer that it's been designed because of my experiences. And there's a question about how I'm justified in that way. And to me, that's a very, very difficult question,
Here
right?
we go back to solipsism.
I don't think this has to do with solipsism, right?
It's literally epistemic solipsism.
No, solipsism is the claim that there are no other minds outside of my own.
I said epistemic solipsism. There are particular stylized versions of solipsism.
I think it's a
what you're
perceptual,
talking
not
about is
inferable issue.
metaphysical
You're not
solipsism.
listening. You just don't care about what I'm saying, right?
You're right. I don't care about what you're
so
saying
you're
because
just
it's
not
apparent
interested
that
in
you
the
don't
conversation.
actually
You're not
understand the shit that's coming out of your mouth.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm making the claim.
Do I need to screen share this?
I'm not disputing your definition here. What I'm disputing is that there are two. You cannot know of one's intentions by inference. It's ultimately something something like perception, right? And that's very spooky, to be honest, right?
I just want to be on record. My question hasn't been answered cogently yet.
What was your question?
My question was, how do we know that cars are designed by humans if we can't infer that from their physical structure and everything else that we associate with knowing that cars are made?
The answer to your question,
you do that.
The background knowledge.
Yeah, but
no, he answered it is that you can't.
No, that's not what I said. You don't listen.
You literally did.
I said it's
literally said
perceptual.
that.
It's not inferable. Do you know the difference?
Wait,
you specifically said that you can't know that it didn't.
No,
have
I did not say.
tone.
You just talk over me and then you just guess as to what I'm saying, right? Look, here's what I'm saying. It's a difficult question. That's all I said, and then you just kind of went off the walls. And the second thing that I mean to say is that it's not something that you infer. So I can't give you a reason for why you should think that something's intentional over not intentional. It's a matter of perception, right?
Okay, so then why should we believe that cars are designed by humans?
But
why should we not believe that they're, the process of some complex chemical reaction that has nothing to do with an intelligent agent? If we can't actually know that they are the result of an intelligent agent.
But the question of why presupposes it's a loaded question for me because I don't think there is a reason. I think it's a perceptual thing.
So exactly. So then how do we know that cars are created by humans? If there is no why a car is created, that they just are, then how do we distinguish between one mechanism that can produce them and another?
That's not what I'm saying either, right? It's nuanced, right? I'm saying that there's no reason. It's a matter of perception. So
there's no reason for what? What is a matter of perception?
There's no such thing. I don't think the justification for coming to the belief that something has been designed doesn't come from an inference or an argument. Is what I'm trying to say. And so when you ask me, well, why is it that we're why? How can we know, right? It's not. There's no answer to that question.
Okay, cool. Who cares about knowledge?
Wait,
why should we believe that cars aren't designed as opposed to things that arise naturally?
What did he ask?
Why should we believe? Who cares about knowledge? We can set that shit aside.
Why? You're asking for a reason, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm asking for a reason
I
to believe one thing over
another.
another.
It's not a matter of inference or reasons.
You were talking about knowledge. We're not interested in knowledge.
There's two kinds of knowledge, right? There's inferable knowledge and there's
I just said we're not interested in knowledge.
No, perceptual knowledge is unlike inferable knowledge. And I said that
knowledge is irrelevant.
Wait, hold on here. So are you saying that we perceive that cars are created by humans, we don't infer it?
You perceive the intention.
So what is the intention?
What is an intention?
No, what is the intention for the creation of cars by an intelligent agent to perceive that they create them?
So
somebody pointed out that we didn't get very far in our John Maddox video.
No, we didn't.
Look, the point. Look, think of it this way, Leo. Imagine your first. Imagine yourself growing up in the first instance in which you attributed an intentional explanation to some phenomena that you observed. You have no background information there, right? Because it's just by definition the first time you've attributed an intentional explanation. So what happens there? It's a matter of perception, right? That you have. I think it has to be perception that explains or licenses the belief that there was some kind of intentional explanation, and from there, then you start building background information, right? Now, and that to make inferences about whether DNA or samurai swords might be probable that it's probable that they're designed or not, right? The point is that ultimately it's going to be a matter of perception. It makes no sense to say what is the reason for why you think that there is actually an intentional explanation versus a naturalistic explanation given this particular event.
Okay. So what you're saying is that I infer from my perception that cars are made by intelligent agents.
Yeah, ultimately it's a matter of perception, but those perceptions then lend to patterns that you use to make inferences. But they're not the kinds of you're not inferring from the thing that you're observing. You're making the inference from your background knowledge.
Well, okay. I mean, the question then becomes a matter of what type of things that upon perception are indicative of design or are indicative of
what intentions?
How do we determine that something is intentional versus not?
The question you asked, Leo, is how do we know we're not misperceiving? And so let's say I see something, I attribute an intentional explanation to it, and let's say that's a matter of perception. How do I know I'm not just misperceiving, right? And I don't have an answer for you.
Then, then how can you say what things are and are not designed?
Well, look, it's just it's a matter. If it's a matter of perception, it's already really strange territory, right? How do you know that everything that you're observing correlates to the external world? It's just equally as a
arbitrary. Welcome to Solipsism 101.
It's not arbitrary. That doesn't follow, right? Right. The thing is that you're not going to be able to use an inference to know that you're okay. If you want to talk,
I do think that I get what Danny is saying. I do think that I get it.
Yeah, he's just giving us a good idea, good argument against intelligent design.
Exactly. That I am. This is one of the most deafening. Is that the right word? One of the heaviest blows to an ID theorist, because they're saying that they can perceive design in the physical system. There's no such thing, right? As the physical system doesn't itself have the intention.
What assembled it did.
Okay. What assembled it did.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get it.
But
it makes sense.
There's a more fundamental issue, though. Is how do we know that the thing that assembled it had an intention, and that is ultimately one of the weirdest kinds of perceptions you could imagine, right? Because look, whether you're a physicalist or a dualist, let's just bracket that issue. No one here has seen an intention. No one knows how much it weighs. No one knows how long it is, right? You might say it's some brain state, but you've not seen that brain state in many cases, right? We all make these intentional explanations all the time. How do we know it if we've never seen the brain state, right? It's a weird kind of cause-effect relationship between the intention and our belief that there's some intentional explanation.
Okay, I wanted to ask really quickly. When you say intention, you're not. Do you mean intention with a T or intention with an
T?
S?
So,
just,
yeah,
okay,
not the yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I guess my point is that there needs to be something that correlates the two together.
You're gonna have to explain that to me. It correlates what and what together?
That correlates what you perceive to infer to be able to deduce that something has been intended.
I don't think so. I think there's a big problem with that. In fact, and that gets into really grimy philosophy of mind stuff. But basically, I take Wittgenstein's rule-following paradox very seriously, right? And Kripke wrote about it in the first, I think, 33 pages of his book on rules in private language. I think that's what it's called. I might be getting the wrong title there, but essentially and Mr. No Direction said this was totally irrelevant, but there's a big problem of underdetermination with respect to physical facts and intentional states, right? So every observation that you make of let's say some non-intentional state, right, is going to be in conformity with a particular rule or out of it's also going to be potentially out of accord with some other different rule, right? And you can think of these rules as intentions, right? Are you familiar? No, is anybody familiar with Kripke's first 33 pages of this book? Because it really outlines the problem very well. But he uses for you math people, he uses a mathematical rule as a way of explaining, right? And I'm gonna paraphrase because for simplicity's sake, he uses different mathematical rules. But imagine there's Danny math, and Danny math is 2 + 2 = 5. Okay, and there's Leo math, 2 + 2 = 4. Well, that so happens to be addition as well. Okay, now if someone asks me, Danny, what's 2 + 2? And I say 4, okay, that's consistent with me trying to use addition. It's also consistent with me failing to use my own kind of math, right? So there's a problem of underdetermination, right? Because namely our intentions, we don't think of our intentions as things that need to be falsified because our observations are consistent with some kind of success of an intention or the failure of another kind of intention, right? So there's a big epistemic issue here with trying to infer intentions from physical facts, and that's essentially the problem.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you say correctly. So, and this might be a little bit more simplistic, but correct me where I'm wrong. When we look at a car, we don't look at any of its physical attributes to determine that it is an object created by some intelligent agent, we look at sort of the intention in that object existing that thereby implies an intelligence created it. Maybe generally for a reason.
Something like that. It's more like this. This is what you might have said, but I guess in maybe my terms for my clarity's sake. But it's something like this. You look at a tire on the side of the road, right? And you're going to think that's designed. Now, where is the inference coming from? Okay. Is it coming from the physical facts of the tire, or is it coming from your background knowledge about that tire? Right.
Okay.
And I'm saying it comes from the background knowledge. And then there's a further question. In all those cases where you come to the belief that tires are, there's some kind of intentional explanation for each of the creations of the tire, it will ultimately be a perceptual phenomenon. Right. But putting that aside, right, when you look at the tire and think it's designed, it's not because of the physical facts of the tire itself. It's because of your background knowledge and experiences of that kind of thing. Which is why,
yeah, that makes sense.
Which is why scientists or biologists don't immediately look at DNA and say, "Oh, it's designed," because they have no background knowledge of genetic codes being designed. Right? They don't automatically come to that. Yes.
Danny, what Quine book did you mention? Which Quine book?
Kripke? You mean Kripke?
Or Kripke? Okay.
On rules in private language, first 33 pages, he outlines. Now it's even more kind of radical skepticism that not so far that I would take. He even puts forth skepticism of your intention, but he doesn't actually come to believe any of that. But it's a good, the first, I think 32 pages of that book really, really does an extremely good job of kind of using Wittgenstein's rule-fairing paradox to show that there's a problem in inferring the meaning from some physical, non-intentional fact.
Can I ask a quick question, Danny?
Good for you. I own that book.
I've been knowing you for like 5 minutes now.
So would this?
Let me ask you a quick question. What's based on what you guys were just talking about? What's your intention in eating in the middle of a conversation?
I was hungry.
Yeah, don't eat.
But I have to be honest. I do think that I understood what Danny's argument is, and actually I like it. And I want him to correct me if this is mistaken. But could this argument work against sort of what would be considered "quote unquote" watchmaker arguments or design arguments?
Absolutely, right.
That's I definitely get what you're saying.
The point is that they want to say that there's purpose in the watch. What the hell does that mean? You can agree on all the physical facts, but then disagree about a purpose, right?
Yep.
So there can't be, you can't predicate purpose to a physical object, because what is a purpose of physical state? What does that look like? How they're not gonna. What are they gonna say, right? It's just gonna it's gonna beg the question, right? The second that they say that there's purpose in a thing, they beg the question against you, right?
Yep.
So and maybe I've completely missed the point here.
Fortunately, I own that book by Kripke already, so I don't have to fucking buy it. You're not supposed to mention books in front of me, okay?
Yeah, you don't read anything after page 33. That everything else is gibberish.
Okay.
So is the fundamental issue from what I'm gleaning, and this is me putting in my own language, is that when we try to talk about something being like to infer design, for instance, the issue is that if you compare two people, that the basis for using and comparing design, for instance, or what qualities might be indicative of design as compared to not being designed, are going to differ from person to person.
Yes, that's going to be an issue, right? Absolutely, right? If someone, imagine we went on Mars and saw something like a spaceship, right? And we all have background knowledge about, space shuttles and all this stuff. So many of us are going to we just can't help but think that it's been designed, right? But imagine someone that says this spaceship is unlike any other shuttle on Earth. So I think there's going to be some naturalistic explanation as to why there's that spaceship on Mars, right? What would we say to them? There's nothing we could say to them, right? They could agree to all of your background experience. You could have the exact same background knowledge, but the fact that they're going to perceive some difference, a significant difference, as to infer some naturalistic explanation, we have nothing. We have nothing to motivate them otherwise, right?
So, can I ask a question? Would that be? So, are you essentially saying with that particular that particular example that since we don't really have anything prior to base this a supposed intention on, that you can't really differentiate between something that might have been brought about by intention versus something that developed naturally?
I think I'm agreeing to what you're saying. I think that's what the point is that if you saw some contraption that looked like a device on some other planet that was not human made, you have an option, right, to use your background knowledge about what humans do, or to say this is wholly unhuman. I ought not rely on my background information, so it could be a naturalistic explanation for this kind of thing that I'm observing. And the point is that it's going to vary per person to person, right? Which is why now this is where some of y'all might disagree, which is why I really don't think it's that much of a problem for some creationists to say, look, DNA seems something like codes. I'm going to infer that it's been designed, but they're not going to. That's not an argument for you to accept that, right? There's just going to be a difference in where your intuitions put you, right? And so that's why I don't really, it doesn't really bother me, because I actually share the intuition that, like, look at, there's something really complex here going on, and it seems like some of the things that humans create, but that's not enough for them to say that you should be committed to the same thing.
I just want to say something too, like with what you've been explaining over the last minute or so, the image that came to my mind was the pilot episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. I can't remember the title of it, where they go to the planet and the base is there. And it's supposedly it's their habitat that they all live in, and it turns out to be a living creature.
Oh, well, yeah. The point is that I think you understand. Yeah, something like that. That situation is tricky, right? And then there's a question of whether it's fair to attribute that kind of situation to what the ID or the DNA people like Maddox are how they're feeling, right? And look, Maddox is very difficult for me to talk. It's hard. I can barely talk to him, right? He psychologizes me, and it's hard to get to a point. He makes jumps to what he thinks I'm going to say. And I can understand the frustration that I get frustrated with that, right? But
so you're saying Maddox is insane?
But let's just be a little fair, right? I think I should. I wouldn't really say. I don't know how y'all's intuitions are, but my intuitions kind of understand what he's seeing, right? It's really kind of crazy. The transcription, the quote unquote correction in DNA, the going from DNA to protein process is amazing. It's awesome, right? But that's not enough to say that someone else should think that it's been designed.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Actually, yes.
I mean, I can genuinely understand that in the same way that somebody would look at a chemical, that in the same way that I could draw out a chemical reaction mechanism for them and then believing it's magic. I mean,
yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, you might feel that way, but it's just tricky. I mean, like, the point is, my point was that we don't infer design from what we immediately observe about a physical thing, right? That if we ultimately come to the belief that something designed is because we've immediately perceived the intention, which you would disagree, I consider to be a non-physical fact, right? But whether you disagree with me or not, you're going to agree that it has to be something about an intention that's responsible for my belief, so to where I actually know that it's been designed, or it's going to be something like about my background knowledge about that thing and other intentions in which I perceive with respect to that thing.
Your point essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, but your point essentially seems to boil to the process of our ability to infer things isn't based upon a particular set of objects that we happen to observe. It's based upon a set of priors that we agree upon
about design. Design.
Yeah, and that's a whole goddamn problem with intelligent design.
Well, I want to go back to his tire example. So when we look at a tire, we don't say, "Oh, well, it's made of rubber, it's round, and it's got a tread in it, therefore it was designed."
Exactly.
There are other factors separate from the physical descriptions of that object that tell us that it was designed.
Yeah, I think.
And that's when I figured that out, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I actually agree with that.
To me, like, what I see, and the reason I infer certain things as designed as opposed to not designed, is that I infer, well, in my mind at least, there's a certain set of qualities that are consistent with something as being designed, and that is, with any designed object, there's a set of universals I can apply to it and say, yeah, those things, when they're in combination or in some combination with each other, always seem to give rise to this thing which we call design.
I have to be very. I have to. There's a lot of. Well, a lot of what you said I disagree with, but I think that if I charitably understand what you're saying is that there's strong correlations between, let's say, something like dials and design and intentions, right? So when I see a dial, you're wanting to say that because of this correlation, right, that I'm inferring from the fact there's a dial that there's design, something like that.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that that dial, right, is not. It's also consistent with something natural producing it. If you were to encounter it on the sand on the beach, right?
That's based on the Wait, hold on. That's based on the identification. It's like saying this lump of metal is just a lump of metal, and then come to find out it's radioactive and it's poisoning people.
Oh, you fucking whore.
Does anybody understand what was? I don't get it. But
You're going off of something. You're going off of what I observe. You're going off of something that you're translating in your mind to be symbolic, or you're comporting in your mind that this seems to be a dial based on what you understand of the concept of a dial. But just because what you seem to perceive as what could be a dial may not actually be a dial. The same as somebody sees a pebble of something and says, this is a pebble, and then come to find out it's radioactive waste and it's killing them while they're holding it because it has to be, it happens to be like plutonium.
My thing is that the thing is that based upon my set of priors, like when I think about is something designed or not, what I can do with that set of priors is I can generate a picture and a set of criteria of things of a class of objects, so to speak, that seem to be characteristic of things, that seem to be consistent and characteristic of things that we would call design.
Yeah, so let's take an example of the dial or something like a set of a keypad or something like that, right? The point is that as long as it's possible that kind of thing could be produced naturalistically, right? Then you're not licensed in the inference alone that because any physical fact about the key or the dial, the keypad or the dial, you're not licensed in the inference that therefore it's designed. It's not like in itself do you see design, right?
No, and that's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming
Right, you're saying something like there's a strong correlation between what you take to be an intention, right, and that keypad, right?
Yeah.
But that's just what I'm saying, right? That's what background knowledge is, right? So it's not that when you look at a keypad,
through their mic.
when you're looking at a keypad, right, you're basing something in your priors. You're basing the inference on something on your priors rather than any physical fact about the keypad that you're saying is designed.
Right.
And that's all I'm thinking. That's the essence of what I'm saying, right? There's a lot of like little tricky things, but I don't think what the ID theorists are saying now. They're saying something. Believe it's something even worse. They're saying they're making a claim of necessity, which is even crazier, right? They're saying that it must have an intentional explanation, right?
Well,
that's a claim of necessity, right? And go ahead.
What they seem to be saying is that if you see a set of physical, if I give you an ensemble of things, right? So something of a particular dimension, something of a particular shape, something of a particular length, what have you, right? That a specific set of characteristics must be inferred as designed.
Yeah,
right?
that's silliness.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you.
But you were making the same claim about 10, 15 minutes ago and saying that they're hallmarks of design in physical objects. That's what they think.
Based upon a set of priors.
Well, okay. Is the hallmark of design in the physical object?
No, it is consistent with a set of priors.
Okay, then we don't disagree.
There's nothing inherent about the object that makes it hallmark.
I don't mean to overtalk because I hate overtalking. But Danny, do you think design is inherent?
I don't know. It is intrinsic to something.
Yes.
Only intrinsic to an intentional state.
Okay.
So I wanted to go ahead.
If you're going off of something that you see, and you infer design based on what it is that you're seeing, then you're just basically going off of what you've seen before.
I think so. And then there's a question about how you came to that particular, like, how is it that
design?
Go ahead.
So design may or may not be necessarily self-evident. We still have to make the determination of whether or not the thing that we're actually observing is consistent
with a set of priors. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, but Leo was asking a previous question that's actually a very difficult question to ask, right? Because there's a moment, the first moment of your life in which you attributed an intentional explanation to a thing you had no background knowledge. So how the hell are you justified in that case?
Well, if you're using the keypad as an analogy, then you already had a precursor. You already had a preconceived notion of what keypads are.
Right, but
Just
the
because
first time you saw
something that resembles a keypad and you understand that keypads are designed doesn't necessarily make the thing that you're observing necessarily a keypad.
Yeah,
just that it's related to something that you understand as a keypad.
I'm trying to see if I disagree with any of that. I probably don't disagree with you. But what I'm trying to say is that there's a more interesting, problematic question here, right? How is it that the first time in our lives where we attribute an intention to a particular set of naturalistic phenomena, how are we licensed to make that claim, right?
But all of that is intention. You have the intent of making that determination towards that thing that you're observing, and yeah, I don't see where you're going with this.
Can I provide an example I think might sum up what Danny is saying? And this was actually a study. I probably couldn't quote it for you guys or cite it for you guys, but there was a study done with young kids where they would observe a bear rub their back on a tree, and the kids thought that the tree was designed for bears to rub their backs on. There were certain flat stones that animals would sit or lay on, and the kids thought that the stone was designed for the animal to lay on, where adults didn't. I think this alludes to what Danny is saying, where the kids don't have the background knowledge to understand that there isn't actually an intention in, like, say, a tree or a rock, whereas an adult does. Yeah. So where there are instances where people might put an intention in something where it doesn't apply, other people won't because they have a better background knowledge for what that particular intention is. Correct?
Well, what I think what's going on there is that they sit on flat surfaces, they sleep on flat surfaces. And those flat surfaces, they have an idea where that comes from. It's ultimately intentional. Then they attribute that background knowledge to the flat surfaces that bears sleep on, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going on there. And the question is, are they irrational? Well, that's a tricky word, right? That's a very tricky word.
To tack onto what Leo said, it's like saying that stones are necessary for birds to use in their gizzards in order to help break down certain things.
Yeah, there's a problem. Yeah. I mean,
but not necessarily.
Well, yeah, none of this is necessity, right? The problem is that there's no necessity with respect to explanations that can be of ultimately or contingent explanations, right? There are mathematical explanatory factors that are necessary, but I'm not talking about those in terms of an empirical world, right? As I'll say, all of these facts are contingent facts. There's no necessity with respect.
I would agree.
Yeah,
sure.
And the ID people want to say there's a claim. They're making a claim of necessity, right? And if they're not, like I got Sal the other night, he debated. I think was it T-Jump, and he said he made a claim of necessity. And I got in a private call with Sal, and I said, "Do you understand what I know?" What he said. He said it's virtually impossible that a car could be formed out of a tornado that went through a junkyard. Now that is a red flag for people that understand modal logic and modal terms, right? It is not logically impossible, nor is it even physically impossible that such a thing could be brought about from a tornado and going through a junkyard, right? So what does he mean by virtually impossible? Well, Sal,
I would say that he means like statistical improbability.
Well, exactly. I asked him that, and he said it's highly improbable. And I'm like, so you're saying there's a probability with respect to an intentional explanation? How are you calculating that? Why is it the case that it's just as improbable, not just as improbable, that it's an intentional explanation versus the natural explanation that you deem so improbable, right? And there's no answer to that.
Everybody,
exactly.
Look at the private chat and look at No Direction's last comment.
Well, the thing is,
what does that mean?
He slashed his wrist.
Oh my god!
Well, the thing
No
is
Direction.
that there is one way and one way only.
This channel does not condone suicide.
The thing is, at least mathematically,
he's uttering tautologies in the chat. Artificiality is just defined as intentional, so it's just a tautology that you posted. No Direction.
I get that because I understand what Danny means when he talks about intentionality, and that makes a lot of sense to me because I've always sat there and wondered, like if you stumbled across a watch in a forest, what is it about that watch that tells you that it's not physical or that it's not designed by a human? It isn't really any of the physical attributes that it has. There's something else there, and when he talks about intentionality, that fit in my mind. I guess I could say.
The problem with finding a watch in the woods is understanding the concept of watch to begin with.
Yeah, which I think is a point that he would make.
Wait, I don't know if I would say that because I think it's possible that something could be produced naturalistically, and I would still call it a watch.
Like, standard candles in astrophysics, standard candles. Oh God, fuck, pulsars, neutron stars. We literally, essentially, use them as watches to be able to measure distances. So I can get, but there's no intention there. So I can get that.
Another way of saying what I'm saying is that I don't define any human construction as I don't define it in terms of constructed. Right? I just say it has an accidental property, that's to say contingent property, that it's designed. Doesn't mean that
construction implies the intent to construct. Construct doesn't happen without intent.
No, I agree, right? But I'm saying I don't define watches and cars as constructed. I don't define it that way, right? Because
Why would you not define watches and cars as being constructed?
What I'm saying, then that means that they're necessarily constructed.
No,
Whereas,
it doesn't.
wait, it's an analytic claim, no direction, right? Typically, when I say a bachelor is an unmarried man, right? If that's analytic, then if there is a bachelor, right, then he is in fact unmarried in all cases, right?
Yeah, but that's only based on the concept that we understand we understand what a bachelor is based on the fact that we understand that bachelor identifies something within the state of affairs.
It's an analytic claim. He should know this. Y'all said he was good at philosophy, but I'm doubting it. Right?
Do you want hold on, Danny? Danny.
Yeah.
When a scientist says, X, Y was caused by X, do you think that scientist is speaking with an understanding of modal logic, or are they just speaking in the terms of their field and trying
X
to communicate?
Causes Y is not a modal statement.
Okay, if they say that this was needed, do you honestly think that they're considering modal logic?
I don't know if they're considered modal logic, but they're making a modal claim.
Sure. Do you also understand that people can be hyperbolic and that colloquially?
Are you just telling me they don't actually mean it? I don't know what you're asking.
Are you incapable of differentiating the jargon of philosophy from colloquial speech?
What does this have to do with the conversation? Maybe I am incapable. What turns on that?
Well, it's rather important because we started off talking about the different usages of the word code and whether or not code could be used in a way that could describe something natural like H2O. And you immediately jumped on that and derailed it to the problem of other minds and started talking about philosophical zombies.
Because when we're talking about design, you can't escape intention. You cannot.
Do you think that when everyone was talking in that's what they were actually referring to, that they were making a statement about the true nature of reality?
What are you talking about right now? I don't know what you're saying. Right? Look,
Does
the point is
does anyone else understand my question?
The point is,
are you wondering why we ended up going down this particular pathway?
I'm really not interested in changing the subject. The point is that we should not
change the subject.
We should not define. Look, listen,
changed. Wait a minute. This all started
John, just because you didn't understand me doesn't mean we changed the subject.
Danny,
okay?
This all started when you changed the subject.
No, you didn't understand. Therefore, you thought we were changing the subject. That's your problem, not mine. Right? The point is that
we were talking
that if we're talking about design, if we're talking about DNA, we should not define human constructed things as constructed, right? What I mean by define is that the concepts are
we shouldn't define something that's human constructed as being constructed.
You don't know what that means, do you?
When that is literally, as you just said, analytical. If something is human constructed, it is constructed by definition.
Do you know the difference between an accidental property and an essential property?
Yes. Do you know that a bachelor is an unmarried man?
That's an essential property, but there could be accidental properties. Look,
are you going to say, I don't know, what do you mean?
Look, you don't. I can tell you just don't care, because I'm saying that constructed, the property being constructed is accidental property. It's an accidental property, right? It's not an essential property.
I will be frank. I do not care what you have to say, Danny, because
he's just not interested in the conversation. That's what
I am not interested in a conversation with you.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, well, moving on. The point is that something being constructed is an accidental property. It's not an essential property to a thing, right? Which is to say that you can have a watch, right, that was produced naturalistically, but it not be constructed, and that's perfectly coherent.
Standard candles.
Okay, could we just hold on for a second, guys?
Please. Holding. Hurry up. It's
No direction, and Danny, I like both of you and really respect both of you, but holy fuck, you guys cannot come to any kind of an agreement, and this is not that complicated. It's like, you've got.
I just kind of want to get back to what we were talking about initially.
DNA is literally. No. We were talking about DNA is literally a code.
I can't remember how we got here. Does anybody know how the fuck we got here?
Right? Here's the thing. We should not define codes in terms of it being intentional or constructed. That is the mistake. It's a huge mistake.
Oh, Jesus.
No, but if that's true, but let me explain. If you don't do that, then it's okay to say that DNA is a code, but so what? If it doesn't mean it's intended or it's designed. There's no problem with that.
Yeah, I know, but whereabouts in the conversation did me, Leo, or anybody else say anything about the intentionality of it being a code?
So you weren't denying it, but there are other people in the room that were denying that DNA is a code. There's nothing wrong with saying that DNA is a quote-unquote code.
Okay. I can kind of understand why you did that, but if Atangelo was here, I could kind of understand why you would go off on that tangent.
How much do I got to pay to get out of here?
We're only 6 seconds into the video.
All I'm saying is that fucking snake, that rosebud comment cracked me the fuck up. God damn it, Scott. Oh shit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I can explain it again because No Direction probably doesn't understand. But the point is that there's a code, right?
Steve, can you share my screen, man?
Taking shots.
The point is that you shouldn't define code as intentional. That leaves you room to say that DNA is a code. And so what, Mr. Creationist? What does that mean? It doesn't mean that it's been designed.
Cool. So you agree with me?
Wait a minute.
Well, then you're the one that was been disputing what I'm saying. I don't know.
No, I was just asking, well, how the fuck did we get on this?
I just explained it to it. I just explained it to you. Do you not understand?
Why the hell did you bring up P zombies? That was my question.
I never said P zombies. I'm saying that Leo asked a question.
Not those.
Right?
You brought up the problem of other minds and whether or not people were.
Leo asked the question, right, about how I know that something
Leo,
has been designed.
did he bring up that problem or no?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So you just denied that you brought it up, and now you're
listen.
saying that you did bring it up. So how about you go back and collect your thoughts and at least be consistent?
What are the two propositions that are inconsistent?
Wait, real quick. May I ask, Danny, what are you trying to lead us to?
I'm leading you to this. You should accept that DNA is code. That doesn't mean that you lose the debate here with respect to whether it's been designed or not. To say that it's metaphorical or that it's virtual code is nonsense, right? Because it seems you could say that there are strong covariants.
Kind of a time waste.
Hold on. That I can grant the DNA code, but I would actually agree with that. Means nothing in terms of intelligence. It doesn't mean anything.
Where did Jay go?
Okay. Can I just give like one recommendation to all philosophers in the room, which is technically all of us?
I consider you to be a philosopher, so you know.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if we're gonna go down like these philosophical rabbit holes, could you kind of give us like the conclusion before we go down the entirety of this thing? Because I was fairly confused as to where all this was heading until like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, because we all sort of agree.
Because we all sort of agree, and I mean, I think the clarification.
I heard someone in the room that said that DNA is not a code in the sense that
it's not a code in the sense that Maddox wants to use it.
I would agree with that. Yes.
Yeah.
How does he use it?
I wouldn't read too deeply into that.
DNA is a code in that it DNA, as in the codon triplets, correspond to the amino acids that make up a polypeptide chain that becomes a protein. But for me, if we're gonna call that a code, there's so many other things that we could call a code that most people wouldn't generally consider a code. That it in my mind it's trivializing what a code is to the point that I wouldn't say that it loses its meaning, but that it becomes so broad that
it loses its specificity.
Yeah, thank you. It loses specificity. Thank you. No direction.
I think I agree with that. But I don't see the problem.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
The only objection to it is that the word code carries a connotation that Maddox wants to bank on, and if you broaden it so much, it loses specificity to the point where things like Morse code or Ceniform or computer code are the exceptions to the rule, not the rule themselves. Yes. So it doesn't help him either way.
Well, you could say something like that the physical facts about Morse code or the English language has nothing to do with intention, right? And that's the point that I was trying to make.
Hey, am I going insane, or did Danny just say a minute ago he agreed with something Nicholas said?
Leo, I agree with Leo, I think. But I don't know what Nicholas said. Nicholas is the anime boy. Okay.
No. That's immutable. Nicholas is. Let me make sure I get my.
Nicholas is no direction.
Nikolai.
There's no S at the end.
Okay,
I don't prefer how you tried to make anime boy a derogatory.
Is it Nicola or Nicola?
What are you kidding me? I watch anime.
Unmutable destiny.
Okay, I thought you were doing something different with that. In that case,
no, I love Attack on Titan. I hear My Hero Academia. No, I just those feathers are all ruffled up. Come on.
We just spent an hour on this rabbit hole. Okay.
Well, you learned something from it. So.
Yeah, I gotta go to sleep.
I'm not convinced of that entirely, but okay.
John, I'm fingering you. Do you like it?
I mean,
how the hell do you spell bullinator?
Does it cure rectal cancer?
No, maybe I don't.
You didn't watch Critical Cripple stream earlier?
Wait, hold on. I feel like I'm talking about, but then again, I feel like I don't. Shit.
Yeah, because his critical question, or Critical Cripple's critical question tonight was, if you had the ability, if you had a finger that cured rectal cancer, would you go around curing people?
I didn't know, but that's funny. I'm sorry.
What the hell are you doing up, Demeter?
Let me put it in the chat for you since you asked how to spell it.
Hey guys.
Hi, Demeter.
Actually,
look, I'm going to say my goodbyes. This was fascinating, and all you guys are fascinating, but it is well past boomer o'clock, and I guarantee you that speed's not going to last more than 30 more minutes.
Nope. I'm not. Well, I can read because Immutable's got the keys to the kingdom.
So I want to say first, let me just say something. So Danny,
yes,
thank you. Actually, you opened my eyes for something. That question, philosophical question, was very important.
Which one?
So about recognition, is it intelligent? For example, car or something. Is it intelligently designed or it's natural? So. And you're right. It's all about intention, not about how complicated it is. And initially, before your conversation here, I was listening very carefully. If you ask me that, I will say, okay, so if you look at a car, for example, you will see that the car, it's very difficult to understand the natural process which can build up this car. Therefore, you can say, okay, so probably it is intelligently designed. However, think about that. You don't know. I mean, you don't know you didn't know. Let me say you're in a cave level of your knowledge. You don't know the processes, you don't know the physics, you don't know a lot. In that case, you cannot jump directly to such a conclusion. I mean, let me say a pencil, something very simple. A pencil could be, I mean, I can think about some natural process that can produce a pencil, although will not be just that very shiny and beautiful pencil, but it still could be a pencil and could be in use. And you said, okay, that's just by chance intentional, right?
Yeah, naturalistic explanation.
Yeah, naturalistic. However, in all the cases, it's all about your knowledge, because after all, it depends how you can explain the natural processes. Are you able to explain the natural processes? I mean, who knows? Maybe there is a natural process that can create a car. So, yes, I know for sure that by my knowledge, by my understanding of everything, I cannot explain naturally formation of car. But in general, as a principle, you may not know it because you didn't study well. You're not in the level of having this knowledge, a huge knowledge behind. So that brings me to another thinking. Okay, it's all about the level of it, or your knowledge, because cavemen, for example, cannot recognize if something is natural or artificially created if it's too advanced. Even biological systems, for example, or I mean the animals around, from the perspective of cavemen, is artificially created because it's too far away, complicated to understand it. Correct? And now the position of the creationist is about intention. Yeah. So according to creationists, the intention of human being, designer to create a human being, it's obviously intentional according to them, but not from the perspective of humans, perspective from intelligent designer. Correct? So,
yeah.
But my point is, it is kind of a little bit relative. It is a little bit relative also, because our knowledge is not superb. Always have some gaps.
Yeah, I think the problem is that, well, one thing that you can understand about intentional explanations is that they can always be invoked without there being some kind of like contradiction, right? I mean, like what that means is that they're not falsifiable, right? There's no observation that you can make that will falsify an intention, because that observation is going to be consistent with some intention that's that could, could be that could present a kind of failure rather than success, right? So so there is something, actually a big disadvantage to positing an intentional explanation over a naturalistic one, right?
I'm sorry, I got an air bubble. It's everybody can go back to what they were doing. I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah, so naturalistic explanations generate predictions in our observations. That's something that an intentional explanation cannot do, right? And so that's what makes it usually a weaker explanation, right? Because there's nothing in our like, if I were to think about whether there's a red dragon in Arizona, right? That generates predictions, right? That we'd expect some kind of lizard-like thing with scales, that's cold-blooded, that might have wings, blah 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 blah, right? And so we can confirm those observations or disconfirm them by just sweeping the area of Arizona, right? But if I were to say there's some mind in Arizona, right, now this is going to vary based on your theory of mind, or so rather, if there's some intention with respect to a particular area, what predictions does that generate, right? And some people might say that there's like a human body, you would expect a human body or an animal, but even then, right, why would we think that, right? Because intentions themselves don't generate observations, right, of that intention itself, right? So there's just always going to be a problem for a creationist.
Well, I mean, yeah, the one thing is, according to the level of your knowledge, you can mistake the intention, right?
Right. There's always every intentional explanation. There's always going to be a question of whether, well, could it have just been some other naturalistic explanation that I don't know about? And that's the problem, right?
So let's take two extremes. Let's take first extreme caveman, which doesn't know anything about physics, chemistry, and the tools, which according to caveman, everything is intentional. So everything around him, it's artificially created.
Right.
From the perspective of caveman. And let's take the other extreme. Absolutely superb science, understanding everything of all of the chemistry, physics, everything.
Right.
In that extreme, according to this knowledge, you simply have to figure it out the intention, which will be very easy.
Yeah, the point is that those observations are consistent with either, right? Some intentional explanation or some set of naturalistic explanations that we don't know about. And that's kind of like the issue. Now, I'm just saying that when the benefit of naturalistic explanations is that generate predictions.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bail out.
Bye. Yeah.
Good night, guys.
You're a fucking pussy, you little pussy ass, bitch ass, fucking pussy ass bitch.
I'm a boomer. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Bye. He leaves as his, lips flap in the wind like a vagina. Yeah. What it sounded like left.
So about the code that was discussed before, I mean, code is about the translation. So you have something language 1, and have to be translated to language 2, which is understandable from everybody. In the case of biology, you have genetic code, which translates from the sequence of nucleic acid to sequence of amino acids. So, well, that's simply, it is a code. To me, this is a code. It's totally different question about intention of this code. So, okay.
Yeah, you have to be careful with the words translation. Oh, like not maybe that you meant like the biological notion of translation. Maybe that's what you meant. But another term, language. I think now language presupposes an intention, right? So if there is language, right, that means there is necessarily a person or a subject, right? So I wouldn't consider DNA itself to be language, because that would just mean that there's some kind of thing that's trying to communicate, right? So that's the problem with calling it language. Now, there's a question of whether code's the same way, and I'm not so sure, right? It depends on what you mean by the term. But I know that you can, if you're trying to push for the argument that it's purposeful, that it's been designed, right? You cannot define code in terms of intention, otherwise you're begging the question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but this also, the similar problems occur with language itself. There are aspects of language that are not intentional. For instance, right, when I write a letter, okay, all the physical facts about the letter and the ink, right, is not going to show you any intention itself, right? But what makes that the thing on the paper language is that
this is twice now, Jerry. Pay attention this time, Jerry.
Who's Jerry?
I'm sorry. I'm talking to somebody in the chat, please.
Can I say something here real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. When we first discovered atoms, one of the things that we did was we looked at atoms, and we understand that atoms consist of protons, neutrons, and electrons, correct?
Well, I don't know if that's true. So I think they also thought that there could be atoms that didn't have neutrons, right? And
okay,
yeah. I mean, hydrogen is just a proton and an electron. It's not saying that it has to be protons and neutrons and electrons. I would say.
I don't know that anything turns on that, but I'm just didn't.
Okay, but we are identifying the structure of certain atoms, correct?
What's correct? That we discovered atoms?
We discovered atoms and we're identifying the structure of certain atoms, correct?
Well, I think they would say that, yeah.
Okay, so we discovered DNA. We discovered DNA, we observed DNA molecules, and what is it that we do with them?
What is it that we do with them?
What is it that we did when we first discovered a DNA molecule? What was the thing that we needed to do with them?
I don't know.
We started further investigating the structure of that DNA molecule. Yes?
Okay, so yeah, so there's continued investigation, sure.
Correct. And then we started labeling certain structures of the DNA molecule and codified. Here's the thing that I have with problem with this conversation is the idea that it's either a code or it's not a code. The thing is that we discovered DNA, we observed DNA, and then we codified for it. And so what we did is we looked at the structure of the DNA, and then we codified for certain structures within the DNA as we observe how that DNA interacts within living things as we observe them. Yes?
I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to what's your question? Whether
I'm just summing this out real quick.
Well, it depends on what you mean by code or codify, you know.
Okay, the question is whether or not DNA is inherently a code.
Well,
whether or not
what you mean by code. Just depends on what you mean by code.
Has that not been the conversation this entire time about whether or not
the
DNA
conversation?
is a code?
All I wanted to push was that you shouldn't define it in terms of an intentional thing. Whatever it is, it's just you shouldn't define it as intentional if it's physical.
Yes, Leo.
What I wanted to say is I don't think that the argument comes down to whether DNA either is or is not a code. I think it comes down to the whole code thing. I think in pretty much every aspect is analogical. It isn't a literal
What was the
description
point of the conversation? Wait, Leo, hold on. What was the point of the conversation?
The point of the conversation was that we should not understand or define code as intentional.
And I can agree with that. I don't think that if we were to grant that DNA is a code, I would state that it isn't intentional. It's
yeah, exactly.
It's
Whatever it
something
is,
that
it's not
nature
intentional.
did. Yeah, I mean, there's no intention behind it. There's not like a message in it that needs to be understood. It's just I would say that it comes down to the structure of one molecule and how that structure of that molecule relates to the production of other molecules.
Yeah, that's how I would. That's what I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying still actually applies. It's not inherently a code in the sense that it is code. It's the fact that we've seen it, we've observed it, and we've codified it in order to better understand it, the way its structure works within how we observe it.
So you think code is
I would
like
agree with that.
language? You think that code is like language in the sense that there's like something representation or something like that. I don't know what you mean by code. I just don't know what you mean. I agree with Leo. If Leo very adequately, I think present what a code is, right? And I agree with that.
I'm agreeing with Leo.
Okay, well then, what's our disagreement?
I was just basically trying to sum up what it was. We're looking at something as in the state of affairs as being DNA, and we've codified the structures of that DNA molecule in order to better understand its structure. So to say that it's code is only because it's been codified by us in order to better understand its structure and how its structure works within how we observe it in the reality that we seem to observe.
Wait, I think this is
not that it's inherent.
I think there's a problem here, but I have to think about it. But it's going to be like, do you think that we, when the Rosetta, well, think about the Rosetta Stone.
You just said that it's not necessarily it's not necessarily an intentional code. I'm saying we gave it the intent of being a code based on how we codified it.
I don't know. I have to think about what that means.
He's saying that based upon the rules, that govern and define what a code is and how codes function, as you know, from set of principles like stemming from communication theory, right? What we discovered of DNA happens to be consistent in characteristic and also characteristic of a code as a matter of.
Why not call it a code?
But it's not. No. I'm not saying it's characteristic of necessarily a code. It's that we codified it.
I don't know what that means. I think
when he says that we codified it, what he means is that we represent it with something that we would call a code.
But that's true
like
of every kind of. That's
genetic
true of
code.
any linguistic system. Any science labels things, right? We
I
label
can't talk
cats.
again.
I would agree with that to an extent. Yes.
I mean, it's just what's the? I don't see the. I think this is a trivial point, honestly.
Where did Jay go?
He got frustrated with me, but it's trust me, he won't be the first or the second or the last, whatever the phrase is.
I do think, and I think this is an interesting question, like for origin of life researchers, and Demeter can give his own perspective. But I have heard the notion put out that in fact you could argue that the formation of nucleotide systems, yes, but the formation of the genetic code seems almost to be an inevitability.
Well, that inevitability, that's a modal notion. That means it's necessary. So what are you saying, that it's physically necessary, logically necessary? What are you saying?
There's some origin of life researchers that will argue that the genetic code, like its structure and the general principles it uses, seems to be kind of something that just always pops out of
right. So is it physically necessary? Is that what they're saying?
I'm not sure it's physically necessary. I think they're just saying that it will always produce one.
Well, then I don't know what that means other than necessary.
So it is very simple. It's just a result of selection, which is obvious.
But that doesn't mean it's necessary or that it always will happen.
It happens, yes, naturally as a physical.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. What I'm disputing is the necessity of it. I don't know what that means to say.
There's no necessity.
Okay, but what does it mean to say that it always happens, or that it must happen, or it's inevitable? It seems like that just means necessary.
Because of the formation of actual system of information-based selection system.
So honestly, I think a better way of putting it, and correct me if I'm wrong, to either Demeter or Mutable, is that it's something that's I guess you could say energetically favorable, in that it's more likely to happen than that it won't, but that it isn't necessary to happen.
Oh, so you're disputing like the probabilities of like what so improbable that that these molecules would get together and form codons and tRNAs and whatever, right? Is that kind of the idea?
That's how I'm understanding it, but Immutable or Demeter would have to clarify.
Yeah, I wouldn't really. That's an empirical question.
I agree to some extent, Leo. Something like that, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's an empirical question. I think that there was a conceptual thing that I wasn't understanding with respect to what Immutable was saying.
Yeah, I think it's because there's some research that'll say that it seems that a genetic system will just inevitably. Well, careful that term.
And that it's likely to happen or something.
That'll occur in almost
in most instances.
It'll occur almost under all conditions that you can imagine.
Well, if you form a life, if you're talking for creation of life or origin of life, you must have something which is information, and you have to have a code for that. And now, what is information? The information always it's referred to function, which executes.
Well, there's problems here. Like first of all, function? Do you mean it? It's a I don't think that's a scientific term, although biologists use it just to refer to what a thing normally does. Is that what you mean?
Normally does, yes.
Oh, okay. So you're saying something like, in order to have a thing do what it normally does, it needs information. But then there's a problem of information. Are you saying something like covariance relationships?
What?
Like smoke covaries with heat. There's like or that AUG covaries with a particular, a set of an anticodon or something. I don't know.
Well, the meaning to become information.
You said meaning?
Yeah.
Well, meaning I think is intentional.
So yeah, okay. So this is just the language problems here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to understand you.
The meaning, it's just a meaning in a chemical, in a physical chemical way.
That's just covariance, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just mean meaning. When you say meaning, you mean covariance.
I think when Danny talks about covariance, and this might be a little bit more simplistic than he would word it, but sort of a relationship between one thing or another. So you could argue that there's a covariance between stars and the production of elements heavier than hydrogen, but there isn't necessarily an intent there.
Or a meaning. Right?
Or a meaning,
yeah. Which might boil down. I think it boils. I make arguments for why that just if there's meaning in the world, that refers to an intention. Although people think there's there's meaning outside of subjects, and I don't know what the hell they're talking about. But
I would agree with you. I think meaning kind of implies a subject there that is inserting some sort of intention into the purpose or of operation of something.
Right. But
I see. Typically, like in the scientific sense, I see meaning as a consequence of some mathematical or some mathematical integrated scientific theory.
I can get that.
So, like, because I don't think math is, I think I might agree to that. Are you saying something like some kind of correlation between a cause, some kind of cause, and some kind of effect with respect to the physical world, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with using meaning in that way, I think.
Simply to say, if you have sequence of something, some string sequence of, let me say, nucleotide sequence. This nucleotide sequence could be random, and there is no any executable function from this.
Oh, wait, okay, let me translate what you're saying. Random meaning unpredictable or something? Because random has a lot of meaning.
Random meaning there's no process that drives that sequence to occur over any other.
Well, that's going to be wholly unscientific. You want to say it's explained.
No. There are processes
Can I ask Danny a quick question? Would the word stochastic mean anything more to you or not?
It shouldn't.
That it's like, so random meaning like spontaneous or something like that.
No. I think that's what Demeter means, but I'm not certain on that.
It's not something that could be predicted well from our models and theories that we've formulated in our sciences, right? That's something like that's what random means.
Something random means that there is no algorithm, so it means that there is no set of rule or there is no descriptive set of rules that you can establish that can lead to the generation of that.
There's going to be but I think there's going to be a problem there because, for instance, like, you might say that, like, I don't like me falling down the stairs and breaking my leg. There's no model that makes those set of predictions, right? But ultimately, in principle, there could be, right? There could be all these laws of physics, right? So we don't want to say that there are no laws or rules with respect to the phenomena. It's just that they're either not known, and thus what we do know doesn't predict it, and they're in principle known, something like that.
No, in this case, it's definitional. So, like with mathematics, like when you have a random number, such as like pi or e, for instance, the two transcendental constants that people are very aware of, there is no set of finite algorithmic processes. So what I mean by that is finite processes being something like addition or multiplication or subtraction. So in the finite aspect is important. There is no collective list of finite operations that can be performed that will generate this particular
But that doesn't apply to material things, right? Because wait, then that just means that there's no explanation for whatever observation. I don't. If you're saying there are no,
in the case of quantum mechanics, for instance, what it says, and all theories will agree with this, except for one particularly, is that, for instance, when you have a wave function and it becomes, and you try to measure it, so you want it to collapse, the process, so what it happens to fall on, right? The process of, the state that the wave function happens to settle on is random. Meaning there is no process, there is no mechanistic process you can assign by which
But that means that there's no explanation. Do you understand that means no explanation?
What it means is that there are no antecedent determining factors that specify that particular outcome.
Which
you
means
cannot
there's no explanation.
reduce. Well, I wouldn't say that there's no explanation. I would state that there's no cause.
Okay, so you differentiate explanation and cause in the case of material things?
In certain respects, I think I would say that there's a difference between an explanation for something and a cause for something, but I don't think that there can be a demarcation there in every instance.
For instance, you can explain, for instance, why you have a distribution in certain phenomena, so why things behave as, exhibit Gaussian distribution or something like that. But that's entirely different from saying that there's a causal factor for it, right? In saying that there's a causal reason that, when I roll that, when I measure a wave function, it happened to land on 1 this time, and then on the
yeah, I understand mathematical explanation is non-causal, right? Like it's not like you can look through a syllogism and that's what explains why this follows from the other. I understand that that's non-causal. I just don't understand what it would mean to say that there's something in the material world, right, that's random but has explanation, right? From prior, that's what I'm not understanding. Right?
I think a good example for that would be vacuum field fluctuations or quantum fluctuations. They have absolutely no cause at all. Nothing causes a vacuum field to fluctuate, but there is an explanation as to why we observe it to happen, and that is uncertainty.
Wait,
you will never measure two. You will never measure two. There's an There's no cause for why vacuum fields fluctuate, but there is an explanation for that occurring. Namely, that you cannot have two. You cannot measure two contrapositive properties simultaneously, and so when you measure a vacuum field or a quantum field at say time t1, and then you measure the same field at time t2, they will look different. There isn't there are no factors that precede that.
It seems like the explanation there,
happen, but the explanation is the uncertainty in those fields.
Can I use a different explanation by chance?
Go ahead, because it will probably be better than mine.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll explain the phenomenon of why it's impossible for a system to reach absolute zero, and the answer to that is based in randomness. It's based upon a principle it's based upon the uncertainty principle. But so the classical thing, like from the Newtonian world, was that it seems that when you have a system, right, and you do work to it, so you put energy into the system, you can apply that energy in such a way that it seems that you can slow the motion down of these particles, which you can't. But it seems the natural implication seems to be that, okay, well, we should be able to do this in such a way that these particles should stop moving, right? That there should be essentially no motion that these particles are exhibiting. And under Newtonian terms, that's actually correct. If the Newtonian view were correct, if you put in a sufficient amount of energy, you could negate all the energy of a system and prevent it from having motion. That's perfectly rational, except for the fact that when experiments were done to try to do this, so when you put in immense amounts of energy to cool a system near temperatures of absolute zero, so like within a tenth of a degree, you get close, but you never get there. And part of the reason for that, right, is if you study like statistical physics, and in this case, statistical thermodynamics, you learn about something called Maxwell distribution of states. And what that is essentially is it says when you have a system of particles that are moving in some type of way, if they're constrained
I'm
in a
sharing
box.
my screen. You should approve.
Yeah. What it essentially says is that there's a random distribution of there's a particular kind of distribution of states that's random, right? That's some particle will have some motion, but you can kind of tell where it is based upon percentiles and things of that nature. And the reason that a particle can never truly, or a system can never reach absolute zero, is because when you try to talk about the position of a particle, it turns out that you can only fine-grainedly measure the change in position so carefully. You can never get the change in position to be absolutely zero. And as a result of
go finish. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and as a result of that, it means that since the change in position of a system can never be zero, a system can never be. You can never cool a system in such a way that
it has no energy whatsoever.
It has no motion. That there is no change in position.
So
or momentum or any constant. You can't have a change. You can have no change in position or momentum or energy or time. And the graphic that I have up demonstrates that. That is what. And naturally, it's a contrived intuition of what it looks like, but it still shows. If you were looking at reality, that at its absolute most fundamental level that we're capable of reaching, that's what it would look like. You can't predict where these quote unquote fluctuations are going to occur. There's literally nothing. There's absolutely nothing you could do to predict where or when they're going to occur, the energy that they're going to have, the momentum, any of that. But they will still occur. We can explain why they will occur. We just can't tell you where, when, or how they will occur.
But does that mean that maybe I'm not understanding, right? But the point is, okay, so I'm looking at this thing. It seems like we're not able to predict it. But then do we then make the inference that therefore it's random?
Yes, it's stochastic, yes.
Okay, but when you said, I liked your definition of randomness as being uncaused, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's no cause for the behavior of whatever's going on in this box, right? But
correct.
How are we licensed to that just by our observing the fact that it's difficult for us to predict?
And I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're asking. Are you asking how can we say that it's uncaused just from our observations of it, or are you asking?
Yeah. That's what I'm asking.
Where it's uncaused because there is so the difference between Newtonian mechanics and quantum mechanics, at least one of the biggest differences is if I have I'll just use some letters here, X, Y, and Z, which define the initial conditions of that system, I can predict where that system, say A, will end up at time t based on the quantities of X, Y, and Z, the initial conditions.
Okay.
In quantum mechanics, you cannot do that. There's no way. All you can get is a set of probabilities of where that system might be. You will not know.
Because you don't understand.
It's not just that you won't know. The system actually is not in any of those probabilistic states until you measure it. Now, if you want to ask, like, why is that the case? Ultimately, nobody knows. That's just the way reality works.
Okay, well, I guess maybe you did answer the question, because this is slightly going over my head, so it's none of your failures. So, but let's just pretend that we have our caveman example, and they don't understand. There's no way for them to predict, for some phenomena that they're observing outside of their cave, right? And so then they say, because we don't understand the initial conditions of like X, Y, Z, and there's no regularity with respect to it that we're observing, therefore it's uncaused. Well, we would be like, that doesn't follow, right? You're just unaware of those conditions at best, and I just want to understand, why is it that it's not like that here? Why is it that necessarily that we're not able to get those kind of XYZ conditions that you used in the Newtonian example?
So part of it is that mathematically, and it's very mathematical, and for some people it's a huge turnoff, but unfortunately that's at some level that's what
I
you
see.
have to
So
do.
before I don't mean to cut you off. So you're saying that it's not because of our observations, rather it's because of our calculations, something like that.
I
Sort of.
I would say that the calculations are the observations, because when you break reality down to this level, you can't make observations unless you do the math.
I see. Okay. Okay. That makes more sense to me. That makes more sense to me, because y'all would agree with me that if we didn't know any math and we looked at this this kind of simulation that you posted, Leo, and said, "Oh, we can't predict it, therefore it's random or there's no cause," there's something wrong with that picture, right? But if you're saying that, look, it's not a matter of just looking and then not being able to figure it out and then saying it's random, it's these sophisticated set of calculations, and like, which are, you know, math is pretty sturdy with respect to what's necessary or impossible, right? So we rely on that as to make the claim that it's therefore random or something like that. Is that the understanding?
Partially.
In a sense, yes. Go ahead.
Let me also clarify another thing, though, is that what we say about randomness, right? And typically when we talk about randomness, we mean it in a very nondescript way, right? We're not talking about it in terms of quantitative. But mathematically, there is a way, like using statistics, to be able to describe something as being random, right? There are, in fact, in its very deep mathematics that does this.
Very abstract, yes.
But that does describe, that does describe probabilistic states, right? That does describe what you would call, distribution over some set of parameters. And mathematically, they're very complicated to deal with. They're not very pretty and very
intuitive.
They're very non-intuitive in terms of how they're utilized. Although mathematically, you can utilize these definitions in such a way that you can make quantitative predictions about what a random system should look like. So if we expect a system to be random, and assuming we understand some variables that should essentially, that should manifest along with this randomness, there should be some type of distribution that we expect to see. And in some cases we can do that.
But okay, I guess my question is, let's say let's use the notion of truly random for a second. Right? Like, let's say there was some outcome A and B that was truly random.
I'm going to share screen again, just really quick.
Yeah, that was truly random. What would it mean to say that there's something that we should expect to see from the fact that it's random? Because like the fact okay.
What it means for something to be truly random. So let's say you have a truly unbiased coin, right? So
share my screen.
So
it will help.
So the instance where you have a coin, for instance, right, and it has two states, heads and tails, A and B, whatever you want to call them, right? What it means, at least in terms of Gaussian distribution, there's other types of distributions which I can't easily describe, but I'll use Gaussian distribution for this case, is that as I sample the process, right? So as I continue to sample and record the process of flipping this coin, observing a result, recording it, right? What the randomness of that means is that as I tally the results of this process, right, the number of events, so the number of occurrences of each event, in this case, should asymptote to the same value, right? So as I go through a million flips of the coin, it could be the case that in one case I have 500,001, right, for heads, and 499,999 for tails, right? So it's not quite there, but as you continue sampling the system, the ratio of these things begins to become equivalent.
Right, I understand that, but my the thing that's bothering me is that if we did if it was truly random, right, flip a coin, right, a million times, and then a million straight times in a row you get heads, how does that disconfirm randomness? It seems like that's consistent with randomness.
It is. I would argue it is.
It doesn't disconfirm it, right? So the prospect of randomness, right, is that as you're sampling through this coin, right, and part of it is, like as we stated, it is a random coin.
Yeah.
Is that as you continue to throw this coin, right? And assuming we don't have the mathematics to describe its motion and stuff like that, because that convolutes it. But
but we're saying that there's not that by truly random. There was no antecedent conditions that explain why it landed one over the other.
Right.
Okay.
The point is that prior to flipping a coin, right, you cannot tell me the sequence of ones, of ones and twos or ones and zeros that I will get as the result of flipping this coin.
Well,
right?
what is that? Wait, you're saying you can't know the outcome?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I have to think about that.
There's what it essentially means, right? The process of it being random is that over the course of reaching infinite samples, that the two become equivalent in measure, right, in terms of occurrence. It says nothing about how the system got there, right? And that's part of the trick.
There's nothing that got it there.
No, that's not what I mean, right?
Sorry,
So,
I misunderstood.
let's say I have 1 as heads and 0 as tails, right?
Okay.
You could have a system that behaves in a very, in a very clockwork fashion, right? So the first sequence of the first, of the first 100,000 are 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1, so on, right? It could be that the coin is always oscillating, in terms of its results whenever you flip it, that it happens to be going 1 0 1 0 1 0, that it always happens to be switching between the result that it lands on for whatever reason, right?
Well, there's no reason.
Right. There's no reason for that. Although that result, right?
Shit.
There is no way for you to tell me if that result would be more likely, for instance, than a result of, say, 1 0 1 0 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 0 1 1 1 0, a completely random string of numbers, right?
I'm sharing my screen again, by the way, just to let you know.
Okay, well, look, let me just cut to the chase. Here's my, maybe I'm going to say what I find problematic about all of this notion of random. It's just that if any permutation or combination of outcomes, right? If any outcome is consistent with a random set of events or random mechanism, I suppose, for lack of a better word, right? Then how is it that we can ever confirm or disconfirm necessarily a random event? Because you see, the problem I have is necessity here, right? The problem is that we're not going to be able to necessarily confirm or disconfirm a random event, right? Because any set of combinations or outcomes are going to be consistent with a random event set of events.
Not
right?
quite.
I'm removing my claim is of necessity. Like, are you familiar with Hume? Are you familiar with Hume?
Sort of.
His argument, his notion of he pointed out issues with attributing a cause to events that are conjoined, right? This is essentially the same issue, right? The point is that all of these sequence of events is consistent with each event being random and a world in which these events are being conjoined by a cause, right? So there's no way we can confirm or disconfirm from the events themselves whether there's a series of whether there's a causal chain or not, right? It's the same issue.
The issue is that stochastic modeling shoots that blank. And
share my screen, god damn it!
I don't see how. I just don't. That's my problem.
Part of what it is that when you have a set of physical rules or natural laws, if you want to call them that describes a set of actions that can be placed on a physical system. And if
laws explain laws look, if A causes B, right? If there's a causal relation there, and with there being some kind of law-like thing that governs that causal connection, right? Then we're talking about a cause and effect. We're talking about something explanatory. But randomness skips over all of that. So you can't appeal to laws or natural. You can't appeal to natural laws. You can't appeal to cause. So I don't see how it's applicable the way you've set up the scenario.
You can, in the sense that when you say something should be random, right? And it doesn't have any additional contributions from from other systems, right? It means that the type of distribution we expect to see needs to follow a specific kind of distribution. The chances that some other behavior, right, that some other phenomenon accounts for the type of thing as being random is statistically very unlikely. Right? There's
I'm not disputing that, right? My claim is necessity, right? Necessity.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, and I'm assuming everybody can see my screen here. So, Danny, you can see A and B, right, here at the top?
Yeah, I can see those boxes, yeah.
Okay, so if you were to pause this, so to speak, at any given instant, you could determine where this red ball is located, correct?
Yeah, there are 2 red balls.
Okay, so if I were to go to say, let's say C or E here, with the red representing the probability of finding a ball along any given point along the x-axis, which is the horizontal axis. So for C here, where is the ball located?
Oh, okay. Please be patient with me. So on C, where's the?
Yes. I'm looking at the red, the light red line. The blue line just it doesn't mean anything. Just
so you're asking me based on what I know about C, I could what would I know about where the ball in A is? Right? Is that what you're asking me?
No. So in A, if I were to and I can't do it obviously, which sucks. But if I were capable of just pausing this animation,
you can't just take a screenshot. Take a screenshot.
At any given point that I pause the screen, the ball here in A will be at some point, correct?
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so where would a position be in C here along this red line?
Am I stupid or something? I don't understand the
question. The point that I'm getting at is that if you look at C, D, E, F, G, or H, and like I said, you know what? Let me go with the blue line because I think that's a little bit more defined for people to see. And which color we use just really does not matter here. So we're looking at the blue line.
Wait, so just for clarification's sake, so when sorry, I don't know the mathematical terms where the point of the arch, right, reaches almost to the top of C, what does that indicate? That it's over A?
Oh, Jesus, I can't remember what that term. That's, oh, God. Maximum something immutable. Help me out here.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
It's extrema, isn't it?
It's something like that. So if we're looking at C here, and we see the blue line, it's going down now, and then it's going to go back up. When it reaches the top, that doesn't define a position. So at any point here, what we can see is what's being defined essentially is a set of positions. The higher along this vertical axis that line goes, the more probable it is of finding, say, this red ball at that position. So when you look at C here, what you find is you can't actually tell me what position along this horizontal or this x-axis is. You can only give a probability of it being at a set number of positions along that x-axis.
Okay, so maybe
that's stochasticity.
Okay, so
you cannot tell me where it's at.
If we could pause the conversation here, because I just need to absorb this. I don't. I think you explained. Really
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I just think
really fucking not intuitive.
Yeah, I just have to understand it. So it's something that I have to. I can't
feel free to ask questions because both me and Immutable know enough to answer them. Immutable, honestly, probably knows a little bit more than I do.
Yeah, I just need to know what this means. That's all. And it's gonna take me. It's gonna take one of those.
You can look at D, E, F, G, H. They all. So what you can say is the height of that wave gives you the probability of observing something. The width along the horizontal or the x-axis gives you the number of potential states it could be occupying. So what you see here is the probability given for a number of states that this in technical terms, observable, or the quantity that you're trying to figure out could potentially have.
All right. So yeah, I'm just going to take this. Seems to be something I can easily. Is this a Wikipedia link? I'm not so
yes.
sure. Okay.
It's if you look up wave function, it's on the Wikipedia. It's
Okay,
a
thanks.
Wikipedia article.
I saved the page, so that will help. Thank you.
And it is, like I said, it's a bit non-intuitive, but what's being represented in C through H are wave functions of quantum mechanics, whereas A through B are more classical mechanical descriptions of harmonic oscillators, where at any given point, that red ball is at a defined position, whereas in C through H,
I thought
at
C
any
and
given...
through H was
What's that?
representing A and... I thought C through H were somehow representing what was happening in A and B.
Oh, okay. Now I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
I don't know why I thought that, but okay. So let me try at it again, because I was like looking at A. I'm like, how does this? I thought that the red ball was and the red line was somehow tracking what the ball was doing in the previous. So I don't know. Okay, so you're asking me. So if we were to, you're asking. So let's repeat your question. If I were to pause it, and I would not be able to do what?
So if you were to pause C, like right where it is right there,
yeah,
you wouldn't be able to tell me where, and I was obviously by the red line, so we'll wait till the red line goes back down. Right there it pauses. That gives you a distribution of potential states along this horizontal, this x-axis of what, say, the position could be. But
so the idea is that
you don't know where the position is. The higher the peak of that wave, the greater the probability of it being there. But that doesn't mean that is the quantity you will observe.
So
and if
the
idea
is that, like, based on these mathematical calculations, these graphs, I'm not able to predict, and so in that sense, there's a randomness to it, something like that.
Yes, there's an inherent. So if I can find it here. Why am I still zoomed? Let's reset. If I go to this photo right here, you can see that where it's darker red indicates a higher probability, where it's not quite as red indicates a lower probability. But just because this is a higher probability doesn't mean that you are more likely to find it in this area. But that doesn't mean that's where you will find it. You might find it over here. You might find it over here. So there's a fundamental stochasticity or true randomness to how reality works. Now, if we want to delve into why that's the case, that would be a discussion, and I know Immutable will agree to this. That's a discussion we could all have till we're blue in the face.
I still have to investigate it, because I'll tell you what I'm unconvinced of, but for no good reason, because there's a lot for me to understand. I'm just not convinced that this is tracking the philosophical notion of random, right? Where it just seems like it could still be explained, but not in terms of a mathematical model, right? I really feel like I don't know what I'm talking about with respect to quantum mechanics. So let me just give me some time. And then we'll resume a conversation. I need to go to the bathroom.
Sounds
really
good, because I know that you will hold to your word that we will continue this conversation.
Yeah, I just
so
don't.
I
really don't. Yeah, I have to really understand it. Before I can even just say
100%.
make any claims.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I'm the same way. Believe me, I can't tell you how many times I had to read things to learn quantum mechanics. Oh, it's just...
I'm still reading things and learning shit about quantum mechanics.
Exactly. It's
damn near the most unintuitive thing I've learned.
It really is. And that's why I'm like, and I want you to be honest, if I did a decent, a decent, or a bad job at that Immutable, but I tried my best to explain what those animations showed. I don't think it was the best, but
you did what you could.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did what I could.
I mean, the best way of saying it, and unfortunately, it's not very easy to say. It's that randomness is a very special thing. I mean, it's so special of a thing that it's exceptionally rare.
Yes,
right. I mean,
exactly.
And it's damn near impossible to tell apart a random system from a system that's just undergoing chaos.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, from a random system, from a chaotic system, obviously in a mathematical sense.
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, chaotic systems are deterministic, right? That's not controversial. But they appear they sure as fuck appear random, because slight changes, in the values you provide to those equations and to those descriptions cause.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, what I was saying essentially is that, like, the idea of randomness, I mean, divorcing it from its philosophical, attachments, is that randomness is something that's special in mathematics.
It is. It really is.
It's
so do you think there's an equivocation? Like, there's some kind of difference in meaning with respect to what, let's say, metaphysicians, they say they have a notion of randomness. Is that somehow different than when mathematicians are talking about randomness?
I would say there is a disconnect. And naturally, I wouldn't say it's equivocation unless somebody was actually saying one of those and meaning another. But I would argue there. Yeah, it's equivocal. Yes.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense then, because I'm like using all I know about randomness in like some kind of technical sense is from like in metaphysics, right? And I'm just saying
the best way I can, at least in this, I'll still butcher this, but the most intuitive sense I can put the stochasticity of quantum mechanics. You know what a vector is, I assume, correct, Danny?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so length and magnitude, the length that it exists at, and then the
usually
direction
represented as an arrow, right? Like a little, like
a line with an arrow.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine one of those, and just picture it in your mind, one vector pointed in any random direction.
Okay.
Now picture, say you've got your your x and your y axis. Say you've got the vector up here. Now down here, there's all sorts of other vectors. They're pointed in just a slew of random directions. When I say random, I mean just you just pick a direction and that's what it's pointed. It can match sort of with the initial vector that I mentioned. We'll call that vector A. And all these other vectors, let's say there's 5 of them. We'll call those vectors A, B, C, D, E, F. Yes, I had a count on my fingers. So B through F. So this initial vector A, what you can do with it is, if you picture a vector going in, and I'm going to try to, if you picture this arm is going to represent a vector, let's say that this arm represents another vector. If it's up here, you can take this vector and project it, i.e. take the shadow of it down to where it would line up on this vector, which would be right there, going horizontal. So you're projecting that vector, the initial vector A, onto one of those other vectors, which collectively can be referred to as a basis of vectors. So those other 5 vectors are a basis of vectors. Now, when you project that vector onto one of the basis vectors, you get a quantity. That quantity in quantum mechanics would be associated or would correspond to what you are measuring. Now, the thing is, you don't know which of the basis vectors that initial vector A is going to project onto. You have to use something, generally speaking, not in every case, but generally speaking, you use just a fancy mathematical tool. It's called a linear operator. And what that does is it takes that initial vector A and it projects it onto one of the basis vectors. It does so purely stochastically. You cannot determine which one of those basis vectors that initial vector A will project onto. All you can do is measure how do I want to word this? All you can do is measure the projection that it takes when you project it to one of those vectors. So there's absolutely no way for you to determine which of the basis vectors, those set of 5 vectors, that initial vector A will project to. All you know is it will project to one of them, and when it does so, you can measure that. That is the basis of wave function collapse. And I know I probably butchered it a bit, but it's the best way that I can word it.
A simpler way, I think, that might be more tangible in terms of like in terms of terms that are a little easier to deal with. Imagine, for instance, you have imagine for a moment you have a picture, right? So there's discernible features about that photo, what it appears to be depicting, yada 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 yada. But the question you want to ask, right, is if you know this picture has been modified by some process, you might think about asking the question of, well, what thing what thing was this filtered under, right? What filter was used, or collection of filters was used to to take this image that I have now, or to take the original image and process it into this new image, right? It's this kind of game of detective work. And unfortunately, what quantum mechanics says is that, sorry, fuck you, but but there is no way of finding that filter, right? There is no process you can use that'll show you the filter that was used, to go from your blurred up picture to this clear pristine image that you can observe.
All right. I just have to. It seems like the more I look into it, it seems like it is equivocal. There's some kind of equivocal thing going on here between.
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
and so that's
most
the source of
certainly.
but I should do more research, because I think that a lot of people like for discussions of free will, they bring in quantum mechanics randomness.
Oh God.
And I always roll my eyes, because I feel like it's just not really a metaphysical thing that like.
Can I ask you a quick question, Danny? Are you
Yeah.
a determinist, a compatibilist, or somebody who believes in free will, whether libertarian or otherwise?
Well, I'm a compatibilist, but
Okay, so am I.
but that means I'm a determinist, right? So it's just a soft kind of
Fundamentally, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm a compatibilist.
And I agree with you. When people bring quantum mechanics in for free will, I just roll my eyes. I'm like, oh my God, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't really.
But the one thing I've always said, really, really quick here, the one thing I've always told people is and I'm not going to make assumptions as to your level of understanding of math, Danny. I would assume, you knew what a vector was. I would assume you have some rather advanced understanding of it. The thing that I can say with quantum mechanics is, number one, don't let it intimidate you. Number two, when it comes to the math, it's really not that hard. There are aspects of, say, Newtonian mechanics or statistical mechanics, which are classical, at least for the most part, generally classical, that are actually, I would argue, in some instances, a little bit more rigorous than the mathematics for quantum mechanics. The difficulty with quantum mechanics lies in the non-intuitive aspects of what the math says. The math is not hard to understand. It's the sort of the philosophical or the epistemological concepts, or even the ontological concepts one could pull out of that, and trying to fit those within a general framework. It's very non-intuitive. The math isn't hard. How we interpret what the math is saying is where the difficulty comes. So if you ever go to do a little research on quantum mechanics, do not let those equations intimidate you. You might be intimidated once you say, okay, I understand what this equation is saying, but what the fuck does this mean? That might raise some eyebrows or intimidate you, but the math should not.
Yeah, and the thing is, if the philosophical considerations of quantum mechanics concern you, some of the brightest minds that actually contributed in developing the fucking theory, like Erwin Schrödinger and Dirac and all people like that, responsible for the actual heavy lifting of developing quantum mechanics. Even they weren't.
I see it, Leo. Thank you. I took a screenshot.
This is a very good book. Oh my God. I feel like Immutable has probably read this, but I don't know if he hasn't. I know he will. I don't have to tell him. But this book, oh my God. And it's not mathematically rigorous at all. Like if you have a basic understanding.
I like Sean Carroll.
Yeah. This is a very good book as it concerns this sort of some more of those foundations of quantum mechanics and what does it all mean. He argues for his own personal interpretation. Well, not his personal, but a particular interpretation he adheres to. But there is a lot of. I would argue that there's actually quite a bit of philosophy in that book, and that's one of the reasons I liked it.
He's actually from what I remember, he's philosophically apt.
Yep.
So, but it's been a while since I've visited.
Yeah, he actually has a podcast, Mindscape, where he talks about quantum physics quite a bit, but he also talks about a variety of other different stuff.
Yeah,
and there is a critique of quantum mechanics in terms of like, look, we need to settle on a fucking interpretation for this damn theory, because it's been 100 years now when we still don't have an idea of what this fucking theory means.
We don't know what it all means. We know how to use it to get results, but we have no clue what the fuck it means.
Yeah, and that's quite unfortunate.
It is.
Because whatever it happens to mean will definitely indicate, the directions of new research and, of more fundamental questions, like, for instance, how the fuck does the gravitational path integral actually work? And what quantum theory of gravity actually is going to be the one that's correct.
Yep. Imagine we get a quantum theory of gravity and it says, you know what? Hey, here you go. I'm still not going to tell you which interpretation is correct.
Oh, I think I definitely think that that quantum theories of gravity, especially with how we have to reconcile our views of space-time, is going to be something it's going to
be groundbreaking.
Communities.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Whatever it is, just hit me. Just fucking slap me across the face now and get it over with.
Yeah, that's going to be a sting that lasts for a while because, geez.
Mm-hmm. I don't care who you are. That sting is going to last a while.
Because even with some of the descriptions I've heard of loop quantum gravity and quantized gravity and string theoretical models, it's just like, oh fuck, guys, I don't even know the math you guys are dealing with, but this sounds fairly sounds out of my league, quite honestly.
And the thing is, I look at loop quantum gravity and string theory the same. Like, yeah, they're mathematically beautiful, but what do you have that tangibly indicates this? Like, and this is why I say I think that there are going to be aspects of an actual quantum theory of gravity that we're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But other aspects where it's like, yeah, we would have never assumed that at all. Like, that's new.
I actually I think it was Brian Greene and Leonard Susskind that were talking a few weeks ago. I'd have to find the conversation now.
Do you know what was it on YouTube? I'm assuming on a channel.
It was. It was. I'm trying to remember where the fuck it was. I think it might have been on World Science Festival. Might be wrong on that. Let me see. But
World Science Festival. Brian Greene and Leonard Susskind. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I was right. But what they were discussing, and the point I really enjoy that Leonard Susskind made, and it's a very good point, is that with most approaches like to unify gravity and quantum mechanics, and the issue is fundamentally, so the issue for people that don't understand the issue here is that quantum mechanics essentially says that space-time, or that the structure of time should be kind of like a ladder, that it isn't fully continuous. There should be, that there's gaps that,
time is a quantized property that things have, not sort of this thing that things play out on, which is what general relativity says.
It's not something that's discrete. It's something that has gaps essentially in how you can quantize it. And the fundamental thing is that quantum mechanics is a very well supported theory. It's never been contradicted once.
Same with general relativity.
And general relativity has the same track record. It's correct on very large scales and very small scales, except the quantum scale. And general relativity has never shown to be wrong. But quantum mechanics is more fundamental than theory than general relativity is, for various reasons I won't go into. But so the question is, okay, how the fuck do you how do you make gravity play nicely, in this type of in this type of structure where time is, sliced up, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And Leonard Susskind, like one of the reasons he advocates for string theory still, I mean, just in lieu of the fact that he was, one of its founders.
Yep.
Is that string theory, when it was first developed, and even still, right, it was a counterexample to this notion that more complicated, that to get a better description of the world around us, to get a better description of the nature of space and time, requires these, mathematically ugly techniques like, perturbation theory and all sorts of, renormalization techniques and
WKB approximation.
Yeah, the stuff you have to do, these rabbit holes you have to go through to, to get the math to somewhat play nice. The string theory requires none of that. It requires you to introduce to introduce more dimensions, fine, but it doesn't require these, mathematically convoluted techniques. It's a very elegant theory in terms of its description.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that nature seems to be cool with that, at least mathematically, like the fact that it's so elegant in terms of not needing, these,
Band-Aids.
These mathematical cannons being, to be shot at it, seems to be an indicator that it could be true, right? That one of the hallmarks of a good theory in science is its ability to be simplistic, right? Is its ability to be parsimonious and to not need, some of this convoluted business to really have an effect, to really explain itself.
Yeah.
And string theory so far seems to do that. But of course, I mean, loop quantum gravity is pushing string theory to, to advance itself into, and to refine its structure into something that can be tested.
Yep.
Which, it'll be interesting over the course of, the century to see, if the two are, which one comes out on top, if there is a resolution between, the struggle between loop quantum gravity and string theory.
I think once we put better telescopes in space, and once the LHC, assuming that because I would assume that if any particle accelerator is going to be updated, it's going to be the LHC. And once we start pushing that, the high TeVs, the high hundreds for TeVs, we're going to start learning a hell of a lot more. One of the first solutions is going to be dark matter, and I think that what that's going to do is that's going to be the key that unlocks and opens the door to everything else.
Just imagine the first dark matter particle we discover has supersymmetry.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, that's going to make people mad.
That'd be just a fuck you to the physics community.
It would. It'd be like, whoa, wait, hold on. Whoa, no. There's something wrong. It's like, no, this is right. You guys are the ones that's wrong. I'm nature. You can't contend with me, motherfuckers.
Get back on the
Well, that's what nature does. Like, you can't contend with me, bitches. I write the rules. Oh, he's back. Oh no.
What the fuck?
If that actually did happen, yeah, there would need to be some retesting to make sure that it's actually true.
Yeah, the one thing, like if we discovered supersymmetry in one particle, my question would be, what are we going to do with the Casimir effect? Because that, at least thus far, indicates that supersymmetry isn't a thing. But that doesn't mean that something couldn't come along and potentially explain how it could occur, even though there is supersymmetry. But I would be interested to see how it is explained within the framework of supersymmetry. And I believe there has been some attempts to do that. I don't know how rigorous they are, but I do believe there has been some attempts to do that, if I'm not mistaken.
Can you explain what supersymmetry is fairly concisely?
So for every fermion, there is a boson, and vice versa.
Did Speed, he woke up? Did we wake him up?
I don't know.
I was watching. I watched His Dark Materials, the season finale.
Is it good? My girlfriend wants to watch that.
Yeah, it's probably going to even get better. So it's really good. I like it.
I just like to watch.
That's enough interesting things we've had.
That's enough philosophy of quantum mechanics, wouldn't you say?
We've had philosophy of quantum mechanics, a Tangelo. What more can you ask for?
Wait a minute.
We're hitting all the bases. No. We're just talking about everything that's happened on this over 5 hour stream. We've hit it all.
I'm going to sleep now.
We can do in 5 hours what praise still cannot do in 10.
I know.
I got to wake up and study nuclear pore complexes.
I am also going to take off. I'm thinking we should probably end this. It's been going a while.
All right, guys.
What I want to say is, Danny, I think me and you made a lot more headway than we have otherwise, but I've been starting to sort of read the ways in which you come at things and the framework from which you look at things. And I think that I'm finding that maybe not with everything, but certainly with a lot more than I thought. I am starting to agree with you. I did want to give you a lot of credit on the whole, what constitutes a design, that it isn't a fit.
Oh man, he disconnected. I was turning red.
Yeah.
You were disconnected, and I was like turning red, and then you just completely.
Yeah, I just thought that you and No Direction kind of took too long to come to the point that I thought was pretty obvious.
I always hit. There's certain kinds of people that I don't initially get along with, but No Direction. I think I was antagonizing him a bit, but that's
it is what it is.
Well, but I think it was justified because he was saying, first of all, whether I'm right or wrong, what he was saying to me was gibberish, right? But he seemed so confident in it, and it bothered me. So I was just being very dismissive, and it really pissed him off, right?
I get that. He does deserve respect.
Okay, well,
all I will say, Danny, is he is not a stupid person. I think that if you and him could parse things out a little bit more deeply without the interruptions, you guys could probably find a lot of common ground.
He's just a little.
We should have a conversation of what constitutes a stupid and a smart person. I try to not use those terms, but I at the end, I mean, I don't even think they're real categories, right? So, but all I know is I didn't understand him, and he seemed very confident in what I didn't understand. And so then I started poking him. But
one question for you, Danny, just really quickly. As it concerns the smart and stupid, is there at least one person we can agree is, even if you disagree with me, I'm still going to say they're really, really stupid.
Creationists.
No. Would you agree that Gavin Herleman is just not an intelligent person at all?
I think he's so motivated. So I think that blinds him, right? Into saying, so it's not even, I think, look, so I'm very optimistic when it comes to persons, right? And so what I typically say,
more so than me.
Well, I mean, I just because I'm a teacher, so you have to I don't think they're stupid kids, right? I don't think even they're kids that perform low, and they're kids that have other interests other than my class, and they don't do well. And so, what gives me the license to say that someone's stupid? So when it comes to Gavin,
can I ask what you teach?
I teach basic biology and philosophy. Right?
Ooh, sounds fun.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of biology. They do that. I'm in Louisiana. They're desperate, so they hired philosophy people. But I don't. I know basic.
Than a preacher.
Yeah, I know a lot of philosophy, relatively speaking, but I know basic biology, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the point is that like when I say someone's stupid or an idiot or something like that, it's usually because I'm emotional, right? And I don't actually know what I'm talking about. It's just to make them mad or to kind of like make myself feel better. But I think that stems from the fact that I think intelligence is such a confused concept. It's one of the most confused and extremely confused concept. And what happens is that society values certain subjects, and then when people don't meet success in those subjects, we call them stupid for some reason. And sometimes I do mean that, like if this person can't understand math or science or philosophy, but they might know how to like do all sorts of other things, ranging from communicating well with their partner to, taking care of children. And I just don't see why they would be less intelligent than me.
Well, I think
right?
there are things like I've been rethinking this with creationists lately, and there is something that they have, some block in their minds that makes them stupid.
Well, I think they're just so motivated, right?
Yes.
Like Gavin is so motivated and so heated, right?
Yeah.
Easily pissed off. He can't reason as a result, right?
Yes.
And that's what. And so he's just more affected than anyone else that I've met on these YouTube platforms, right? Even Maddox, I can get farther. Go ahead.
I wanted to quote Einstein really quick, and I'm sure we've all heard this quote, but I think this is one quote that I've heard in my life that I think is just extremely accurate and succinct and just hits home. How does it go? I'm trying to think. I get the gist of it. I'm trying to remember how it starts. Everybody is smart, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live the rest of its life believing that it is stupid.
Yeah, that's kind of like, that's my sentiment. So if I ever call you an idiot, or if I ever call you stupid, I don't even know what I'm just trying to piss you off at that point, right? Like, I don't know what I'm actually saying, right? Maybe I might saying that you're a slower reasoner than me. Maybe I'm saying you don't know things that I think you should know, but that ultimate boils down to like kind of just trivial things about what I want you to do, or what I should expect you to think or believe, and that's not saying very much to me. So, in my opinion, but I'll let.
On the other hand, there are things about the development of the brain, particularly how the frontal cortex is wired in, and there are things I think that are genetic, and I think it's really unfortunate, but I think we vary a bit in how we are able to abstract things, and I think that's a problem for some people.
Yeah, I think that doesn't make sense to me, but we'll have to talk about it later.
Well, it may not make sense, but it's kind of a reality.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't understand. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't think that my intelligence is determined by my genes. Is what I'm trying to say.
And I wanted to clarify just really quickly, Danny. You did say that you would classify yourself as an agnostic atheist.
I don't really. So on Tuesdays I might be a theist. On Fridays I might be a hardcore atheist. But I think that there are a lot of problems with the way that a lot of theists construe the concept of God. So much so I don't know what they're talking about. Right. But
so would that be more atheism, where you just don't think that there's a coherent concept to work from?
If I had coffee that day, I might be a theist. Right. So I'll let you know. But no, I'm my intuitions lie with theism. Most of but my reasoning, and the argumentation heavily rely with a lot of atheists. So that's kind of what happens. And there's a big tension between, what it seems to be true versus what I think is most reasonable to, or what doesn't cohere with what.
Do you know who Steve McRae is?
Yeah, I've talked to him a few times.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah,
I was
he's
gonna
horrible.
Say, okay. I was gonna say.
Yeah, there's one thing me and you agree on. Me and you agree on.
What? Yeah, he's horrible. I can't talk to that guy. He name drops when he doesn't know what he's talking about, and I don't know. Yeah. But what about Steve McRae?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think you should have a discussion with him, because I didn't know if you knew him or if you had a discussion. But you answered that question, didn't you?
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't think he knows who I am. But we grilled him in a Discord server, and he embarrassed himself, I think, big time. But he has this argument. I forgot what it's called. It has to do with the definition of atheism.
That's the main thing he talks about, like every
the WASP argument.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, it's either the gumballs and God or it's WASP, the weak atheist special pleading argument.
Yeah, I think that it's an invalid argument the way that he gave it on his Twitter, and he just was not. He was so motivated, right? Basically, motivated reasoners are what usually I think are the bar of coming to reasonable conclusions in philosophy or in science, right? But it's just very nice. I used to be. I mean, I am still kind of motivated, but I try not to let it get in the way my reasoning capabilities, and sometimes it does. But I used to be heavily motivated in my Christianity because I used to be a Christian, a very serious one, right? And it was after I kind of just let go of that motivation, I felt so free, intellectually free. It was just it was an incredible experience, right? And while it might have sacrificed a lot of what I wanted to be true, there was a sense of liberty, right? That and this happens with not just Christians but atheists too, right? They're very heavily motivated, right? Atheists as well, right? So, but I was a motivated reasoner with respect to Christianity, and then when I realized that, right, I kind of like did a lot of work to kind of like, look, it's okay that this gets you to this conclusion, right? Even if it's okay that that's going to happen, right? Like you can let go of your motivation.
Oh shit! I'm sorry to cut in, but it's after 12:30. I got to take
I'll see
off.
you later. I talked to you.
And like I said, Danny, I really appreciated the discussion. Maybe not everybody did, but I certainly did. Immutable, Speed, Snake, as usual. Love you guys. Take it easy.
Good night.
I'm Audi 5000.
What happens at 12:30? He turns into a pumpkin or some fucking.
No, I think he might be on limited data and he might have exceeded it or come close to.
Anyway, I gotta get out of here. So, are you gonna end the thing?
No, I think we're done. All right.
Okay.
See y'all.
I'm leaving.
Goodbye.
So, should we end the stream? Goodbye, all out there. I'm gonna end the stream. How about that?
Goodbye.
Thanks for having me.
Later, world.
See you guys.